You're watching live severe weather coverage from Ryan Hall. The date is April 13, 2022. This live stream will be recorded and available to watch in the future. Please take note of the date as you may be watching a playback of the live event.
All right, welcome back, welcome in, hello. Day 3 days in a row, we are here together on YouTube tracking potentially another big-time severe weather event. Okay, we've got severe weather going on out there, guys. Already we have a tornado watch in effect for a good chunk of the northeastern portion of Texas, northwestern portion of Louisiana. We've got Arkansas in here, the Boot Heel area of Missouri, all the way up into southern Illinois. These storms are just now getting going. It's 2 o'clock Eastern, and we do expect we're going to be here at least until 10 o'clock, maybe even beyond that, as these storms are entering a very favorable environment for conductive severe weather. And I once again, like I was saying yesterday, I really do think that one of the the hot spots today is going to be right in here when these storms get into the real nice zone there with where the instability is rising and everything. I really do think we're going to see some bad storms around western Tennessee, all the way down into eastern portions of Arkansas, and of course northwestern portions of Mississippi. And I'm not the only one that thinks that, okay? I'm not the only one out here saying that. All meteorologists agree. How's the dentist commercials go? 99% of dentists agree that this toothbrush is the best. Well, 99% of meteorologists agree that today's going to be a bad day in the weather world. If you are in the Mississippi River Valley all the way up into the lower Ohio River area there near Illinois and western portions of Kentucky. So let's go ahead and look at the current SPC forecast. If you're in the red, you are in a moderate risk for severe weather today. That's a 4 out of 5. That's almost as high as it gets. We were talking yesterday about how potentially we were going to see a high risk today. It looks like that's not going to happen, thankfully. Some of the weather models actually pulled back a little bit on the intensity of the storms today, but that does not mean that they're not going to be intense. They are absolutely going to be intense today, especially if you're in the red or the orange there. This includes, but is not limited to, Greenville and Cleveland in Mississippi. Okay, this includes Clarkdale, Mississippi, Olive Branch, all the way over to Tupelo. And of course, this also includes Pine Bluff, Arkansas, Jonesboro, and Memphis, Tennessee, Jackson, Dyersburg, and Union City. And then way up here into Sikeston, Missouri, Carbondale, Illinois, and then Madisonville and Hopkinsville, Kentucky. And Paducah, you're also included in this moderate risk of severe weather. Evansville, you were in it yesterday, but you've actually been demoted down to an enhanced risk of severe weather. But don't let your guard down. Some big storms are still going to be coming through today. Now, if we come over here to the Radar Omega side panel, I know a lot of you guys have this app now. So if you come over here, if you want to learn how to look at this stuff yourself, I'm going to go to severe weather, and then I'm going to go to the categorical outlooks for tornado. I'm going to turn that on. All right, and that's going to show me where the SPC's outlook for tornadoes is right now. And if you're in the red, that's a 15% probability of seeing a significant tornado in excess of EF2 or higher within 25 miles of a given point. 15% is astronomically higher than every other day. So, you know, it doesn't sound like a lot when you say it like that, but it is a very, a high risk for, tornadoes today. So let's make sure we're preparing for that, especially in and around the Memphis area. You're smack dab in the middle of the area that I'm concerned about here. As we do expect those storms to come through here within the next little bit and really cause some problems. If you don't get tornadoes, we are still worried. We are still worried about wind. Okay, we are still worried about wind. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. If you are in the pink area there, you're actually in a 30% chance. Or actually, that's a 45% chance of damaging wind within 25 miles of a given point. So Memphis, Jackson, Tennessee, all the way up into Madisonville, Kentucky, close to Owensboro, portions of Illinois and Missouri. You guys are in for it today for potentially seeing some of that really strong, some of those really strong winds and damaging winds at that. Okay, so make sure you take every severe thunderstorm warning seriously today. Obviously, we're going to take our tornado warnings seriously, but we're also going to take the severe thunderstorm warning seriously as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at the hail outlook, and we do have an elevated risk for damaging hail too down here, especially in portions of northern Louisiana, all the way up through the Mississippi River area up towards Memphis. Of course, Memphis, you're in the middle of pretty much every one of those risks today. So, that doesn't mean that you're going to get a tornado, a big hailstorm, and a damaging windstorm. It just means you have a high chance of seeing, any one of those three. So that's what we are going to do there. Now I'm also going to go into my side panel of Radar Omega, and you can do this on your phone, iOS or Android. If you don't have the app yet, there's a link in the description. You can track these storms with us today. And I'm going to come over here, and I am going to turn hail off. And now all of those overlays are off, and I'm actually going to come over here to single site radar, and I'm going to tap on radar single site. And now I can come over here and click on the Little Rock circle. You see that? That's going to take me to this radar. And now I'm looking at the velocity. Okay, now if I want to change that, If I want to change that, I'm going to come over here and I'm going to hit that where it says high res velocity on the bottom. I'm going to go to reflectivity, and this is the more standard look at what you're used to seeing with a radar. And this is what we're talking about today, guys. We've got all kinds of storms popping up, a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. In fact, right now, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning in Sheridan, Arkansas. Big storms getting ready to come through with 60-mile-an-hour winds and potentially some hail, too. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning in Sparkman. Get ready for it in Berdan, Thornton, and Fordyce in Arkansas as well. Okay, so this is what's happening right now. We're worried about this line of storms kind of working with all of the instability that's rising out here, and then kind of creating supercell storms out in front of it, and also creating a big line of MLQCS tornadoes today. That's what we're concerned about, and it looks to me like the actual area of instability is quite a bit further south than what maybe we originally thought. It's certainly building up down here, though. It's certainly building up down here. The kinematics are more in place for convective or for tornadoes up here, but the thermodynamics aren't there. The moisture transport isn't as good as what we thought it was going to be. So we're going to keep an eye on all of these areas, and once again, I don't want you to let your guard down, because this is going to be one heck of a severe weather event, no matter what the small, intricate details are. But I want to be honest with you. I want to be transparent with you and tell you that I think that right now, this is the area we got to be most concerned about, right along the Mississippi River from southern Arkansas all the way up into the Memphis area, maybe even a little bit further up into western Tennessee as this goes off to the north and east. Pine Bluff, you just got put under a severe thunderstorm warning. Damaging winds and hail are on the way. Make sure you're prepared for them. Right now we have no tornado warnings. We have absolutely no tornado warnings, but we do have a big tornado watch. A big tornado watch that goes from portions of Texas, Louisiana, all the way up through Arkansas into portions of Missouri, and of course also portions of southern Illinois as well. Okay, so that's what we're looking at right now. No tornado warnings, but we do expect that as the day goes on, we are going to see those become more common, all right? So once again, I want you to go ahead and have your plan in place. You need to have your severe weather plan in place. What are you going to do when and if that tornado warning is issued? And I want to show you the weather models again here. We're looking at the significant tornado parameter. And this is, right now, it's, 2 p.m. The significant tornado parameter is kind of maxed out down here in southern portions of Arkansas, or southwestern portions of Arkansas. So more than likely, that's not going to materialize a lot because the severe weather mode, or the mode of the storms down there, is just really linear, and there's not a lot of the thermodynamic support, once again, to support tornadoes. But watch what happens as I pull this out into the future. Okay, we're going to 3, 4, 5 p.m. Central. Watch how those values really start to uptick there as we get into 5 p.m. And this is going to be in a zone where right now we have almost clear skies, okay? So consider that as if we get any supercells that form here, they're going to take advantage of all the ingredients that are in place there and potentially cause tornadoes. And this is going to take us all the way through into 7 p.m. We still got a little bit of a problem zone in Kentucky, western Tennessee. But down here, once again, I'm really focused on this area for the potential for some big tornadoes today. So we're going to keep an eye on that as we go through. But thankfully, it does look like the vast majority of like the big time severe weather problems are going to be over by 10 p.m. All right. Don't hold me to that. We might be here till 11 or 12, but let's hope that everything is going to be kind of calming down by 10 p.m. Let's take a look at the composite reflectivity type. You can see here that we are expecting maybe some of those multicellular modes or supercells are going to be popping up here between 4 and 6 p.m. and they're going to race across the southern side of the storm there. And then when this thing becomes a squall line and races across here, the main threat's going to be damaging winds. Like this is going to make it to Nashville around 10 p.m. tonight, but the tornado threat's going to be extremely low by the time it gets to Nashville, okay? It's just going to be a straight line damaging wind problem, some heavy rain, lightning, and thunder. So that's what the latest modeling looks like. But, you know, I talk about this a lot, guys. Right now is not the time for us to be harping on what the models show. You know, it's the day of the event, okay? We're not forecasting anymore. We are now casting, and we're also staying hydrated. Everybody drink up. We're staying hydrated, y'all. And once again, I want you guys to be weather aware. Everybody in the tornado watch here, there's probably going to be a new tornado watch issued right over here before too long. So make sure you are getting ready now for a potentially long day of severe weather. What do you need to do? What do you need to do? You need to have a plan in place for what you're going to do if the warning comes through. You need to let your family know what you're going to do. You need to let everybody, make sure everybody's on the same page. We like helmets, okay? If you're under a tornado warning today and you don't have a basement and you got to go to the most interior room of your home, what we'd like for you to do is put on a helmet. If you have one, a bicycle helmet, a football helmet, a baseball helmet, any of that's going to work. Just something to protect your head from flying debris. We like that a lot. Also, make sure your phones are charged. Make sure your tablets are charged. Make sure all of your communication devices are charged up. A lot of times in a situation, if you do get hit by a tornado, you're going to lose power. But sometimes we will maintain the what am I trying to say? We will maintain the cellular networks. Yeah, we will maintain the cellular networks. So you might still have your 5G or your 4G, and in that case, you can still keep up with warnings and additional information. And of course, you can still keep up with me here. So make sure your tablet's charged. Anything that has the ability to access cellular data, make sure that's charged. Now, in a situation where power goes out and you also don't have cell data, what you're going to want is a NOAA weather radio. Hopefully all of you already have a NOAA weather radio. You're going to want to make sure that the batteries are charged in there. You're going to want to make sure that you know how to program it. You know how to make sure that you receive warnings. This is also important if this it ends up being an overnight event and you have to deal with, looking at, or you want to go to sleep and you want to make sure that this thing's going to wake you up if your county ends up under a tornado warning. Just make sure you take care of all of that right now. That way, when you're not surprised by the warning. You know what I mean? You know, if you know everything's coming and you've got everything ready, you're not going to be surprised. It's not going to be nearly as scary as of a situation. You're going to be more calm, and your chances of getting through it unscathed drastically go up. And I'm a big proponent of NOAA weather radios here. You guys know this. I've been harping on this for a while. I think it's one of the best ways that you can be prepared for severe weather, especially if it's an overnight threat. You can get them at your local Target. I don't know, they are kind of hard to find in local stores, but I'm pretty sure Target and Walgreens carries them. But if you live in an area that's outside of the affected area today and you're thinking, well, maybe I want to get one of those for the future, we do have those on my website, shopryanhall.com, shopryanhall.com. If you go over to the website here, there's a link in the description. If you go over the website, you hit weather equipment, and you come over here. These are sold out. These are sold out. These are sold out. But the ER210 emergency compacts are still there. This will charge your phone. You can actually get power into this thing literally by cranking it. It's got a solar panel on it. You can plug it in, and it's got batteries in it. This will pick up the NOAA weather radio signal there. It's got a flashlight on it and all that good stuff. All right. This is a new addition to the site that we just got in, and the other ones are sold out. So if you want to get one, you won't get that for like a week. So if you're worried about severe weather today, don't worry about it too much. But we do have those there. And remember, a little portion of every purchase from our website does help people negatively affected by severe weather through the efforts of our Y'all Squad. So that's shopryanhall.com. And so let's go ahead and get a couple of updates on some more information out there. First of all, we got a bunch of storm chasers out today. We have the whole squad with us, and we have Reed Simmer. Let me see here. Let me make this look better. Let me make this look better. There we go. Okay, we got Reed Simmer, We have Cameron Lindsay. Where's Cameron, by the way? Where's Cameron? Where's Cameron? What our guy Cameron Lindsay? He's in Mississippi. He's going to be giving us a feed. We got Chris, of course. We have Brad Arnold today, who's in Dundee, Mississippi. We've got Brandon Kopic and Vince Welty. All of these people are here with us today, and they are giving us a live view of what's going on the grounds. Okay, yesterday was an incredible day for severe weather. We had a lot of damage reports and stuff, but it wasn't as bad as what it could have been, right? We didn't get nearly as many negative reports as what could have happened in a situation like that. Now, don't get me wrong, the Clearview and the Salado areas got hit pretty hard, and then the around that big storm in Iowa, that one was pretty gnarly too. But what's amazing is like so many storm chasers got to see like the tornado of the year yesterday. That one in Iowa was one of the most photogenic tornadoes you'll ever see, and pretty much every storm chaser was out there on it. So congratulations to the storm chasers who go after tornadoes like that. And I don't think we'll see another really photogenic tornado like that today. I think if we see tornadoes today, unfortunately they are going to be rain wrapped. Not only is that unfortunate for the photographer, that's unfortunate for the residents of this area, because obviously it's harder to see where the tornado is and judge where it's going if you literally can't see it and it's shielded in rain. So that's going to be a problem today. By the way, if you do have any pictures or videos that you want to share with me today, please do that on Twitter. Okay, we got Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all, on Twitter. And today we are testing out something really cool, something new that we just started talking about yesterday. And that is our subreddit. We've got the Ryan Hall Y'all subreddit. I'm sure our mods are going to post links in the description. That's reddit.com/r/Ryan Hall Y'all. No apostrophes and no spaces. So, yeah, there you go. We've got everything on here. Right now, people are kind of, posting some memes and stuff, and that's fine. But we can also use this to relay pictures and reports and all that good stuff, and share news articles about what's going on out there. This is just a really organized place to kind of deal with media on the internet. So once again, reddit.com/r/Ryan Hall Y'all. That's another interactive part of the stream that you can be a part of if you want to go over there right now. Let's see here. Let's get an update from our chasers, shall we? Hey, Vince, do you copy? We'll get an update from our chasers, and then we will start diving into the radar a little bit more in depth.
Yes, I do.
Vince, we're just wanting to get a little update from you. What's your plan for today? How do you feel about today? Which storms are you planning on intercepting? Are you going to wait for some supercells, or you think this is going to end up being a linear event? What do you got on your mind? So this is professional storm chaser Vince Welty.
I'm not 100% sure at this point. That big messy squall line that we've got, that should have been our supercell event, but it's not. It seems like it might be a little bit ahead of the cold front. Maybe this event's a little premature. Latest mesoscale discussion that the SPC put out looks like it's for areas north of the Mississippi-Tennessee border. I'm sure you've seen it. They're highlighting the fact that moisture is transporting north pretty quickly. Right now I'm heading up to the the Mississippi, Tennessee, Arkansas state line area. I'm going to decide if I want to go north out of Memphis or southeast into Mississippi. I'm hoping in the next half an hour that decision will become a little more obvious.
All right. Thank you so much, Vince Welty. So his plan is to continue to kind of trail this line of storms that we have to the east and wait for it to enter a little bit more of an unstable environment. Let's see. We've also got Brad Arnold out here. Let's see here. Where is Brad? I got to figure out which one's Brad. Give me just a second. Okay, Brad's here. Brad's near Dundee, Mississippi, and let's get an update from him. Hey, Brad. We're just checking in with you. We wanted to get an update from you. What's it feel like out there? What do you think is going to happen today? Are you waiting for supercells to pop up, or do you think this is going to end up being a linear event there for you? Just let us know what your plan is. Once again, this is professional storm chaser Brad Arnold in Mississippi, waiting on the storms. Sometimes, at some point, we're also going to get an update from Cameron, but I don't know. I don't know what's going on with him. We don't have a feed from him, and also Reed is not up right now.
Hey Ryan, hey, I'm headed south right now towards Clarksdale, Mississippi, just east of the Mississippi River, on State Highway US 49 US 49. I think we're actually probably going to get 2 rounds today. I do think that we're going to see some discrete supercells form east of Pine Bluff, and probably work their way east-northeast into Tennessee and Mississippi throughout the afternoon. It may be clustered supercells, but I do think that we definitely do get supercells today. And then later on at night, that squall line will come through with embedded circulations as well. Main threat with that strong wind. Headed south right now. There are really 2 areas where I could cross over the Mississippi River, one near Helena, or West Helena, and then near Greenville. So I'm going to go near Greenville. I think the better dynamics are down there for isolated supercells at the least. But hoping for a good day today. Hopefully everybody stays safe.
All right, thank you, Brad Arnold. 10-4, thank you very much. He is going to be right there awaiting those storms, expecting 2 rounds of storms in northwestern Tennessee there, or Mississippi where he is. Here's a picture of what some of you can expect downwind here today if you're in front of the storms. You haven't been hit yet. This is down there in Texas, near Eustis, Texas. And look at that hail, man. We've got some big-time hail falling there, some heavy rain, probably some real strong winds on the front side of that storm, too. That's going to be the story of a lot of people today during this severe weather outbreak. Lots of hail, lots of damaging winds, and we're going to hope that the tornado threat is intermittent and scattered in nature, but we're not 100% sure if that's going to be the case as we go forward. Okay, so that's one of the deals that we're looking at right now over there in Texas with some of those storms that are coming through the northeastern side. We are going to continue to see stuff like that, and in fact, I think you're about to get in on a pretty similar scene there in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Right now, this is a lot of wind on here, but we're still not seeing any areas of incredible, rotation that allows us to kind of pinpoint where a tornado could form. Now, this is probably going to change. It's probably going to end up becoming more and more significant as it gets closer to Pine Bluff. But even if it doesn't, this is still going to be a strong storm in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. So go ahead and take your precautions and get indoors and stay away from windows, as this is going to cause some problems with hail and damaging winds as it goes through the Pine Bluff, Arkansas area. Let's zoom out even more here. The storms up in Missouri right now are lackluster, man. They are really not doing all that great, which is great news if you're in St. Louis, okay? I think the severe weather threat for St. Louis today is drastically lower than we thought it was yesterday, and it's certainly a whole heck of a lot lower than we thought it was 2 days ago. So this stratiform rain that's falling over you here is really making the atmosphere more tame. But everybody out in front of the rain, okay? Everybody in this bubble here is still, the instability is still rising, okay? And that's where we're concerned about the potential for new storms to form and take advantage of that heat and the moisture that's advecting into the region and then cause problems, okay? So from Evansville down to Murray, Kentucky, Humboldt, Memphis, Tennessee, and of course all the way down to Clarksdale, Mississippi, we do expect that maybe we're going to have some problems there with some big-time storms. Okay, so just keep that in mind. We are going to keep watching these as they go off to the east. And somebody, if you don't care, let me see here. Somebody, if you don't care, post the link to the overlay for the blue locator dots for the chasers in my text stream. Thank you. Specifically for WSV3. Thank you. Let's see here. Melissa, thanks so much for being a member for 3 months. Jane says, keep up the great work. You know I'm going to be here for a while. Thank you, Roger Davidson. Thank you, Crisano. It's been a heck of a week. It has been. I've been sitting here in this seat all week, it feels like. And then he also says, here's some pizza money for you and the crew. We'll make sure that Vince and them guys get pizza on you, Cressino. Thank you. Expo DF says, how do I become a member? There's a link in the description. You got to do it on PC, I think. I don't think you can do it on an iPhone. And then also thank you for becoming a member. You figured it out. All right. Here's a broad view of everything that's going on. This is a whole look at the country here. We got a little bit of snow mixing in back here in Iowa, where we saw tornadoes yesterday. Heavy rain in a lot of Missouri and Illinois, and we got a tornado watch in the purple box here, and that's the area that we are really watching closely as these storms continue to fire up. Continues to fire up, all right? I will show you the outlook here again just in a second, and we'll also look at the models here in a second as well, and we will make sure that you guys are completely up to date on all that, okay? Because I know we got new people just now tuning in. Hopefully you guys are sharing this on social media, getting the word out everywhere. Because that's the number one way that we work together here. We've helped a lot of people, guys. I'm not going to, sit here and act like we haven't. We have helped a ton of people through this channel. I get letters and videos and testimonials and messages every day about it. But I couldn't do any of that if it wasn't for you sharing this on social media and getting the word out about what we're doing. So thank you so much. Here's a nice post on our Reddit there, our Ryan Hall, y'all. Staying informed while working in Southwest Michigan. What in the world is your job, man? This looks like a cool place to work. Got two big TVs up there and a nice wooden cabin looking thing. What do you got going on there? That's an interesting look. We already got some flash flooding going on in Harrison, Arkansas. Already. Got some flooding going on in Harrison, Arkansas, as some really strong rain is coming through. On the backside of these storms, all the energy that's associated with these storms, and the reason why we are kind of concerned about how strong they're going to be, all that energy, if it doesn't end up going towards damaging winds and tornadoes, it's going to go towards the rain. And you are seeing it over there in that portion of Arkansas. Here's a look at somebody's helmets that they've got ready here. Ryan needs to sell a sticker decal to decorate them. Dude, we got all kinds of stickers. We have all kinds of stickers for your helmets over there on shopryanhall.com. If you want a sticker, you can go get one. All different sizes, all different designs. But yeah, thanks for sending that in. And smart to go ahead and have your precautions in place, your helmet in place. You got everything ready to go. Let's see here. This is a good one. If we could not have all 4 seasons of weather in 1 week, that'd be great. Yeah, that's what everybody in Iowa is thinking right now, because literally we are seeing snow in some of the same places that saw tornadoes yesterday in Iowa. So thank you all for joining the subreddit and being a part of the community. Also, you can send me stuff on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. Daggone. Holy smokes. Now this guy has got the setup, man. This is a classic ham radio setup. This is a nice ham shack. You know, I remember the days not too long ago when, I guess it was pretty long ago, but back when I used to hang out in my grandfather's ham shack, there was not a single screen like a computer screen. I think he had like maybe a little TV screen in there, but it's pretty awesome to me anyways how we have kind of fused the technology of ham radio and computers, and now every ham shack that I see is full of screens. So I'm pretty sure my grandpa was anti-screen back there in the 90s. Whenever I tried to talk him into getting a computer right off the bat, but I think he would eventually been sold on it. Yeah, very nice. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, Dennis, for sending that in. You got a lot of stuff there, and that looks like you're set up, man. There ain't no situation where you're not going to get a hold of somebody, that's for sure. Let's see here. All right. All right, we got the system. These guys are ready for the storm. They've got their helmets on, and they've even made a helmet for the dog. I love that, guys. Thank you so much for sending that in. I just retweeted that. Yeah, you know, we like to have fun with it. And odds are, guys, if you're watching this right now and you're hearing me going on and on about, yeah, you know, wear your helmets, get ready, you know, you could get hit in the head by something. Odds are you're not. Okay, odds are you're going to be okay. Even when you got a 15% chance of significant tornadoes, you got an 85% chance of not seeing significant tornadoes. So in that situation, yeah, most of the time you're going to be all right. Okay, so we like to have fun with this. We don't want anybody to be scared. We want you to be prepared. That way, when something does happen, if something does start to go south, you've got everything in place to get through it. See here, Alan says, dude, just wait. As people get wind of this channel, the subs are going to go through the roof. I honestly never thought in a million years that we would have 500,000 subscribers, especially this fast. I've only been doing this for a little over a year. So, you know, if people haven't gotten wind yet, I'm, you know, on the edge of my seat waiting to see what's going to happen next, because that's absolutely insane if we end up with a lot more than that. So I do appreciate you guys sharing the channel, though. I hear it every day that I heard from my aunt or I heard from my uncle what you're doing, and now I'm here. So, or I heard from my brother-in-law or my friend, whatever it is. So I appreciate y'all. I really do. We are watching this area of the world right now, specifically right in here for the formation of discrete supercell development over the next few hours. All right. If we don't see discrete supercells form there, I'm telling you guys, we have dodged a huge bullet today. But there's still going to be a big problem with potential tornadoes embedded in this line as it comes through. And of course, we have the significant damaging wind threat and all of that we have to be concerned about too. So that's what we are talking about right now. Thankfully, we have no tornado warnings at this very moment. We have no tornado warnings at this very moment. So we are just kind of, you know, going over everything, looking at all the hazards, looking at all the forecasts, talking about some of the different stuff that we're working on. And then as soon as those warnings start to come through, we're going to zoom in on these radars and really start to give you the complete heads up for everything that needs to be done as far as taking your precautions and knowing where the storm's going and all that. If you're new here, we do a pretty good job of getting that early heads up out. And that's kind of like what we become focused on. In fact, I have a huge team behind me. It's not just me. It's not just me. Ryan Hall, y'all, that's the name of the channel. But there are a bunch of people, a bunch of very nice people in the background helping out. We got meteorologist Andy Hill. We've got our lead researcher, Carly. We've got Frank. And, of course, we have all of our storm chasers. And we have a huge group of like 20 weather analysts, meteorology students, and even like just some youngins that just are really interested and really smart when it comes to weather. And they are in our Discord server watching every single instance of radar like a hawk. Literally, we have 20 people monitoring this stuff, and as soon as anything happens, they are going to let me know, and we will dive in there and start explaining the meteorology of what's going on, and then also explaining what you need to do to protect yourself from it. So, once again, I'm just kind of looking over everything, looking at some reports that are coming in. Lots of hail, lots of flash flooding going on right now, but no significant tornado damage or anything like that being reported as of right now. Yeah, for sure. I know, once again, a lot of you guys have got the Radar Omega app. Here's a tutorial for you. You load up the Radar Omega app, and it doesn't necessarily look like this. It should automatically populate your local area and your local radar. But your background's probably going to be black, your map's going to be black, and you know, your roads might be a different color. I've went through the settings here and tweaked with this, and you can do that too down here in the display settings and radar settings. Display settings and radar settings, and then you can track these storms right along with us on your phone there, iOS or Android. But the number one thing that I think people just can't, you know, if you want to switch radar sites, like let's say I'm right here in Little Rock, I'm looking at Little Rock, I want to switch to Memphis. All I got to do is hit the little hamburger up here in the top left. It should look very similar on your phone. Let's see here. Who was that? Brandon? Go ahead, Brandon. You hit the little hamburger, and then you go to single radar
just wanted
site.
to give you a quick update. Vince and I have been discussing what our options were going to be. We decided that we are going to continue east, go into Memphis, cross the border, and then begin to move south into Mississippi. We think Mississippi is more than likely going to be the play today. Watching the Cape and the moisture advect northward rapidly, you've got your EHI is increasing very fast. Just going to go south and see if anything forms up ahead of the line that would quickly go supercellular and tornadic.
So let me go ahead and say, all right, thank you, man. Keep us updated. So that was our storm chaser, Brandon Kopic, who's right now following Vince Welty. Okay. Right here in front of Brandon Kopic is Vince Welty, and just look at the monstrosity of weather instruments that are hanging off the top of Vince's car there. You see that? He's got an anemometer, he's got a hygrometer, a barometer, all the ometers. He has every single ometer that you could have on top of the car there. And one of the reasons for this, and since we're talking about Radar Omega right now, one of the reasons for this is you can actually go into the map. Okay, if you switch to the Little Rock site, once again, if you're not on radar right now, you go over here, you hit single site radar, and now you'll have the ability to choose any radar site. Click on Little Rock right now if you want to keep up with us. We're going to switch over here on the bottom. We're going to switch from velocity to reflectivity. It might be reflectivity automatically for you. And then we're going to zoom in here and look, go to Forest City, and that's Vince Welty. Okay, right there, Vince Welty. His little icon pops up, and you can actually pop him up and look at his stream live in the app. Right there you go. And then all of those crazy weather instruments on top of his vehicle, that's showing you the temperature, the dew point, the pressure, the wind speed, and all that. So that's an incredible thing that you can do with Radar Omega. And I know a lot of you guys are interested in keeping up with that too. There's also just static cameras down here near Memphis you can load up. And we have all kinds of cameras. There's one near Jackson, Tennessee. This one was actually huge in a past severe weather event. We saw some really damaging winds come right through this area and was able to get the warning out to the city of Jackson that was coming because of that camera. The radar really wasn't telling the full story in that situation. And then, of course, there's a bunch over here in Alabama all the way through Tennessee. So I think that's one of the main things that people have a problem with. There's a lot of people who download this, and I think they're overwhelmed by all the options and stuff, but that's the basis to it, okay? And you don't have to pay for a subscription to do that, okay? Just to look at the radar, you're fine. You buy the app, and you're good to go. And then down here on the reflectivity products, you can switch between base reflectivity and high res. You're going to want to stick with high res. And then, of course, if we have a tornado going on, you can switch over to velocity and then zoom in and look at those inbounds and outbounds. And speaking of zooming in, you can go all the way down to the street level. You can literally see your house. You can zoom into your house here. It'll show up as a little gray block on this app, and you can literally see everything up to date like that. So not only are they a sponsor of the channel, I just really love them, and I wish everybody was using this app over top of a lot of the free ones that are available. Don't get me wrong, they are good. There are some good ones out there, but if you really want to take this seriously and be updated with everything that's going on, this is the one that I recommend. So, if you're just now tuning in, our storm chasers are moving off to the east, okay? Where they're moving off to the east, as it does seem like some of the instability is going to be a little bit more prominent over there in Mississippi, maybe even portions of southwestern Tennessee. And that is what's happening right now. The storms that are going through Pine Bluff, Arkansas right now are not tornado warned. They are severe thunderstorm warned. And we're going to keep you updated on that. But as of right now, there are no tornado warnings. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning in Camp, Franklin, Morris, and Wood counties in Texas. You're also under a severe thunderstorm warning to River, McCurtain, Bowie, and Red River counties in Arkansas. And then Henderson County in Texas, Dallas, Grant, Jefferson, Lanoke, and Pulaski counties in Arkansas, and Calhoun, Cleveland, Dallas, and Jefferson counties are also under severe thunderstorm warnings there in Arkansas. That's the story of today. All right, that's everything that's going on. We don't have any naders yet, thank goodness. Here's a picture, though, of some big hail last night in Iowa. Some large hail in Iowa, and we had some even bigger hail in Texas. If somebody could re-tag me in that huge hand-sized hail that we got. We showed that on stream yesterday. That was insane. Holy smokes. Lord goodness, son. He's got 2 TVs. He's got 2 TVs on the wall. He's watching my stream and Vince's right next to each other. Now, that right there, that's pretty cool, man. What in the world are you doing with 2 TVs? This looks like the living room. You guys, you can't decide what you're going to watch. The family is just so, torn up that you have to have 2 TVs. Lord goodness. All right. I got it. Don't spam tag me, my @ in the picture there, because now I have it. This is the hail from Salado, Texas yesterday. Now, how in the world are you not getting holes in your roof? Like, right there would punch a hole through your roof, you'd think. That's the biggest hailstone I think I've ever seen. That could be a record. I don't know what the record is. I don't know the exact measurement of that. But if you ever, everybody watching me right now, if this ever falls in your yard, okay, and you go outside and pick it up and you bring it inside, yeah, take a picture of it, but immediately freeze it, okay, because that's probably a Guinness World Record, or at least a National Weather Service record that needs to be documented. Go freeze it. I think that the only way that you can really maintain these things is like in dry ice, but you know, more than likely you're not going to have that available, but at least go stick it in the freezer and, call the National Weather Service and have somebody come down and verify that, because holy smokes, that right there is literal gorilla hail. Everybody that said my title in my video the other day was clickbait, gorilla hail, well, all right, this is gorilla hail. All right, that ain't no baseball. That's that's gorilla hail. My goodness, man. Unbelievable. Some of the storms that we saw yesterday. Beautiful tornadoes, and also some very, very big hail. Looks like the main limiting factors right now is the low-level lapse rates with values barely above 5. This is why storms haven't really blown up yet, but I expect them to get there within the next couple of hours. That's from one of our analysts over there, Sean Paul. Thank you for that. Always making sure that I've got the mesoscale analysis in front of me. It's really convenient to be able to look at it through Twitter like that. So thank you so much for sending that in. Once again, we got a bunch of storm chasers out there. Reed Timmer's not live right now, I don't reckon. So that's why we don't have his feed pulled up. Let's see here. We got another group of dogs watching. Love the doggos. We've got you on the big screen in Marion, Kentucky. All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much for sticking with me here. We're going to get through this. Hopefully this is the least eventful day. We've been live for the past 2 days, and it's been absolutely crazy each day. We've expected today to actually be the worst for a while, but sometimes things go the way that you don't expect it, and I'm hoping that's the case today. But deep in my gut, I think things are going to start to get real busy here within the next little bit, unfortunately. In the meantime, I'm going to continue to go through y'all's reports and pictures here. This is from Mitchell. He's got me up on the projector screen. Now that right there, I wonder what the record screen size is right now for Ryan Hall y'all's stream. Somebody's going to end up sending a picture in there. They're like, it's like the off section that they're cleaning the movie theater out, and they're going to put me up on there during the downtime or something. But that's really cool. I would like to get a projector. That's got to be more efficient than just buying an actual big LCD screen, right? Okay, actually, we got a new tornado watch. Did that come through? That didn't come through. We got a new tornado watch here that just was issued 10 minutes ago. I don't think we got the beep, 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 did we? Huh. Okay. So we got a new tornado watch that was just issued there. And let me show you this. This is for until 9 p.m. tonight. This includes Jonesboro, Memphis, Dyersburg, Martin, Paris, Jackson in Arkansas and Tennessee. This also includes Clarkdale, Oxford, and Tupelo in Mississippi. And this is for several tornadoes likely. That is, once again, it's always important to pay attention to the wording of these watches. Several tornadoes likely. Hail up to the size of limes is possible. Wind gusts up to hurricane force likely. And the population is going to be 2.7 million. 2.7 million people are in the path of this dangerous developing storm. 991 schools and 89 hospitals are in the path of, once again, this very dangerous storm, guys. If you know anybody in any of these areas here, any of these highlighted cities, you got to call them, you got to text them, you got to let them know on Facebook, Twitter, wherever it is you talk to them, that we're in for a pretty long day of severe weather, and they need to, be weather aware, okay? And no, I saw we are not sold out of the weather radios yet. We still have weather radios, NOAA weather radios, on the website, shopryanhall.com. Go to weather equipment, and it's the ER210. The ER210, that's the one that we still have in stock. And yeah, I'm going to go over the forecast models right here in a second before things start going crazy. I'm trying my best to answer every question that comes in through the chat, because I don't often get to do that, but sometimes I will miss one. And so yeah, let's go look at that now. Let's look at the weather forecast models. And let's actually zoom in. Which, by the way, if you do have one of the higher subscription levels on Radar Omega, you can do this in Radar Omega, which is probably what we should do. I think it looks better over there anyways. So, once again, this is the Radar Omega app. Let's go over here to the models, convection allowing HRRR. All right, now we can see the high-resolution model data for the whole U.S. there for the high-resolution rapid refresh. We're going to look at 17Z, the latest one, and we're going to look at the composite reflectivity. This is the future radar, technically, or what the radar could look like as we go into the future. Starting off at 2 p.m., let's go ahead and pull this forward just a little bit. Okay. So as we get into 4 p.m., HRRR is suggesting that maybe... So this is the line that we're looking at now. This is the area that we're concerned about potentially becoming supercellular. Look at this. You see we got some storms near Monroe, Louisiana, up towards Greenville. Those look like they might be discrete all the way up until they get into Cleveland, Greenwood. But we're also concerned about these storms up here from Memphis up to the western portion of Kentucky. And, of course, maybe even some strong storms, severe storms way up into Illinois, too. But the ones that look the most concerning to me are going to be right in through here. Those are going to, potentially remain supercellular in Mississippi for a while, but they eventually become multicellular and a big squall line or a multi-quasi-linear convective system forms by the time, especially we get into the 8 or 9 p.m. time frame. We're talking about possibly some really strong winds, damaging winds from, the southern portions of Indiana and into Kentucky, strong winds and coming into Nashville here around 9 or 10 p.m., and then Florence, Alabama as well. But the tornado threat's going to be kind of sustained on the southern side, I think anyways. There's going to be quick spin up tornadoes all up and down this line, don't get me wrong, but the increased tornado threat's going to be on the southern side. And this is going to last all the way into Birmingham midnight. We're going to see a strong line of storms come through, and then finally things start to really die out after midnight. So it's this area that I'm watching the hardest, and maybe I should circle it like this. No, that was a little bit too big. This is why I don't work at the SPC. Right in there. That's where I'm most concerned. Starting around 4 p.m. For the very real potential for tornadoes. And then everybody beyond that still has the potential for tornadoes, but the straight line damaging wind threat is going to be the main thing in Kentucky and Tennessee there, all the way down into Alabama.
All right, that last Kilo India station, that is all I could hear from you. Mostly static, couldn't hear you hardly at all. I will acknowledge those who...
Yeah, here. So let me show the northern side of this too. I'm sorry. The reason I kind of cut that off is because these storms are not expected to be nearly as intense. I do expect possibly some strong storms right in through here. I do think Indianapolis, you're going to get hit by the severe weather maybe around 6 to 8 p.m. And then, once again, the straight line damaging winds and some hail is going to be the main threat there. This will make it into Ohio around 10 p.m. Columbus, maybe around midnight. But the winds, that's going to be the main thing, okay? The straight line damaging winds, that's what we're worried about up here with maybe embedded tornadoes. The supercellular big-time tornado threat is going to be maintained down here.
Called your name, call, and you haven't checked in previously. If you're in the state, that's where we're looking for right now. Break, I've got more to follow. Be advised, the National Weather Service is currently eyeballing the south...
So that is... Let me put this on a loop. Let me put this on a loop while we continue to talk here.
Those are what's currently in the tornado watch.
And try to show everybody.
So, looks like
We will also overlay that
on this one.
with the categorical outlook. So once again, the red is a moderate, the orange is enhanced, and the yellow is slight.
Arkansas, wherever you are, call now.
That's what we're expecting today, and the time is always displayed. It's kind of tiny, I'm sorry. I might be able to fix that for you. Once again, live production happening now.
Information I was monitoring reverse on the other one and was getting
Let me see if I can't do this. Watch this, y'all. You don't get this on the Weather Channel.
may want to check around here.
Watch. Big brain, big brain Ryan coming in to save the day. Live on the air. Bada bing. Bada bamboozle. All right, there you go. Now I will have to hide that once we switch back to the regular radar view. But I'm just going to leave that looping while I go over some of the Twitter stuff as well. Yeah, here's another look at the categorical breakdown of the tornado outlook today. The red, we already looked at this, but the red is where you got a 15% chance of tornadoes. The yellow is 10% probability, not a chance, it's a probability of seeing a tornado within 25 miles of a given point. And the hatched area is going to be right there, and that's where we could see significant tornadoes in excess of producing damage in excess of EF2. So keep that in mind. These ain't going to be baby naders. These are going to be big boy naders. If we get naders. Hopefully we don't, man. Hopefully this is a bust. That's what I'm hoping for. Got some more doggos. Got some more doggos watching the stream. Thank you, Brett, for tuning in. Oh, boy. James is setting his up. James is setting his weather monitoring station up. This is how it started. And this is how it's going. Oh, man, that's nice. That's real nice. He said he's going to keep us updated, though. He's got more additions coming. Love it. Thank you, Dakota. He says it's like watching NFL Red Zone, but for tornadoes. It's like watching NFL Red Zone, but for tornadoes. Every touchdown live as it happens. Oh man, that's got to be our new slogan, I think. Hey, looky here. We're watching the live, waiting on the storms to arrive in Western Ohio tonight. Thank you for everything you do, Ryan. Hey, no problem. Thank you guys for tuning in. Over there in Western Ohio, once again, about 10 p.m. to midnight, you're going to get that big old area of strong, potentially damaging winds coming through. So stay tuned, and we'll keep you updated as we go throughout the day. Thank you for sending that in. An update on the fire situation. Once again, we do have 13 or 15,000 acres on fire. Many buildings are lost. Anyone north of the high school there in Ruidoso has been evacuated. The fire is heading towards the airport there. That's in New Mexico. I don't know how many of you guys were watching, but we do have a significant a wildfire outbreak happening on the backside of all this severe weather. One of the things that fuels tornadoes is dry air, okay? And dry air is racing across the plains right now with 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts, spreading fires like crazy. And the result has been really bad in a lot of these areas, especially in New Mexico here recently. And, of course, we have the blizzard. No, this is not a joke. We have an ongoing blizzard at the same time. Went to shovel the snow there in North Dakota. Blizzards, tornadoes, flash floods, wildfires, all at the same time. One of the most impactful storms I've seen, as of recent. Like, this has been a wild storm, y'all. A truly massive storm across a big chunk in the U.S. Truly massive. Looks like we got a tree down in Sherwood. Tree down in Sherwood. Large tree down in Sherwood in Arkansas. That's from Crystal Barrett. So that's some of the straight line damaging winds that are happening now. Okay, so the audio is not coming through. The audio is not coming through for the watches and warnings. Let me fix that. I can fix that. Good thing. It's a good thing we started early today, because we've had a couple problems that needed solving, and we have officially solved them here before it started getting crazy. Have somebody send through another mod message for a test. Okay, so I think I fixed that. If you are just now tuning in, we are waiting on some bigger storms to form here, and we have audio on our warning. Sorry about that. As we are waiting on the initiation of a big severe thunderstorm outbreak today from Memphis to Jackson, Mississippi, all the way up to close to Nashville, and of course into southern portions of Illinois. That's what is going on right now. And we are going to we're going to stop looking at this forecast loop. Hopefully everybody's got a pretty good idea of what the radar could look like as we go into the future. We're going to stop looking at this, and we're going to go back over here. We're going to go to radar site, single site radar on Radar Omega. And then we're going to start watching these storms that are forming over here near Little Rock. We're going to go to the composite or the high-res reflectivity, and we're watching these storms. We're watching this area right here for the potential for supercells to form up, but we have not seen anything just yet. Nothing, nothing terribly significant, I should say. We've seen stuff, just nothing real bad. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Hempstead, Howard, and Little River in Arkansas. Also, Cherokee, Gregg, and Texas, and Camp and Franklin counties in Texas, all under severe thunderstorm warnings. Those are back here. I'm going to try to give you a little bit of a close-up of what's going on there with those storms before we zoom back out and show the broad view. So yeah, here we go. You can see that some of these storms do have a little bit of that curvature to them, but none of them have really started to take advantage of the air mass that's in place that's going to allow these things to rotate. In fact, I don't think they're rotating at all. These are not rotating. Maybe a little bit back here. No, not really. So, we'll see what happens as they enter the more favorable area of the more favorable spot for rotation. Looks like that storm right there near this one should be rotating as it gets closer to Farmerville. If it isn't, that's a good sign. Same thing with these storms down here. That big storm near Evelyn, that should have more signs of rotation than this little couplet right here as we go into the future. If it doesn't, that's good. But once these get up into this region, a little bit further to the north and east, that's when we think the things are going to kind of ramp up a little bit. But right now, we got a very strong storm with hail and damaging winds moving into Ogden, Texarkana, all the way up into Nashville, Arkansas. You just had a big storm go through Mount Pleasant, and we got another one coming through Omaha and Dangerfield in Texas, and then Tyler, Texas. You're getting ready to get hit by a big line of storms with some big wind, some hail, and that's going to go all the way over towards Kilgore. Okay, so make sure you're away from windows and you're indoors. That's going to be a mess, more than likely, as we go forward. Let me come over here and load up the radar on the closer side from Little Rock, and we'll see. Okay, so now we can see the new watch box there. New watch box that includes Jonesboro, Jackson, Tupelo, Memphis, Clarksdale, all of these places. If you're in a purple box right now, you are under a tornado watch, and you need to be hyper weather aware, as it is very likely that that we're going to see some problems as we go forward. We got the radar once, or not the radar, but Reddit once again. The night is dark and full of naders. That seems fitting lately. What is this? I'm ready to go chase some storms in my new car with Ryan Hall on my Nintendo Switch. Oh, that's not a bad setup. I didn't know that you could. I didn't know that you could watch stuff like this on the Nintendo Switch. You take the Joy-Cons off, and that's like a perfect little portable screen. That's super cool. I like that idea. Had no clue that you could do that. It's been a while since I've used my Switch. It's been a while. Angel P, thank you so much for the super chat. Chad White, thanks for becoming a moderate risk member. Shelby Moore says, what's it look like for Central Kentucky and Lexington and Frankfort? It looks like there's going to be some strong storms between 8 and 10 p.m., maybe a little bit later than that, and damaging winds are going to be the main threat, but it's not a huge, you're not in the moderate risk. You're in the slight risk of severe weather over there. Sherriana, thanks you for becoming a slight risk member, y'all. How many members we got now? 2,269, y'all. Incredible. Still think we have the biggest and best community of members in the whole internet, especially when it comes to weather. Yep, tornado watch out in effect for Memphis. Memphis is under a tornado watch right now. We got Abby eating lunch, keeping an eye on the storms. Thanks for all you do. Hey, no problem. All right, let's do something fun. Okay, since we don't have anything popping off just yet, I do think it's going to happen here within the next little bit. Let's do something a little interactive. This is something we don't get to do very often, talking with the chat. I want you guys to do something to get our attention. All right, we got moderators, we got researchers watching us on Twitter. Okay, send in a unique picture. Send in a super chat, send in a message in the chat, send us something on Reddit that tells us where you're located. Where in the United States are you located? I don't care if you're in the severe weather area today or not. I don't care if you're outside of it, as long as it's in the U.S., because that's where I have to focus on right here. And we will give you your own personalized forecast for your little area there, okay? So let's do that, okay? Mods and everybody watch my mentions, watch all the different channels, and link me to the best one. And we're going to do that right up until we start getting some more intense stuff to monitor on the tornado end, okay? So I see a lot of locations coming in. I see a lot of locations coming in on the chat. And then we're going to continue to watch that. We're going to pick one of them randomly here. Riley says, Cameron is going to Shreveport. Cameron is going to Shreveport, targeting the only sizable Renegade cell. So Cameron Lindsay is right here. You see his little locator? And he is going to head down towards the south and west, I reckon. So that's what's going on there. Okay, so the first one that I've seen here is Dana Gatrell. Thank you. Let's see here. Victoria R says Manhattan, Kansas. All right, everybody, real quick, we're going to do a customized forecast for Victoria R in Manhattan, Kansas. All right, first thing I got to do is figure out where in the heck Manhattan, Kansas is. Good thing Radar Omega's got the little tool up here to search Manhattan, Kansas. All right, we're going to zoom in right on it. Victoria, this is your time to shine. 5 minutes of fame here for Manhattan, Kansas. There's nothing, absolutely nothing going on right now. It's cooling down a little bit. But things could change as we go forward, okay? I don't think they're going to change much, but things are going to change over the next couple of days. So let's take a look at what's going on right now in Manhattan. It looks like it's about 45 degrees. You're on the cold side of the storm system, okay? We got temperatures way up in the 60s and 70s out in front of the cold front and way down in the 40s behind it, all right, there in Manhattan. In Kansas. And then let's also take a look at your future. What's going to be happening as we go into the future there in Kansas on the future radar. And let me load up the states here. Kansas. And let's come over here to the weather models. So I'm going to play this all the way through. And just as I thought, nothing. Okay, there's not a lot of anything going on as far as precipitation goes over the next little bit, but we could see some temperature fluctuations. Once again, you're in the 40s right now. It does look like the high temperature today is going to be around, around 6 p.m., 5 p.m., 6 p.m. We could see temperatures approach 50, the mid 50s, but things are going to get really chilly tonight as they go all the way down into the 30s. Okay, so it's going to be pretty daggone chilly there in Kansas. Let's especially in Manhattan, Kansas. Let's zoom out a little bit here and start to take a look at the full picture as we go even further into the future, okay? So Manhattan, Kansas, you're going to be stuck in that cold air all the way until a little bit of warm air advection tries to happen on Friday, but you see that boundary forming. You could have a couple rain showers and possibly even a snowflake or two as we get into the early morning hours there towards noon on Friday. Anything else going to happen here as we go into the future? Looks like your next shot of precipitation is going to be Sunday, April 17th. Sunday, April 17th at around 2 p.m. as once again, maybe a flake or two of snow, but certainly some rain coming into the Manhattan, Kansas area as another boundary is coming through. No significant severe weather expected for you anytime soon, though. Okay, so we're going to watch that cold air kind of straddle the area with intermittent chances of some showers. But for the most part, things are looking all right in Manhattan, Kansas. Thank you so much for sending that in. That actually took a lot longer than what I thought it was going to. I don't know how many of these we can do. Let's see here. I'm going to do one. I know we got a lot of super chats coming in. I want to be fair. I'm going to do ones through Twitter too, and let's see here, Reddit. So here's one. Here's a cool one. Let's do one for the classroom here. Everybody in the class is watching from Myrtle, Mississippi. Myrtle, Mississippi. Hello, class. We're going to do your forecast while also learning you a little bit, okay? So let's learn you up there in class there in Myrtle, Mississippi. Once again, I don't know exactly where that is, but we're going to search for it on the Radar Omega app, and we're going to zoom right into it. Myrtle, Mississippi. Myrtle, Mississippi. Let's go down. And okay, so you're actually, if you're in Myrtle, Mississippi right now, you're actually in the path of these storms today. So we're going to kind of focus on today, right? We're going to focus on the impact of the weather today. First things first is I'm going to show you through the Radar Omega app what the risk of severe weather is for today. The categorical outlook is moderate. Okay, so you are in the red, which means that you are in the 4 out of 5 risk today. You're in the hot zone for severe weather if you're in Myrtle, Mississippi. So make sure that you are, taking your precautions and you know what to do if there is a tornado warning. Hopefully you guys probably have tornado drills all the time and you know exactly what to do. So make sure you follow the teacher and all that stuff and you get out in the hallway or wherever it is that you go in a tornado warning and don't come out. Don't try to look around and see what's going on. Until the thing's over. Keep your head covered and keep it down and all that good stuff. The odds of a tornado warning actually happening in Myrtle today is low. Okay, I'm not saying that that's going to happen. We don't want you guys to be scared. Just be prepared. So let's actually take a look at the tornado probability. You are in the 15% chance. You're also in the 45% chance of damaging wind. And guess what? The one thing that you're not in the highest risk for is hail. So maybe hail's not something that you have to worry so much about today over there in Myrtle. In my personal opinion, if you're in Myrtle, your biggest threat that you're going to have today is going to come from straight line damaging winds. Okay, the tornado threat is certainly going to be there, but the odds of Myrtle getting hit by a tornado tonight is extremely low. Okay, it's extremely low. What we do expect though is maybe a real strong line of storms to come through, which we can take a look at on the weather models. All right, so here is the convection allowing HRRR. Let's go back and take a look at that future radar. Okay, so if we're in Myrtle, it only shows up for me if I zoom in real good, but I'm going to zoom out. And you guys know where you are. Keep that in mind. That's where Myrtle is. Let's put this into motion. And let's see when these storms are going to get to you. It looks like some of the big, strong storms could make it into Myrtle about 6 or 7 p.m. tonight. So you guys are going to be out of school. Okay, I do think you guys are going to be out of school, or it could happen a little bit earlier. It could happen around 5 p.m. But for the most part, I think you guys are going to be out of school, or at least leaving school when these storms are hitting. And the biggest part of the storm system is actually not going to be there until closer to 7 or 8 p.m. These times are in Eastern time, by the way, so keep that in mind. We're talking about 4 or 5 for the start of the event, and then maybe a 7 to 8 for the biggest part of the event, and then things are going to be certainly over by 10 or 11. All right, so keep that in mind. That's when we think the storms are going to come through there in Myrtle. Once you go home, once the class goes home, I want you guys to let your parents know that we need. Hey guys, we got to have a tornado plan. Okay. Bug them. Tell them that I told you to bug them. Bug the crap out of your parents until they hang something up on the fridge right next to your drawing. I don't know what grade this is or anything, but hang something up on the fridge that has a checklist of what you guys are going to do if a tornado warning's issued. And if they ain't got any problem with that, you send them to me. All right, let's come back over here and load up the radar, and I'm coming back. Who we gonna do next? By the way, Andy, I'm just gonna keep doing this until there's something to watch. So please hop over here and let me know if there's something I need to pay attention to on the radar. Meteorologist Andy Hill is watching everything for us on the back end, guys. Okay. I appreciate you, everybody, for all the support. I don't think I'm going to be able to get to all of these, but we are certainly going to get to quite a bit of them here. So keep that in mind. All right, we got a lot of stuff coming in through Reddit. We got a lot of stuff coming in through the chat. I'm just going to randomly scroll through here. I'm randomly scrolling through. And I am picking this one. I'm picking this one from Reddit. Okay, so this is the sleeping tornado in Brighton, Tennessee. This is coming from Reddit. Okay, so Brighton, Tennessee. Let's do a real quick forecast for Brighton, Tennessee. All right, and then we're going to start speeding these up a little bit. We'll go to the next one. Brighton, Tennessee. Don't know exactly where that is, but thankfully Radar Omega is going to zoom us right into where we need to be. There it is, Brighton, Tennessee. We're going to do one from the chat next. And you guys are also, I believe, in the moderate risk of severe weather. So let's put that on. Severe weather risk, categorical day 1. Yep. You're in the moderate risk for severe weather today, so make sure you're ready to put your plan into place for what could happen later on today with that big-time severe weather that could be coming through. And let's go ahead and actually look at the high-res reflectivity. Those storms are really close to you right now in Brighton, all right? I would say that those are probably going to start here in the next, hour or 2 or 3 hours as this line of storms is going to approach you. What we're looking for here in Brighton is an area of potentially discrete supercells popping up and then coming into the area. If that doesn't happen, then your main threat is going to come from this, okay? This line of storms. Watch this. If you've got the radar app, if you've got the Radar Omega app, I want you to click on the Memphis radar and keep an eye on this line of storms, okay? And as it gets closer, that's when we're going to be watching your area for the potential for some big-time storms. We do have the supercell risk, but as of right now, we don't see anything really forming right now. So that's your forecast there in Brighton. Now I'm looking at the live chat right here in front of me. Okay, Marietta, Pennsylvania. Marietta, Pennsylvania, that was the first one that I saw. So let's go over there. Marietta, Pennsylvania. Ooh, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. We're going to zoom in on that right after I find Marietta, Pennsylvania. Okay, thank you so much for sending that in. Is this right? That seems wrong. This is Maytown, but this is what it took me to, south and east of Harrisburg. You do actually have a marginal risk of severe weather today. You have a marginal risk of severe weather today. We'll take a look at why right here in a second. First of all, though, I do want to update you guys that are watching in the severe weather zone as to what's going on there with that considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So let's zoom into that there. Is that it? That's not it. Okay, this is it. This is it up here in northeastern Arkansas. Northeastern Arkansas. We've got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Mississippi, Duncan, Pemiscot Lake, and Obion counties. Okay, this is right there between Tennessee and Arkansas. We got a considerable severe thunderstorm with 70-mile-an-hour winds and an inch in diameter hail coming up into Rives, Pascola, all the way up into Tiptonville, Steele. It's going to ride I-55 between Steele and Portageville, sorry, and then Sandburg, okay? So stay away from windows during this. The big hail could come down and get thrown through your windows with the 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, so you don't want to be around windows. So get to proper shelter for that right now, okay? Now let's go back to our forecasting. Over here in Marietta, Pennsylvania, you guys are under a slight risk of severe weather today. Let's take a look at why. On the future radar there, we're going to go to the HRRR. That's what we call our future radar. And we're going to just take a look at and see what's happening with the convection as we go forward. Oh, wow. Okay, so there's actually there's a potential for maybe some isolated cells, some supercells to pop up here. There's a very real potential there for some supercells to come through exactly in the Harrisburg area. Now, don't get me wrong. This is one run of one model. This is not exactly what the radar is going to look like. But something like this will likely happen. And I think the biggest threat up here is going to be the potentially some strong winds and some hail. Okay, so watch out for hail in Henrietta, Pennsylvania between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. tonight. That's when that could be coming through up there in the northeast. Okay, not expecting anything significant. This is a very, very marginal risk of severe weather, some small hail, some straight line winds, but that is your forecast for Pennsylvania. All right, we have an incredible amount of super chats here, so I'm going to pick one of those. Westfield, Indiana, Stuart from Westfield, Indiana. Stuart from Westfield, Indiana. I am going to do Westfield, Indiana now. Westfield, Indiana. We can zoom in on that with radar Omega, and that way I know where you are. Okay, so there's Westfield, Indiana. If I zoom out here, that's really close to Indianapolis. That's just to the north of Indianapolis. So we're going to go back now. And we're going to look at some of these strong storms, possibly some heavy rain's going to come through around 4 p.m. in Westfield. You're in a slight risk of severe weather, which is a 2 out of 5. And then some of the stronger storms of the evening are actually going to come through Westfield around 8 p.m. Around 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern time. If you're in Central, that's going to be 7 or 8. And maybe some, strong straight line damaging winds, and certainly some hail. That's going to be a problem there near Westfield in Indiana. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for sending in that super chat. And I hope that that informs you. The tornado threat is quite minimal up there, but we're not ruling it out. We are mostly concerned about the hail and the damaging wind up there in Indianapolis. All right. Woo, that's actually a lot more. That's a lot tougher than what I thought it was going to be. That's a lot of talking. All right. Real quick breather break for me here. Some people in the chat are asking to see the map. So let's show you the map. let's show you the map of the Shop Ryan Hall. What in the world? That ain't right. Hold on. Let's come over here. Okay, there we go. By the way, if you're new here, if you don't know what this is a live map. Every little blue dot on the map here represents somebody that's on our website right now, shopryanhall.com. The only reason I'm showing you this is because we do have anybody that's outside of the risk zone today. It might take a week or more for this to get to you, but we do have NOAA weather radios in stock on the website. Go to shopryanhall.com and go to the ER. What is it? The ER 120, I think. ER 120. They're good. Okay, there's multiple ways to power them. The big ones that we usually carry, those are out of stock. But like this right here is going to be just fine. In fact, personally, I have one of these too, and I find myself using it more often. But right here it is. Okay, you want to go to the website, shopryanhall.com, click on weather equipment up here, and then click on the Midland ER210 emergency compact crank weather, and you can get that one to you. We ship anywhere in the United States, and solar powered. Literally solar powered. It's going to pick up a radio signal anywhere you are, as long as you're close to, or as long as you're somewhere that receives it. And then you got a flashlight on there too. Solar power, you can crank it up. You can literally crank it up to get power on it. And then you can charge your phone. And then obviously you can plug it in and charge up the internal batteries there. So, Lord, yeah. Lord, yeah. Oh, my goodness. All right. All right, let's go back to the map real quick. Yeah, so now we got a bunch of people over there. Now you can see all the little blue dots showing up there on shopryanhall.com. And when somebody places an order, we'll watch it here. A little rocket ship's going to come from our warehouse in eastern Kentucky, and it's going to go whoop, boom to wherever you are. So we'll keep an eye on that. And once again, guys, there's not a lot of anything on the actual radar that we need to be paying attention to right now. As soon as that happens, we're going to switch over to that mode, I promise. And I'm going to go back, since we got so many tweets and Reddit posts and super chats and stuff. I'm not going to be looking at the chat anymore for that. So please stop spamming your locations in the chat. We want to keep that useful just in case anybody has anything to report. Just give me a second here, guys. I don't know if that was a good idea announcing that or not.
All right, I'm going to pull it up now and take a look.
Oh, man. That was fun, though. We should do that more often. I'm just going to start streaming every day, severe weather or not. I'm just going to be here live. You tune in, just like any other channel. You can tune into the Ryan channel. And we will get it going there. Yeah, there's also T-shirts, hats, and all kinds of cool stuff that's related to the Ryan Hall Y'all brand on the website. Every purchase that you make goes towards funding the Y'all Squad and our efforts to help people out. In fact, we're still waiting to find an official, GoFundMe or something that we can make a donation to for the people in Salado, because of the T-shirts and stuff that y'all bought yesterday. We literally got $10,000. We got $10,000 where we can just help people out. It's incredible that we had the ability to do that. Yeah, there's no need for everybody to be sticking their locations in the chat right now. Oh, did you see the comment? Somebody just placed an order in Oregon, and you saw it shoot over there. We'll come up with a more organized way of doing that. I want it to be fair. You're right. Like, obviously, everybody that sent in a super chat, like, if you guys are doing that, obviously, I want to prioritize that. But I want it to be fair. I know, not everybody has the ability to do that. So we'll come up with a good system for in the future that we can go through 5 or 6 of them and really keep an eye on that. If you're just now tuning in, we are waiting on storms to form. Okay, we are waiting on storms to form right now. We've got, a tornado watch that is in effect for portions of Arkansas, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Tennessee. But we currently don't have any tornado warnings. We currently don't have any tornado warnings. We don't have any tornado warnings right now, so that's why we're kind of just talking about this and that. We're preparing. I'm getting all of this stuff out of the way so that whenever it does come time to zoom in and start really focusing on the warnings, we don't we don't have anything left on the table. The complete focus is going to be that we're talking about the weather there. So holy smokes. We got 1,000 people on the site now. I see why yesterday, for a brief 20 minutes yesterday, the Radar Omega, their app actually crashed because we overloaded their servers. I see why now. That just a brief mention here of the site is, oh look, somebody got the flip-flops. Somebody got the Supercell flip-flops. Just a brief mention of the site here. I sent a bunch of you over there. So thank you guys so much for the support. This helps us in our efforts to do everything. It helps us grow hire more people. We got to hire more people. It helps us pay the storm chasers. It helps us, and once again, it helps us build a fund up that's going to allow us to really make some financial difference in a situation where a hurricane hits or a tornado hits a town and somebody needs our help. Unbelievable. Very cool. Let's see here. Meteorologist Andy Hill has sent a tweet. Oh, meteorologist Andy Hill also bought some merch. And one of the things that he got was the Yalameter, which is a 36-inch tall measuring stick that is going to be great this winter for if you want to send in pictures of snow reports. Now, I think we're sold out of these right now. But those look good. Those look really good. Those look really, really good. Thank you for sending that in, Andy. The Yalameter, just in time for the snow showers. I want you to put that to use, man. This would also be cool for time lapses, right? That would be really cool for time lapses. If you want to set that up out in the yard and like have a time lapse during a blizzard of like the snows, coming up around it. I think that'd be really dope. All right, let's we got one storm here that's kind of like worthy of doing a little check-in on. We had that considerable severe thunderstorm warning issued over here in portions of Arkansas and Tennessee. And the considerable tag is for the strong winds. Okay, so we do expect maybe straight line damaging winds in excess of 70 miles an hour to come through Haiti here within the next couple of minutes, or Haiti, and then up there into Windberg and Tiptonville and Sandburg. That's next in line. But this is going to be a quick hitting storm. The hail and the wind's going to be there, but it's not looking to me like a tornadic situation. Thankfully, it's just going to be a real strong, really brief but strong gust of wind with some hail there, and that's going to come up into Tiptonville. So we're going to keep a very close eye on that, and we're also going to keep an eye on all of the other storms through our storm chasers. Frank, if you could reach out to Lily at Radar Omega, we could probably get the direct stream link for the camera in Jackson, Tennessee. If you could put that in the spot that I'm getting ready to text you in the stream text, that'd be great. It'll need to go in a actually that might not work. Just find a stream somewhere, a stationary stream somewhere. All right. So that's an update on what's going on there. Currently, all of our storm chasers are in pursuit of these storms, but nothing incredibly interesting going on just yet. I'm sitting here with my fingers crossed. I'm sitting here with my fingers crossed that this continues to be the story of today. I hope to goodness that this is the biggest bust ever. and we end up not having a bunch of storms. I unfortunately, I don't know. I don't think that that's necessarily going to happen, but it's certainly a possibility now as we get later into the day. The longer we go without a tornado warning, the better. And I'm going to get to more of those forecasts right here in a second. I just got to take a brief breather. Nothing like watching some KFC and eating some KFC while watching Ryan Hall, y'all, at work. That does look good, man. KFC. Woo. Y'all are making me hungry. Look at this. Oh, man, what a nice little setup. I love seeing these pictures of you guys watching. They're outside there. They got that, what is that, a bologna sandwich or a peanut butter sandwich. They got the Ryan Hall, y'all, stream pulled up. Look at that. My goodness. Okay, so we got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Craighead, Crediton. I don't know. I've said that county name a million times, but I just completely had a brain fart there. Let's go look and see where that is. As our newest considerable severe thunderstorm warning was just issued here for Paragould, Mannalia,
Ryan,
Lake City, Marked Tree.
Hey, Ryan, it's Crittenden.
Crittenden, yeah, my bad. Marked Tree and Earl. That's going to continue to go east there. This is considerable severe thunderstorm warning, and you're going to have winds in excess of 70 miles an hour and 1 inch in diameter hail. 1 inch in diameter hail. All right, so let's make sure we're getting away from windows, and let's prepare for a very strong storm there from Senath all the way down to Marked Tree, once again in portions of eastern Arkansas. Portions of eastern Arkansas. Thank you guys so much for sending in the pictures too. That must have been a milk sandwich. That must have been a milk sandwich. Not a peanut butter sandwich. I see. Thank you, Aubrey. Thank you, Aubrey, for tuning in. Love the pictures. Wow. Lots of stuff coming in. I'm going to get back to doing the location-based forecast right here in a second. So prepare. It's coming. And it does look like we are up to, I'm sorry, I know I removed the map. Some people were waiting on to see their order come in, but we're up to 200 orders now, so thank you guys. It means a lot.
Ryan, do you copy?
Go ahead, Andy. Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
Hey Ryan, we're looking at multiple areas of spin-ups starting up in that considerable severe thunderstorm warning near Marked Tree, Truman, Arkansas, Lake City, Arkansas, possibly Leachville and Monette, Arkansas as well. So those have just started spinning up recently. I'm looking at mesoanalysis and I see some pretty considerable storm relative helicity in both low and mid levels, and good enough shear. So I believe we're starting to see the beginning of our QLCS, quasi-linear convective system, causing these spin-ups.
Hey, I was going to let you know I'm dropping south towards Greenville. I'm going to cross over into Arkansas. Those storms that are getting together in Louisiana aren't there just yet, but they're heading into a better environment. I think that's our best chance of seeing isolated supercells. Also wanted to let you know on NWS chat,
a new tornado
they are
warning
working
has been
on a
issued.
tornado watch for the Jackson area.
Okay, thank you so much, man. Keep us updated. We got a new tornado. We got the first tornado warning of the day, guys. And that's exactly what Andy was talking about there. In this considerable severe thunderstorm warning, we have areas of spin-ups. Meteorologist Andy Hill just talked about how we were seeing areas of rotation in this, and now we have the first tornado warning of the day for Craighead, Greene, Mississippi, Duncan, and Pemiscot counties in Arkansas. This is the area of rotation right here. So if we are in Cardwell, all the way up to Hollywood, Hornersville, Rives, Holland, and Senath there in Arkansas, we are getting to our shelter immediately. It does look like an area of rotation is potentially producing a tornado right there, south and east of Paragould. Well, it'll be interesting to see if that continues to get more intense or if it kind of dies off. But either way, we are going to want to pay very close attention to the weather and stay in our safe spots all the way through, once again, Craighead, Greene, Mississippi, Duncan, and Pemiscot counties in Arkansas. All up and down this line, we're going to start to see new tornado warnings, more than likely, as we have an area of rotation that could form right here near Marked Tree. That looks pretty interesting to me, that right there near Marked Tree. If I'm in Marked Tree, I'm not necessarily getting underground, but I'm certainly getting away from windows, getting away from the outside walls of my home, because this is the kind of wind gusts coming with this storm that could potentially blow down trees. And then of course, if we get that big hail, it could come through the windows if it's driven by wind. So keep that in mind. And then, of course, we're going to stay focused on our tornado warning, our first tornado warning of the day now in Arkansas, up here in the northeastern part of Arkansas. That's the purple polygon there. If you're inside of that, you got to respect it. Respect the polygon, in the words of James Spann, all the way up there into Hornersville. This is this is a radar indicated tornado. This is a radar indicated tornado. This is not a certain, confirmed tornado, but it could be at any time. So we're going to take this 100% seriously. Do we have storm chasers close to this? Let me check. So the closest chasers that we have to this storm is going to be Vince and Brandon Kopic, and they're way down. They're south of Memphis right now. So we don't have any storm chasers on this. However, if we go to Radar Omega, let's turn all this stuff off. Let's go back to our single site radar, and then let's turn off our weather outlooks as well. And then we zoom in here to the Memphis radar. We don't have any cameras, but downstream we do see some. So if this storm continues to go up, or if these storms continue to cause problems up here near Maiden, Missouri, we do have a live camera there that we can tune into, where it's raining right now. And also, I think that these are going to continue to cause a lot of problems as they approach Jackson, Mississippi. And look at that, guys. We got it's 84 degrees, a dew point of 60. We've got surface winds coming in at 11 miles an hour. That's the inflow. That's the rising instability there in Jackson, Mississippi, that's going to fuel these storms as they come in. All right, so that's a live look at Jackson, or it's areas just south and west of Jackson, Mississippi. I guess it's closer to Denmark and Neely, but everything that they see will eventually get to Jackson. That's the general progression of the winds there. So that's your tornado warning, and we're going to keep a close eye on it. And we're also going to keep a very close eye on our communications with our chasers and our meteorologist, Andy Hill, there, because they are going to keep us updated if there's anything else going on. Because we're not just watching this. We're not just watching this area for the potential for tornadoes and severe weather today. Our storm chasers, looks like Cameron and Brad are kind of moving down to the south. You see their little markers there? Cameron and Brad are moving to the south to try to intercept maybe some of these storms as they could become supercellular and remain discreet as we go forward. So if those bust through and start to create big updrafts, we're certainly going to see some potential problems with tornadoes here in this portion of the storm system. All right, so make sure you are prepared for all of that. Ryan, what about Union City? Union City is not included in the warning. Union City is not included in the tornado warning. And Joe Beeler, thank you for becoming a member. And Craig, thank you for that. Guys, if you are seeing any hail, if you're seeing any hail or anything like that, please feel free, if you can do so safely, please feel free to send me a picture of it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, at Ryan Hall, y'all. Also, we have our Reddit now, which is r/Ryan Hall, y'all. And then additionally, we have Discord. If you guys want to join the Discord, we need a daggone community map. is what we need. We need a one website where you guys can go and look at every little avenue that we have to get in touch with us, because it's getting kind of intense. We got an email address, pics@ryanhallyall.com. Anything you want to share with us here, we will eventually show it. Let's see here. Rowan and Miranda are watching from New Miami, Ohio, making sure we are prepared and not scared. I love it. Don't be scared, be prepared. I love it, guys. Thanks for joining the community here. Oh, we got a new tornado watch.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
All right, a brand new tornado watch has been issued now. This is on the southern part of the storm. Okay, I just retweeted this. I just retweeted this on the graphical information there for the National Weather Service new tornado watch. This includes Greenville, Greenwood, Jackson, Mississippi. This goes all the way out to Meridian, Mississippi, and it also includes Hattiesburg, Mississippi. It includes a lot of Louisiana near Monroe, and the reason they issued this is because these could become supercells that go up this way. All right. So that's a brand new tornado watch for portions of Arkansas, Louisiana, and Mississippi. So get ready. I think we're getting a late start. I think we're getting a little bit of a late start. But things are certainly starting to ramp up here with our moderate risk of severe weather, our very active severe weather day. Now, what you're looking at on the screen is a tornado warning, the only tornado warning that we have right now for Craighead, Mississippi, Duncan, and Pemiscot counties in Arkansas. And the warning or the watch information for that southern watch is actually pretty concerning. We got several tornadoes likely. Scattered hail up to 2 inches in size. I don't think I've ever seen that wording. They usually say something like a lime or a tennis ball. Scattered hail up to 2 inches in size, and then scattered wind gusts at the 75 mile an hour. Population of 2.3 million, 1,000 schools, and 100 hospitals are in the path of this storm. If you know anybody out there, y'all, if you know anybody out here in this general vicinity, please share this stream with them, okay? Share this with them, or if they don't want to do that, if they don't want to watch the stream, at least just let them know what's up. Share this tweet with them. Go retweet it, and just let them know that there's going to be some bad weather all the way through 10 p.m. Central tonight. 10 p.m. Central. And now we're going to go back to Arkansas, which is where we have our only warning right now. This is our only tornado warning that we have. Let's zoom in on it with Radar Omega. And let's look at the high-res velocity. It looks like the area of rotation is near Red Onion and Leachville right now, but it's pretty broad. It's pretty broad. I'm not seeing an exact area where I'm like, okay, all right, there's a tornado there. I'm not seeing that. So we're just going to, everybody out in front of this thing is going to assume that a tornado could come down at any moment, and we're taking shelter in Hornersville, Gilbert, Hollywood, Arkansas, all the way over to Rives and Cardiff.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we got a brand new tornado warning now. A brand new tornado warning was just issued to the south of this. Once again, we were talking about this, how this was going to happen. All up and down this line, new warnings are going to be issued, and now we have a new tornado warning for... this is also for Craighead, Mississippi, and Poinsett counties. Craighead, Mississippi, and Poinsett counties in Mississippi. If you're in Lepanto, or Dias, or Victoria, or Caraway in Arkansas, you are under a tornado warning. Take shelter immediately. Let's check it out. Up close and personal. Ooh, yeah. So this is the area of rotation that we were watching out for earlier near Marked Tree that is now looking a little bit more intense as it approaches Lepanto. Am I saying that right? Lepanto? Somebody can give me a confirmation on that. It's Lepanto south of Riverdale, or Rivervale in Arkansas. Take shelter now if you're in that city. Woo. Yeah, I've been talking nonstop for 3 days now, so give me a second to hydrate.
Lepanto. Aaron, I believe it's Lepanto.
Lepanto. Lepanto. Okay, so if you're in Lepanto, Arkansas, take shelter now. Also, if you're up here in Hornersville, take shelter as a developing tornado could be happening there as well. We have 2 areas of interest, or 2 tornado warnings that are coming into the eastern Arkansas area right next to the Mississippi River. Those 2 pink polygons there, that's what we're watching out for. We also have a big area of strong storms approaching Memphis, okay? We have no tornado warnings in Memphis yet, but the storms that are producing these warnings are getting closer, so we're going to watch it closely. Don't let your guard down in Memphis, all right? Don't let your guard down in Memphis. Currently not seeing any big-time reports just yet. So we're gonna keep looking for him though, as we're continuing to get pictures in. This is who is this? Mark Clark with his milk sandwich shirt with his helmet on in his safe space. This is great. And he has a milk sandwich. This is perfect. Thank you, Mark, for getting the merch. It looks like some people are already getting it delivered. That's awesome. That's awesome, Mark. Thank you so much. Somebody post that to Facebook. And make sure we credit Mark there. We got high winds moving into the Bay Area in Arkansas. High winds moving into the Bay Area in Arkansas. Let me show you this. I just retweeted this on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. This is coming from Colby. Colby, what you doing? Get inside, man.
This is Ryan Hall, y'all.
I love the enthusiasm.
Oh my God.
I love the enthusiasm. I love the report. That's a fantastic. As live, you're going to be the next Jim Cantori. But please get inside, y'all. We never want you to take videos and pictures like this. If you are in the path of a storm, just get inside, stay away from windows and doors, and we will make sure that you're updated through our storm chasers and all of our live cameras and stuff. Looks like we got already some flying trampolines out there in Arkansas too. We already have some flying trampolines out in Arkansas as well. Guys, anytime you're under a moderate risk for straight line damaging winds, let's go. Let's tie those daggone trampolines down. You know those are the first things that are going to go. Thank you for sending that in, Felix. Go ahead, Andy.
Ryan, check out that northern tornado warning near Hornersville, Missouri, in the boot heel. If you look at the previous scan, I don't know which scan you'll look at right now, but there was a very tight couplet that I'm pretty concerned about. I don't know if it dropped anything, but that's definitely something concerning to our analyst team and myself. So Hornersville, I would be immediately in safe shelter. Yeah,
Hornersville, hopefully you guys got in your shelter when we first called you out several minutes ago, but now it does look like, at least briefly there was a developing tornado, maybe even on the ground. It looks like maybe it's lifted at this point, but another one could happen at any moment. So hopefully everybody in Hornersville, Arkansas is in their shelter, okay? This is going to continue to drop circulations all the way up through Rives. And then Denton and Holland as well. So seek shelter immediately if you are in Mississippi, Dunklin, Pemiscot, Craighead, or Poinsett counties in Arkansas, as that right there looks like a concerning area of rotation for sure. I think we're going to see something similar to that down here near Lepanto in Arkansas. But as of right now, it looks like things are okay. Stay in your safe spot in Lepanto. We'll let you know when it's time to come out, but the biggest part of the storm has passed you. Now, Etowah, Kaiser, and Victoria, you're next in line, so take shelter immediately. We're currently looking at the Arkansas and Tennessee area, right between the border of Arkansas and Tennessee. Yeah, if you're just now tuning in, we only have two tornado warnings at this moment. we will keep you updated, and we've got the sound coming through. Make sure you're paying attention to the sounds, the beeps for new warnings, and then we always ring the alarm when it's something significant that needs extra attention. And somebody's already putting together for the design for our Storm Seeker helicopter. Thank you, Joey. I'm telling you guys, it's going to be a thing one of these days. That's going to be a thing one of these days. We're going to have Vince Welty flying around in a helicopter chasing these storms. Cars are just so, in the past. We're gonna have him out there in a helicopter for sure. Of course, we've also got Barry Bones, our #1 dog fan. He's been here since the beginning. Barry Bones is tuning in, always hyper attentive to the stream there. Let's make sure we all go retweet that one. And I think Barry Bones is probably the most famous weather-loving dog in the world, because we always make sure we show a lot of love for Barry Bones on Twitter there. Thank you, Billy, for sending that in. If you're just now tuning in, we got 2 tornado warnings. If you're in Craighead, Mississippi, Poinsett, or Duncan or Pemiscot counties. In Arkansas, seek shelter immediately if you haven't already. The only update I have for you is that it does look like an area of concern or an area of rotation is about to go through Hornersville. I don't know if there's a tornado down or not. We're just assuming that there is. And then also we have a area of rotation that just went past Lepanto, moving up towards Etowah and Kaiser and Victoria. These are radar indicated precautionary tornado warnings. We don't know everything about them. We don't have a storm chaser on the ground. We don't have any reports from law enforcement or anything like that just yet. But we do have the radar indication of potential rotation, so we're taking it seriously, and we're getting to shelter now. This is a broad view of everything. If you're in the bigger purple boxes here, you're under a tornado watch. Everybody in that black circle there is under a tornado watch, and watch out for tornadoes in Memphis, potentially in the next little bit, all the way over to Tupelo, Starkville, Hattiesburg, Jackson, Mississippi, Greenville, and a lot of Louisiana, too, is included in this tornado watch over there near Monroe and Oak Grove. So be weather aware. These go all the way out into 10 p.m. tonight, and I'm going to be with you here the whole time as we are watching this developing severe weather situation unfold right before us. We do have storm chasers out there. We have storm chasers out and about in this mess today. Vince Welty is actually he's just to the south of Memphis. I don't know if it's his plan to sit there and wait on the storms to come to him, or if it's his plan to go a little bit further south and maybe intercept some of those supercells down there. But it'll be interesting to see what he does. We have Vince Welty, Brandon Kopic. They're both in Memphis. Brad Arnold, now he's in Shaw, Mississippi, going south. Okay, Brad is going to try to intercept some discrete supercells way down there in Mississippi. Also, I think Cameron is also in the southern part of this thing. And then Chris, I don't know. Okay, Chris is near Clarksdale, Mississippi. So Chris is right there on a little bit further south too. So when these things start dropping naders, if they do, we are going to absolutely keep up with all of our storm chasers intensely here as we go forward. We also got a live camera of Nashville, Tennessee up there. It's a beautiful day in Nashville. But that's going to change probably later tonight with some strong straight line damaging winds around 10 to 11 p.m., maybe a little bit later than that. I'm going to have to get me a refill on my water here in a minute. Always important to stay hydrated when you're talking a million miles a minute for as long as I do. By the way, if in case you guys are wondering, I am located, my personal location, I'm broadcasting from Eastern Kentucky. It's currently 80 degrees here in Eastern Kentucky, and we've got a rising dew point We also have winds coming out of the south and west at 8 miles an hour sustained, and we actually had a peak wind gust just 30 minutes ago at 20 miles an hour. So the warm sector stretches all the way over to eastern Kentucky, which is why we have so much instability happening, especially right there next to the line of storms that's coming into portions of Tennessee and Mississippi right now. Toledo is cold and wet. Yeah. AB, thank you so much for becoming a high-risk member. That's super cool of you. Rachel Dodd says, how does Clarksville, Tennessee look? Thanks for all you do. You know what? I don't know where Clarksville is. I do. I know where it is. Like, I've been there. I've seen it on the map a million times. But I didn't know where to point at. You're under a moderate risk for severe weather today. If you're in Clarksville, make sure that's Clarkburg. Sorry. Was it Clarksburg or Clarksville? I don't even remember now. Clarksville. All right, give me just a second. Clarksville, Tennessee. Okay, you are, let me actually look at that for you from the Storm Prediction Center. You're barely in it. You're barely in the moderate risk of severe weather, which means that we do expect some very strong straight line damaging winds tonight in Clarksville. So be prepared for that. The tornado threat, I think, is not going to be that high, but we certainly can't rule out an isolated tornado or two. But I think that this big line of storms off to your west is just going to turn into a big, nasty straight line damaging wind maker, and it's going to be there around 8 or 9 p.m. So make sure you're prepared for that. Make sure you are prepared for that. You got the Radar Omega app. You've got your helmets. You've got your NOAA weather radio. You got those 3 things, and you have me, if you have my stream pulled up. If you have those 4 things, I mean, what else could you possibly need? What else could you possibly need? Going through Twitter, going through Reddit. There's so many things to check now. I'm probably going to have to end up getting some more social media people on our team. By the way, a lot of people have been asking, like, how do we become a part of the team? How do we volunteer? How do we maybe even apply for an actual, position? The way that we're probably the best way that you can do that is to follow me on Twitter, have a Twitter account, and then also join our Discord server. That's where we run the business. That's where we literally, all of our researchers, all of our weather analysts, all of our meteorologists, everybody that's involved in this is actively communicating in Discord. So that's the first step, is being a part of those communities. Here's a great post on the Reddit. This is the quality content that's going to be coming from our Reddit page, I believe. r/Ryan Hall, y'all. A hook echo. Nope, not a hook echo. A dangly bit is a pendant or hook-shaped weather radar signature that indicates a potential tornado. Please. I love it. I did call the hook echoes dangly bits the other day in a rush. I couldn't find the correct words, and sometimes when I can't find the correct words, I just find the best words. And that's just what came out. We still have that tornado warning there for Craighead, Mississippi, Poinsett, Dunklin, and Pemiscot counties in Arkansas. I don't think there's any significant updates, though, to what we're looking at, other than it still looks like an area of rotation is approaching Hornersville. That might be a little bit outdated. Is anybody else having problems updating radar information from this radar site? Let me switch to a different one here. See if that's going to be a problem. Man, that would be terrible.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That would be absolutely terrible if we lost the Memphis radar. I feel like there's a lot of problems that come out of that specific one. Okay, but we do have a new tornado warning. And because it's for a new state, it includes a new state, I believe. I am going to ring the alarm just so everybody's paying attention. The first tornado warning of the night is now in effect for western portions of Tennessee. This is also includes a little bit of Missouri. So if you're in Dunklin, Pemiscot, Dyer, Lake, or Obion counties in Arkansas, Missouri, or Tennessee, take shelter now. This includes Cartersville, Piscola, Wardell, all the way up into Tiptonville and Hornbeak and Tennessee. That big new polygon there was just issued as this QLCS, this quasi-linear convective system of storms, is going to continue to spin up tornadoes as it comes up into this area near Pidgley and Tiptonville. Okay, so please take shelter immediately. Take this seriously. It's a radar-indicated tornado. We don't know if there's a tornado on the ground, but we are going to just stay on this. We're going to err on the side of safety and assume that there is. A new area of rotation could be forming here near Diez in Arkansas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we got another new tornado warning there. Let's see where that's for. Okay, yeah, so they're going ahead and extending these tornado warnings now into portions of Tennessee from this original section of the warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And then also we got a new tornado warning for New Madrid County and Stoddard County in Missouri. So now we have 5 tornado warnings all at the same time. If you're in Blytheville, Osceola, and to Burdett, please take shelter. That's one of those new warnings. And then also up here near Parma, Risco, and New Madrid and Matthews in Missouri and Catron, you guys are under a tornado warning as well. Look at this. We have a bunch of tornado warnings going out now all along the Mississippi and Ohio River here between Arkansas, Tennessee, and Kentucky and Missouri. All right, so everybody in these purple polygons needs to be getting into shelter now. We got to take our tornado precautions, as this is a large, damaging, straight line damaging wind event with embedded tornadoes. Let's come over to the Radar Omega app, and remember, once again, up here in that northernmost tornado warning, which was issued because of an area of rotation that we saw there. I wonder if Paducah is going to be a better view for this. Oh, man. Another radar hole here. Another radar hole here. But we do have a camera in the Radar Omega app. And if there's anything that's happening to the south and east of this, I believe we're going to be able to see it. So that new warning is right in here. Okay, I can't see the area of rotation that has sparked that warning because of a radar hole. Literally like the worst position ever. But we do have a tornado warning there, and that includes New Madrid. And I think that if there was something to see, we might be able to see it through this camera right here. I see that there are 8 of you guys currently watching this with me in the Radar Omega app right now. We're going to keep an eye on this camera feed, and if you guys can holler at me, if something happens, let me know, and we will throw that up on the feed. So there's your first area of rotation, moving into Burdett and Luxura. Take shelter now. Another interesting area of rotation up here near Steele and Holland and Bragg City. Take shelter now all the way up to Tiptonville and Cunningham and Hornbeak in Tennessee. And then also New Madrid. We have a potential tornado developing here near Tallapoosa and Risco, coming up towards North Lilburn and Bayouville in Missouri. Okay, so lots of tornado warnings here. Lots of tornado warnings in effect right now associated with our QLCS, our quasi-linear convective system of storms. Yeah, this will be the day right here. This will be the face everybody makes when Ryan Hall goes an entire stream and pronounces every city name correctly. It's coming one of these days, guys. It will happen, I promise. New Madrid. So it's not New Madrid, it's New Madrid. My goodness. I think spelling it out is completely irrelevant. I think if we're gonna try to teach me how to say these, if we can find a link to a YouTube video or something like that that pronounces it correctly, and then send that to me in the text channel, I think that's going to be the best way to go about it.
Ryan, I believe it's New Madrid. Like
New Madrid. New Madrid. Okay. See, like, how do you spell that? How do you spell that phonetically? That New Madrid. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay. New M-A-D-R-I-D. That makes more sense. New Madrid. Okay. Thank you, guys. This is true. This is true. I got to show this one. People be like, hey, Ryan, can you tell me the weather for Vermont tonight during like a massive tornado situation? Guys, I hope that everybody that's watching right now, if you've ever left a comment and you've asked about what the weather's going to be like in your area and it was essentially ignored, please understand that there are thousands and thousands of people watching. And my job here, my intention is to always focus on the areas that need the most attention, the areas that have the most problems with potential tornadoes and, you know, everything like that. If I am not currently talking about your area, either there's something more intense going on, there's somebody else that needs the attention on their area more, or there's just like, there's nothing going on. Like, you know, it's a good thing when I don't talk about your hometown. It's a good thing. You never want to be featured on my channel. That's not like, that shouldn't be your goal. Now, when we have some downtime, like earlier in the stream today, I will try to do some forecasts for everybody outside of the area. But while we have tornado warnings going on, in Missouri, Mississippi, and Arkansas, we are not going to be talking about the weather in Vermont. It just doesn't make sense. It would be the most unproductive thing that you could possibly do. All right, so yeah, thanks for continuing to send the memes, guys. I really appreciate it. And we do have new storms coming in. We have new storms developing on the southern side of this, and we're going to start targeting those as well as we go into the future. Our storm chasers, all of our storm chasers are heading in that direction. Yeah, and also anybody that's watching, sometimes I will get your town name wrong, but I just ask you to bear with me. I do my best to not only say the name of the town, but also the state and the surrounding towns, so you should be able to decipher what I'm talking about. But out of respect, I am trying my best to get those pronunciations right. Let's see here. Little Minx says, if anyone can get it done, Ryan Hall, y'all, can get legislation to move more radars up across the country. No more radar halls. If I could ever use my influence, if that's what you call it, here on the internet for anything, I would love to use it for that. I don't know. I'm not a very political person. I don't know much about how that works. But if y'all go to shopryanhall.com and buy enough T-shirts, we'll get us a lobbyist. And we'll start making sure we got more radars and we start filling in these holes. It's taxpayer money, guys. Taxes is what's paid for that. Everybody that's watching this that lives in America, you pay for a radar. And if you live in a place over here like in southeastern Missouri, you pay just as much taxes as the person next to the radar, but you don't get to utilize it. That's a daggone shame. We need more daggone radars. It's literally the most life-saving technology that we have at our disposal when it comes to tornadoes and severe weather. This is a broad view of everything that's going on. We still got our tornado watch down here. These storms down here just really aren't doing it. I don't think they're really catching some of that instability just yet. Let's go check on them real quick. Got Chris, Brett Adair, Brad Arnold. You got all these guys down here. They're waiting on these storms to do something. But they ain't doing much yet. Looks like they might start rotating here. That one right there looks like it's a bean. We got a bean. We got our first bean down here. We'll see if that becomes surface-based and continues to rotate as it goes up to the north and east. This is down here in Louisiana and Mississippi. Once again, not seeing anything terribly impressive just yet. All the action is happening up here in Tennessee, Missouri, and Arkansas right now. You got the bean, yep. Ryan should just put a label on his gallon of water and call it Nader juice. You know what? I have this. Somebody made this and sent this to me through the P.O. box. I have this, but it's so heavy. You know, you got to think about energy distribution when you're doing live severe weather coverage like this. There's a lot of mouse clicks I do. There's a lot of head jerks that I do. You know, there's only a certain amount of calories I can eat a day, so I got to use that energy correctly. And the weight here, picking this up and drinking it is just, it's not an efficient use of energy. So I'm sticking to the plastic jug for now. But I do really appreciate this. Like, the people that made this for me, like, this is like sitting on a display over here, and I love it. It's not efficient. I got to conserve my energy. What's Indiana looking like later? Indiana looks like you could get some strong storms. The tornado threat's low. The biggest threat's going to be straight line damaging winds. Indianapolis is going to see those storms probably around 8 or 9, maybe 10 o'clock. Nader juice is heavy. Yeah. Okay, so we have a lot of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings being issued right now. And by the way, if you guys didn't know, there's a real difference between a regular severe thunderstorm warning and a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. And actually, a considerable severe thunderstorm warning was just issued for Memphis. Memphis is now under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for winds up to 70 miles an hour. So everybody in Memphis needs to get indoors, away from windows. And also, we have to watch this closely for a potential tornado. This looks like a part of the line, especially right in here. That looks like a part of the line that could eventually drop a quick spin-up tornado. It could happen in Memphis. It could happen in Edmondson or anywhere in between. So let's get ready. We're not going underground just yet. We're not running to our shelter just yet. We're getting indoors, and we're making sure we're ready just in case that warning is issued. Just in case that warning's issued. Everybody in Memphis needs to get to sturdy shelter. 70-mile-an-hour winds. You know, that can do damage. All right, a weak tornado is like 80-something mile-an-hour winds. So, you know, 70 mile an hour, you could see some intermittent gusts maybe around 75 miles an hour. That's hurricane force. So that can bring down trees, power lines, and all that stuff. Oh, here's something good. Here's something good in the Reddit. Somebody posted, said, I need your help. Let's feed the ones that are helping others at Cedar Valley. I'm sure food is the last thing on their mind. Sandwiches, chips, snacks, water, drinks. Water and drinks and snaps can be dropped off at the store anytime. We need to figure out who this is, and we need to figure out the business. I'm planning to take pizza, and we need to order pizza for those guys. We need to order pizza from the best pizza restaurant that exists there. We need to get it ordered, and I'll do it live here on stream. We'll feed everybody that needs to be fed over there that's helping in the recovery effort in Texas from the tornadoes yesterday. Nobody needs to be buying their own lunch when we got the Y'all Squad, and we got you guys going to shopryanhall.com buying T-shirts. We have literally thousands of dollars to help these people out. Let's at least get them some food. Okay, so we got a new mesoscale discussion. We got a new mesoscale discussion right here for the western portion of Kentucky. There's an increasing damaging wind and tornado threat into the evening. I'm retweeting that. This is from the Storm Prediction Center. An increasing damaging wind and tornado threat into the evening right here in the southwestern portion of Kentucky. So these storms are going to probably continue to cause problems with tornadoes as they go up into the southwestern portion of Kentucky. This does include the area that was just highlighted by that mesoscale that mesoscale discussion. It does include Clinton, Bardwell, Mayfield, Hardin, and Paducah. Okay, so get ready. You're not under a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning yet in those places, but you might be here soon. So let's start getting ready and getting our plans in place for what we're going to do if that warning comes through. We got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning down here. This is way down in central Arkansas. Now, Pine Bluff, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's not the considerable one. Where's the considerable one? Let me see here. Okay, so that one's way up here for now Dyersburg, Halls, and Ripley. Dyersburg, Halls, and Ripley in Tennessee, you're now under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch in diameter hail, y'all. That's going to be a rough one. That's going to be a rough storm. And once again, we're watching those quick spin-up tornadoes happen pretty intermittently throughout the entire thing. So I wouldn't be surprised if, a lot of western Tennessee didn't see more spin-up tornadoes as we go forward.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so we're going to ring the bell here. We got our first tornado warning that now includes Kentucky. Fulton County, Kentucky, and New Madrid County and Missouri is now under a tornado warning. This is just a tiny spot.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I believe, this is just a tiny spot of Kentucky that's included in this. The little weird part of Fulton County that sticks out into Missouri. But this is coming up into Kentucky at some point, okay? If you are down here...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
If you're down here near Clinton or Hickman, Kentucky, get ready. This is all coming up towards you here in the next little bit. And we got another new tornado warning down here. Oh boy, that includes Memphis. All right, so Memphis is now under a tornado warning. Memphis, Tennessee is under a tornado warning. Everybody in Memphis needs to take shelter now. This is the area of concern. That's the rotation. It doesn't look like from what I'm seeing here, it doesn't look like there's anything on the ground right now. But this is going to continue to go up towards places in Tennessee there near West Memphis, Bartlett, Ellendale, Millington, Marion, all these places right there along the border of Arkansas and Tennessee. You're now under a tornado warning for this area of rotation. I don't see any signs of there actually being a tornado down right now, but I mentioned this earlier. We talked about this way back here 10, 15 minutes ago, where that little elbow in the QLCS, that's kind of where we think tornadoes could happen. And then that's why they issued the warning there. So this is going to continue all the way up into Memphis and Marion as we go forward. Take shelter now. Go ahead, Carly.
Yes, we're getting some initial reports of power lines down and a roof blown off in Hornersville from the earlier tornado warned storm.
All right, we've got roof possibly being blown off and power lines down there in Hornersville from the earlier tornado warned storm. So these things are meaning business, y'all. These storms do mean business. Tornado or not, I don't know if that's confirmed tornado damage necessarily, but it's certainly straight line damaging winds are going to be causing problems like that. Your roof could literally be blown off today, whether or not you get a tornado warning. That's why I want you to take shelter, or at least get indoors into a sturdy shelter, even if you're not under a tornado warning. These considerable severe thunderstorm warnings need to be taken just as seriously. New tornado watch. Now, this is for that mesoscale discussion that we just looked at. This includes Mayfield, Paducah, Benton, Princeton, Madisonville, Hopkinsville. This is going to go through 9 p.m. Central tonight. 9 p.m. Central. We got a tornado watch. A few tornadoes are possible. Isolated hail up to quarter size is possible. We got 448,000 people in the path of this storm, 189 schools, and 19 hospitals. I'm retweeting this right now. If you guys want to go hit the retweet button, you'll help spread the word on twitter.com/Ryan Hall, y'all. We got the Lepanto police chief reports that there's the whole backside of the John Grisham's painted house has been blown out. The whole backside of the John Grisham's painted house has been blown out. Crews are on the scene cleaning it up now. So that's back there in Lepanto. If we've got a radio feed for any of these areas down there, please throw that to me. Thank you.
The time is 3:30 p.m. W5RHS repeater.
So these things are already causing pretty significant damage. And a lot of it's going to come from stuff like that. The severe thunderstorm warning for Lee County, Phillips County, and St. Francis County in Arkansas. Take shelter because these storms are really packing a punch with those damaging winds. Really packing a punch there. Let me zoom into that warning. Now we got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Holly Grove, all the way up into Haines, Morrow, Mariana, Forest City in Arkansas. Take shelter. Let's go ahead and let's treat all these as if we need to take shelter for all of them. Tornado warning or not. It looks like we've got folks taking shelter in the local shelter down there in Dyersburg. Look at that. That's really cool. I don't think I've seen something like that over here in Tennessee. That's very cool. The city of Dyersburg storm shelter. The shelter is open when lights are flashing. How many people do we got watching right now in that storm shelter? Y'all stay tuned with me here, and we'll get through this, and I'll keep you updated. The city of Dyersburg is currently not under a tornado warning, but the tornado warned storms are coming for Dyersburg here in the next little bit. So it's a smart idea to go ahead and get to something like this, especially if you live in a mobile home, y'all. If you live in a mobile home out here, you don't want to be in that thing in a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust or a tornado. So the fact that we have stuff like this over here in Dyersburg is awesome. We need more of these too. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you get. Once again, we got 169 people on ShopRyanHall.com buying T-shirts right now, helping. You know, there's a lot of stuff that we're trying to do with that. But one of the things is, if we can do enough T-shirts and radio sales, we will work on getting a lobbyist up there in D.C. and this already exists, I'm sure, but we'll help. We'll aid in the efforts there to get more stuff like this and more radars. I don't know how much impact we'll be able to have, but if there's any impact to be had, we will have it. That is very cool. I'm glad that you guys have that. Once again, Dyersburg is not, I repeat, is not under a tornado warning. However, you are under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with potentially 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts coming through. So very smart to go ahead and get to a shelter like that if you have something like that available.
3906, go ahead.
I'll be 1060.
3906.
We've had tornado watches out now for 5 hours. 6 hours. We've had tornado watches for 6 hours, and we really only started getting warnings around an hour ago. So I'm glad people are still being attentive. Oh, yeah. Gettysburg's back at it again. We need you in the Reddit posting this stuff. This would soar to the top. Your memes are impeccable. When Ryan Hall, y'all, hits 500,000 subscribers on YouTube in the middle of a storm outbreak.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
All right, we got a new tornado watch. Let's go check it out. That looks like it includes portions of Illinois. By the way, our storm chasers, Brandon Kopic and Vince Welty, are on that storm in Memphis, I think. Yeah. Yeah, so Vince Welty and Brandon Kopic are in Memphis in that tornado warned storm. So if there's anything happening over there, we will see it through their cameras, all right? So we're going to keep a very close eye on them over there near Memphis. Yeah, new tornado watch. If I can find the graphic for it, I'll show you. Oh, I think I just found it, and then I lost it. We got a really early heads up on that one. So I think it's this. Yeah, it's this right here. So they've extended that warning over there in western Kentucky out to the west a little bit there to include this port of Missouri and southern Illinois. I think that's it.
1535. The tornado warning issued for the southeastern Stark County area is canceled. The tornadic thunderstorm.
Or is it this? This one goes to 9 p.m. Central. I think we just got another alert for like some additional counties being added up here. Just know that if you're in Illinois, the extreme southern part, you're included in that tornado watch. Thank you for becoming a moderate risk member there, Lizzie. And I saw somebody become an official sponsor earlier, and I really, really appreciate that. Anytime anybody sees somebody become an official sponsor in the chat, everybody needs to say thank you to them. That's a huge move. It's a big-time commitment, and it's a huge help to our efforts here. Hey, looky here. Somebody got their Nader Juice shirt in. Thank you so much for taking a picture with it. I appreciate that. That's so cool that people are already getting stuff. That's some super fast shipping right there. If you're just now tuning in, we are watching a developing situation here where a tornado warning is in effect for Memphis, Bartlett, Ellendale, Lakeland, all the way up to Millington. We don't have a confirmed report of a tornado down just yet, but we do have a storm chaser on the ground right now in Memphis. Vince Welty. Okay, so he's getting ready to.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Go look at that. Go inspect it and see what's going on up there. If you want to, you can. If you have the Radar Omega app yourself, you can track these storms along with us. There's a link in the description, iOS or Android. You can go right here and click on Vince's little icon, and now you have his stream pulled up on your app. There's 46 of you guys watching with me right now in the Radar Omega app. And you can also see the temperature and everything else from his vehicle. Very cool. New tornado warning. New tornado warning. Let's go check it out. This is now up here in Kentucky. And this does include Columbus, Kentucky. This includes Arlington, Kentucky, and Clinton, Kentucky, and Hickman, Kentucky. All right, so new tornado warning. It expires in 36 minutes. So everybody needs to be taking shelter over here in Carlisle, Fulton, Hickman, and Mississippi counties and between Tennessee and Kentucky. Wow. A big mess of tornado warnings over here, right there in the tri-state area between Missouri, Kentucky, and Tennessee. This is not, I want to repeat because I know that there's some people over here. This is getting awfully close to some people who are scared to death right now of tornadoes, and you have every right to be because of the thing that we had happen back in December. This is not that. Okay, this is not that. We still want you to take shelter. We still want you to take shelter because it could turn into something that's pretty significant. But right now, it's not that. And so don't be scared. Just be prepared. Take shelter. Get in the most interior room of your home and have some way of covering your head and have some way of staying in touch with me. All right? I'm going to be here with y'all for this whole thing. Bring your phone, your tablet, your charged devices into your storm cellar or your safe spot with you, and we're going to get through this together. We do have multiple tornado warnings right now. We have 4. This is a broad view of everything. Big tornado watch boxes down here with no tornado warnings yet in Mississippi or Louisiana. We're going to hope that that continues to be the case. All of the action's been happening right here. In western Tennessee and southwestern Kentucky. We got another picture in on Twitter there. Thank you, Captain D. Thank you, Captain D, for sending this in. He also got himself a Yalla meter and a weather weenie shirt. Very nice, man. Thank you so much for sending that. Very glad that got out so fast over there on shopryanhall.com. Samantha says, can we discuss Los Angeles, California? It's been super windy. Not right now. We're focused on the tornado warnings, but we will. I promise we'll do a whole U.S. forecast here before I end today's stream. I got to stay focused on the Twitter stuff, and I got to stay focused on the people who are watching here in this part of the world, as this is where the most intense weather is happening right now. Yeah, a lot of people have been sending me pictures of this. This is in Dyersburg,
A new tornado
Tennessee.
warning has been issued.
Okay, we got a new tornado warning that includes portions of Arkansas and Louisiana now. I'm going to ring the alarm. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for portions of Arkansas and Louisiana. Let's go look at it. So this is way down here where actually some of the favorability for tornadoes is higher. So I'm interested to see what that looks like up close. Let's go inspect it. New tornado warning. New tornado warning for Summerfield, Colquitt, all the way up close to Junction City between Louisiana and Arkansas. And we do have an area of rotation there but it's still not incredible. It's still not something that I'm 100% convinced that there's a tornado down, but there's certainly an area of rotation that we got to watch south and east of Haynesville, south and west of Colquitt in Louisiana. This is happening now. Brand new tornado warning for y'all. Take shelter now. All the way over to Summerfield, okay? We're going to keep the radar up there. We're going to keep watching you, and we're also going to keep watching Memphis. As that line of storms is getting awfully daggone close to Memphis. Still no still no signs of a tornado to me. But we got to watch that near West Memphis. That could end up wrapping up and becoming something. So this is a precautionary radar indicated tornado warning. Let's stay in our safe spots. I'll let you know when it's time to come out. What was I doing? Oh yeah. Lots of people in Tennessee have been tagging me in this. They're like, what in the world is this? This is from Twister. And this is the National Weather Service, or the NSS, or the National Severe Storms Lab. There's some people down there that are expecting that we are going to have some big storms today. You got the Doppler radar on wheels, and they're there to get life-saving information and data for future reference. Okay, if we do get a big tornado today, or a tornadic supercell in Tennessee, these guys are there to capture all the information that we need from it to make our warnings better in the future. This is also something that should happen every single time that there's ever a tornado, which is something else that would need more funding from the government. Maybe that's what we do. That's what we do. We're going to hook up Vince Welty with a helicopter. Reed Timmer, we're going to give him a big Doppler on wheels, and we're just going to have our own little science mission. We'll never have a radar hole, because wherever Reed and Vince are, they've got their own radar beam coming out from their vehicle. Let's see here. Super on Twitter, Weatherboy Super is helping
tornado warning
fund
has been issued.
That mission, because he's now got his Supercell shirt on, and he's watching the stream there, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching. I really do appreciate that. New tornado warning. Brand new tornado warning. Let's zoom to it. This is also in Louisiana. So Louisiana's starting to pop off here with tornado warnings south of Mansfield. This includes Pleasant Hill, a brand new tornado warning for DeSoto and Sabine parishes moving over towards the I-49 corridor. Okay, take shelter now. Let's go inspect it. A little bit closer. And that is the most significant couplet that I've seen today. And it's still not that impressive. So that's good news. But if you're in Benson, Oxford, or Pelican, or Pleasant Hill, it is time to take shelter. It is time to take shelter now. I'm retweeting a video right now from our storm chaser, Brandon Kopic, who's on the ground in Memphis, Tennessee. He says that tornado sirens are blaring. That's a video from Brandon Kopic. Woo. Video from Brandon Kopic where tornado sirens are going off in Memphis, Tennessee. Memphis, you are under a tornado warning. Okay? You're under a tornado warning. And I'm really watching this part of the storm right here that's actually getting ready to go through downtown Memphis for the potential for some rotation there. But as of right now, there is not a tornado actually on the ground. This is a precautionary radar-indicated tornado warning, and we're going to keep watching it. But I'm telling you, in West Memphis, all the way up through Millington, and even into the downtown Memphis area, points east towards Bartlett, Ellendale, Lakeland, and Rosemark, there's going to be power outages. There's going to be down trees and power lines, because this is going to be a strong storm, whether there's a nadir in there or not. Nadir or not, take shelter. All the way up to Rosemark, okay? We are going to keep a very close eye on Vince and Kopic, as they are in Memphis, and they're trying to keep an eye on this for us to let us know if there's actually any tornadoes down. If there is one that ends up being down on the ground, we will be the first to know here on the Ryan Hall Y'all channel. If you have to take shelter today, please remember to take your pets. Just a friendly reminder. to please remember to take your pets into the shelter with you. We had a picture earlier of somebody
Hey, Ryan,
made
it's pronounced Sabine Parish.
Sabine Parish in Louisiana is under a tornado warning. Take shelter now. Here is a report out of Marion County, Arkansas. Swiftwater Rescue is currently assisting the Flippin Fire Department. Okay, that must be a town name there. The Flippin Fire Department in rescuing a woman after her car was swept away after attempting to cross this intersection. Guys, lots of flash flooding is going to be happening in Tennessee and Arkansas tonight, and Louisiana, maybe all the way up there into Missouri and Kentucky and Mississippi. Do not drive through flooded roadways. Turn around, don't drown. That you've heard that a million times, I'm sure. But that is the dumbest thing you can do. Seriously, I don't care how many times you've driven over a road. You have no clue what's going on underneath the water. You have no clue what's going on underneath the water. Sometimes the road's washed out. Your car falls in. Now we got to send people out there to go rescue you and put more lives in danger. So do not drive through flooded roadways today. If you're just now tuning in from Memphis, we are watching a developing situation right now where a tornado warning is in effect. We don't know if there's a tornado down. We don't think that there is, but some strong winds, some damaging winds are getting ready to come through Memphis. And Vince Welty, I don't know what's going on there. Oh, that's another storm chaser there. So we're going to keep an eye on Vince and Brandon, who are both in the Memphis area, getting ready to intercept a strong storm, a tornado-warned storm, getting ready to go through downtown Memphis right now. Let's see. These kids love you and learn so much from watching your streams. They have become very weather aware thanks to you. And that's awesome. Thank you so much, Cassidy, for sending that. And hello, guys. I'm glad you like the stream. Keep being weather aware. And keep tuning in. I'm going to be here every time that there's storms. And I'm just so happy that y'all tune in and stuff. That's very cool. Thanks for sending the pictures, too. We also got Harrison. Harrison tuned in. He's got a really nice setup as well. I love it, man. I love all the monitors. I love all the radar. We got a lot. There's so many people involved with this, y'all. So many people involved. If there's something going on, we are going to figure it out right here. Go ahead, Frank.
Hey, Ryan, looks like Reed is back in Mississippi. Should I put him on the overlay?
Oops. Yeah, go ahead. And Andy, go ahead.
Hey, Ryan, looks like that initial circulation that was warned for Memphis proper has died out, but I want everyone there to maintain awareness because there's still a considerable severe thunderstorm warning tagged, which means it's a warrant for 70-mile-per-hour winds, so incredibly dynamic line still moving into the Memphis area. It's got the same impact as a weak tornado, as you mentioned earlier. Additionally, I sent you a graphic in stream text that shows warm 850 and 700 millibar temperatures in Louisiana area that I am personally hoping prevents some major storm growth in that area of the moderate risk for tornadoes and wind. But you can see further east near Jackson, Mississippi, which is where some of our chasers, including Cameron, are positioning themselves, that is not quite the case. I have it circled on that SKU-T. So you can also see that in the low-level lapse rates on the meso analysis that we're watching. It increases, or those low-level lapse rates increase as you move further east. So those storms might become better organized as they cross the Mississippi River into western Mississippi. And of course, the more favorable kinematics are displayed slightly further north there. The deep layer shear is better to the north where Cameron is currently stationed near Greenwood, Mississippi, and Yazoo City. So those will be the areas to watch coming up.
All right. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, for filling us in on all the other areas that we're looking at here. Everything that he just said, guys, I agree with. We got a lot of big storms forming down here. There are a lot of reasons why we haven't seen them become as big as maybe what we thought they were going to, which is a good thing. But there's still an opportunity. The further east that these go, there's still an opportunity for these to kind of blow up and become a big deal. So we don't want anybody to let their guard down. But maybe if we're in El Dorado or Shreveport, Louisiana, we're breathing a sigh of relief as a lot of the biggest part of the storms have made it past us. Okay, so up here, focusing back in on Memphis. We do have a severe thunderstorm, a considerable severe thunderstorm getting ready to come into the downtown Memphis area. We got a live storm chaser, Vince Welty, getting ready to drive into it, I think. Let's come over here and look at him on Radar Omega and see his exact location. Once again, you guys can see this too on the Radar Omega app. If you zoom in to the Memphis area, you can see right there on I-55, that's where Vince is. It's a live updating location indicator. And then we can click on him and we can track him together. There are 60 of you guys watching with me right now inside the Radar Omega app, and right there is his live feed. So this is actually the storm coming into Memphis right now. We got a large area of straight line, potentially damaging winds coming down into Memphis. It's getting ready to cross I-55. Up next, we'll see the I-240 corridor come through, and then finally it'll get over to Binghamton and Chickasaw Gardens with, once again, maybe straight line damaging winds and a potential tornado as Memphis is under a tornado warning. But here's a broad view of everything, all right? Everybody in a big purple box there is under a tornado watch. And then this is everybody in a red box is under a severe thunderstorm warning. And then everybody in a purple or a pink box that's smaller inside of these warnings is under a tornado warning. There's the Memphis warning. And then we also still have that tornado warning up here in Kentucky as well, all right? So Clinton and Columbus and Arlington, you're under that tornado warning. They have allowed the tornado warnings up here in northern Tennessee or northwestern Tennessee to expire. So if you're in Dyersburg, that's good news. Hopefully everybody in that shelter is still in there. But in a couple minutes, you'll be able to come out and everything's going to be just fine. Next in line is going to be Memphis, and then of course we're continuing to watch these storms down to the south. Pine Bluff, you got a big storm coming through. We got a couple tornado warnings down here for areas near Pleasant Hill in Louisiana, and then also Haynesville in Louisiana, approaching Junction City in Arkansas. Okay, so that's the broad view. We are focused right now on Memphis, as this does look like the hardest hit area right now.
451, 1553.
Here's a picture from West Ridge, Arkansas. Looks like that's a part of the old school, the old Miss Coast School. The roof got plumb torn off there in West Ridge, Arkansas. This is a picture from Mary in downtown Memphis. The rain just started. Mary, thanks for sending that in. Make sure you're getting indoors, away from them windows. It's about to get pretty intense in Memphis. We got sirens. We got sirens going off in Bartlett, Tennessee. Tornado sirens going off in Bartlett, Tennessee. You're under a tornado warning over there. The circulation that has caused this tornado warning has let up, guys. There's not a tornado on the ground right now. But we do want to get to our safe spots if we hear the sirens, just because a new one could form at any moment. These QLCS things are quick, man. They can spin up in a moment's notice.
706, 1554.
Oh, boy. Here's some storm damage or some potentially straight line winds or maybe even a tornado damage in Dixie, Arkansas from Sasha Sharp. Thank you, Zach, for posting that. Zach Hall, one of our storm chasers, is out there feeding reports from people in Arkansas. That's where he's from.
Northern Penobscot County has been canceled.
So if you're in the path of these storms, guys, tornado or not, it's about to get pretty intense. Because the straight line damaging winds are likely what's causing the actual damage here, not necessarily tornadoes.
1378, 1556.
All right, we got a new mesoscale discussion. The tornado threat is increasing over the next 1 to 3 hours in this portion of Louisiana and Mississippi. We got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Arkansas County, Cleveland County, and Jefferson County, Arkansas. Take shelter. If you end up in one of those considerable severe thunderstorms, you got to take shelter, y'all.
668, 1557.
Just like a tornado. Just like a tornado. 70-mile-an-hour winds, guys, getting ready to come into Humphrey, Stuttgart, Elmira, DeWitt, Gillette, and St. Charles in Arkansas. Take shelter now. Some of the damage reports that we're getting it's coming from these storms right here. The only tornado warnings that we have right now is going to be for DeSoto and that parish in Louisiana, and then we also got Columbia, Union, and Claiborne County in Arkansas, and then Crittenden, and Shelby and Tipton counties in Arkansas. Take shelter if you're in any of those counties, y'all. Still fielding through some of these reports and pictures and videos that are coming in. Thank you guys for sending that. We got the gaming NASCAR. He's watching over there, and he's got his Supercell shirt. His shirt came in already. Thank you for that.
W135, your traffic was unreadable. You're advising a power line.
Oh, and look at this. There's a tornado warning at UTM, and there's like 150 people in the basement watching us. Oh, what's up, guys? Thanks for sending that in, y'all. Stay in the basement there. We'll tell you when it's time to come out. Thanks for sending that in. The basement's the best place to be if you end up in a tornado warning today, and you have the ability to get to a basement. A lot of people are at school. A lot of people are at work. A lot of people are out and about. Today it's what is today? A Wednesday. A lot of these buildings and stuff have basements. That's the best place to get. If not, then just the same thing applies to those kind of buildings. You want to get into the most interior room. A lot of times those interior bathrooms in schools or the interior hallways are the best place to be. So keep that in mind. Thank you all for spreading the word of the channel. I think that we do a really good job of reaching people here because of the way that we share on social media. Let's zoom back in to our warning there. And Memphis, it looks like some of the stronger winds are now moving through the downtown area. You're getting ready to get a big gust of wind in Binghamton. And then also Chickasaw Gardens. Bartlett, it's still about 5 or 10 minutes away from you. Now in downtown Memphis, there's some hail, there's some strong winds, some heavy rain. But as of right now, I think that we don't actually have a tornado down. Okay? So, but we still, a new one could form at any moment. So we want to be in our safe spot until they allow this warning to expire. And I'll let you know when that time comes. The Lake Effect says, thanks, Nader, man. No problem. Nicole R., thank you for the 10 for the pizza fund. Let's see here. Jay McCoy says, I lost a friend in a tornado. This donation is in her honor. Well, thank you for that. That's for Joni DeBoer. Oh man, I hope I didn't say that wrong. I'm sorry. But thank you for sending that in. DeBoer. Let's see here. Todd says for messing up New Madrid. Here you go. I'm just going to stop saying stuff. I'm going to say this town. Actually, I'm just going to sit here and have text to speech. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to have text to speech. I think that's just the best case for me. I don't think there's any hope for me, y'all. Severe thunderstorm warnings for Star City and DeWitt. Also, Mariana, you're getting ready to get hit by a big wall of potentially 70-mile-an-hour winds. Get away from windows. Memphis, you're getting the big storm right now. Hail, damaging winds moving into Millington. And Bartlett, the tornado warning exists all the way over there towards Lakeland. Stay in your safe spots. We'll let you know when it's time to come out. Big time severe thunderstorm heading through Covington into Brownsville. And then also we're going to continue to see severe weather and severe thunderstorm warnings continuing all the way up into Union City, Dresden, Tennessee. And then, of course, now Mayfield. Mayfield is under a severe thunderstorm warning. A regular severe thunderstorm warning, no tornado, no considerable damage tag on that, but we're still staying away from windows, and we're preparing for the worst, but hoping for the best. Preparing for the worst and hoping for the best. Ayo. Oh, man, I just saw an awesome tweet, but my feed's going so fast I lost it, I think. Oh, no, there it is. DJ got a shipment in today. Look at that. The Ryan Hall, y'all. Classic logo t-shirt. Love it. And the Supercell. I think everybody got a Supercell shirt. I think that everybody and their mom has gotten a Supercell shirt from shopryanhall.com. That's definitely been the most popular one. All right. The lights have turned green. That means it's time to talk to Andy, the weather machine. Oops. All right. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, we're watching a
new tornado
supercellular
warning
looking
has been
storm
issued.
just southeast of Natchitoches and northwest of Colfax, Louisiana. I got that pronunciation for you ahead of time, by the way. Natchitoches.
Man, I still don't even know
I know
what
I
he's saying.
said earlier that is in a less favorable environment due to low-level lapse rates, but it is. I mean, the environment in that area in Louisiana is becoming increasingly favorable.
Okay, thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, for the update. We're watching this storm down here in Louisiana as it could produce a concerning area of rotation that could lead to a tornado warning at some point here. So watch out for that near St. Maurice and Montgomery. Okay, St. Maurice and Montgomery, you're not under a tornado warning. Let me, you're not under a tornado warning just yet, but you are under a y'all watch. All right, so y'all watch out. You're under a tornado watch too, by the way, but y'all watch out there in St. Maurice as this is starting to take the shape of a bean. This is starting to take the shape of that curved hodograph, and we could see a rotational area right here that produces a tornado as this develops. Is it going to develop? We don't know, but it slips. Is it going to develop? We don't know, but it's starting to look like it's a little bit more likely at this point. So y'all watch out in St. Maurice, Wheeling, and Atlanta in Louisiana, okay? How's everybody in Memphis doing? We all okay? Do we still have power? We got a big storm coming through in Memphis. It's still got the tornado warning. We want everybody to stay in their safe spot. But I think that the tornado threat went down pretty significantly. Now, if you're in Marion, Jericho, or West Memphis, or Edmondson, or Crawfordsville, you're okay. You're okay to come out for now, okay? The warning has been allowed to expire for you. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I just wanted to make sure you saw that tornado warning. That is including Graves County, so Mayfield, Kentucky. Looks like a brief spin up on the line once again has formed just to the southwest of Water Valley and Wingo, Kentucky. Additionally, that same area just got put under a flash flood warning for 2 to 4 inches of rain, with another 1 to 2 inches possible in the next hour. So, flash flood warning and spin up tornado in that area. Please be weather aware.
Okay, thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Guys, we do have a tornado warning now for Carlisle, Fulton, Graves, and Hickman County. Carlisle, Fulton, Graves, and Hickman County. That does include Mayfield. That includes Wingo, Water Valley. It includes, let's go over to the Radar Omega app to get some better looks at the locations that includes, because we can zoom all the way down to the street level here. So that includes Wingo, Priorsburg, Dublin, Mayfield. It includes Clear Springs, Pottsville, Folsomdale, and Simpsonia. You are under a tornado warning here all the way through this portion of western Kentucky. Once again, that's Fulton, Graves, Hickman, and Carlisle County in Kentucky. A tornado warning is in effect. Let's bring this radar up here as well. I want to get an update here and look at the rotation on that. See how much there is. See what level of concern that we have. Okay. Okay, give me just a second. I'm studying. So there is some rotation here. That it really just depends on what the next frame looks like as to how concerned I'm going to be about it. But there could be a potential tornado developing near Water Valley, moving up towards Wingo. And, of course, yeah, this line of storms is going to make it to Mayfield. It is going to make it to Mayfield. But this is not a confirmed tornado. We don't know if this is on the ground. In fact, I'm going to say that it's not. But you guys know how serious of a situation a tornado could be. So we want everybody in their safe spot. We want you to get to a sturdy shelter, underground preferably, or in the lowest floor of your home, in the most interior room. And we want to take shelter now, and I'll let you know when it's time to come out. Remember, this is a radar-indicated warning. We don't have a confirmation of a tornado down. So we don't be scared. Just be prepared and get ready to get into your safe spot. A little area of rotation is showing up right here in Water Valley. So hopefully everybody in Water Valley is sheltered, and that's going to continue to go up to the north and east. Everybody, though, whether you're in Fancy Farm, Viola, Mayfield, Wingo, everybody's going to get hit by this really strong line of storms. So you're going to see a lot of wind. You're going to see a lot of maybe some hail, and the tornado threat's going to be really localized and isolated inside of this thing. So not everybody in the warning is going to get tornado conditions, but everybody is going to see a lot of wind and hail. So make sure you're in a sturdy shelter away from windows, and I'll keep you updated on that. All current warnings are displayed at the bottom of the screen. Even when I'm zoomed in on Kentucky, you know exactly what's happening in Arkansas by keeping up with the warning information on the bottom of the screen.
Team 51, Purple 42.
1351.
By the way, the tornado that went through Salado, Texas yesterday has been rated at least an EF3 with wind speeds of 165 miles per hour. That tornado that we tracked live on radar yesterday through Salado and Clearview is now rated as an EF3 with wind speeds of 165 miles an hour. Wow. Wow. I don't know if we got any update on whether or not we figured out how to send people pizza or not. I haven't. I don't know. I hopefully there's somebody working on that though.
We're clear of that last detail. Show us the route to Station 3 for equipment.
1610.
Thank you all for all the support. Really do appreciate it. Doing our best to keep you updated here. We still have a tornado warning for Mayfield, and that's Graves County, Kentucky. A radar-indicated precautionary tornado warning. We do not have any indication that there is an actual tornado on the ground. Big storm still going through Memphis. We want to stay sheltered there, at least for a little while longer. Also, if you're in Millington, mostly it's like the tornado threat has also went down significantly there. Significantly. This is a live coverage of a developing severe weather outbreak from southern portions of Illinois all the way down through Kentucky, Tennessee, Arkansas, Mississippi, and Louisiana. Please remember to share this on social media so that more people can get this vital information who otherwise may not have access to it. Go ahead, Andy.
Ryan, looks like the cells on the Louisiana-Mississippi border are starting to rotate. We got a severe thunderstorm warning on one of them with a TOR possible tag. We've got Cameron, Brad, and Brett I see are approaching to intercept those as they cross into Mississippi with those greater lower level lapse rates that I mentioned earlier.
Okay. All right, guys. So these storms here are starting to look a little concerning. Once again, our storm chasers are over here. They're looking to, or Cameron Lindsay, our storm chaser Cameron is right here, or is he live? I feel like it's been a while since we've had an update from Cameron. What's going on with that? Let's make sure that we've got his video up because we're going to want to see that. But Brad Arnold's also really close there to this storm. By the way, we're looking down here on the border of Mississippi and Louisiana. These supercells are starting to get little dangly bits on them. And those could kind of curl around and start to produce enough rotation to have tornadoes come into the Yazoo City area, Satartia, Bentonia, Flora. You guys all need to, you're not under warnings or anything like right now, but y'all watch out, okay? Y'all watch out as these supercell storms are going to try their best to do something. As you can see that they are already starting to rotate a little bit. This is where a lot of our storm chasers are, though, so we'll see these if they decide to do something. Getting you updated on the Mayfield storm here. Mayfield, you're under a tornado warning. Fancy Farm, Dublin, all these areas, you are under a tornado warning. Get to shelter, but as of right now, I still believe that there is no tornado on the ground. We just think that there could be one here soon. So get to shelter. In about 5 or 10 minutes, you'll start to hear the wind and the rain as that big wind event is also going to be going through with maybe 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. Damage to roofs and trees and power lines are going to be possible even without a tornado. So just make sure you're taking shelter over there from Wingo all the way up to Mayfield.
County out at 2014 Arkansas paper service.
And of course, Evan, one of our team members, just got his shirt in, the Supercell shirt there. Man, those look good. I should have wore mine. Today. But thank you, Evan, for sending us that, man. That's awesome. He's one of our social media researchers. All right, the lights are green. Let's talk to Andy. All right, Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, that supercell looking storm east of Natchitoches, Louisiana, near St. Maurice, is starting to wrap up quite nicely there. Definitely a noticeable hook there that's corresponding to the velocities that we can see. Additionally, I'm hoping that the storms that are in a line on the Louisiana and Mississippi border do not like their inflows are being impeded by each other as the inflows from the south, and all the storms are in a line from north to
A
south.
new
So that
tornado
may
warning
prevent
has
those
been
from
issued.
popping off too hard. We're hoping.
Okay, so here is, I believe that this, Grant Parish and Wynn Parish in Louisiana. I believe that this is the warning that they just issued for what Andy was just talking about there. We were talking about this earlier. We said if you're in St. Maurice, you're not under a warning, you're under a watch, a y'all watch. So now we are upgrading this to an actual warning as you go down a little bit further to the east of this. Look at this developing hook there. That's a dangly bit and a half. And we also have a hook or a couplet here of apparent rotation developing. That is a supercell, one of the better looking supercells that we've seen today, and it is more than likely going to produce a tornado as this heads towards Atlanta and Winfield in Louisiana. Also, I'm looking at this one closely down here, going up towards Kurthwood. That one's probably going to cause us problems here in a bit too, but there's your new polygon. It does include Winfield, Louisiana. Take shelter now. A developing tornado is happening. This is happening right now to your south and west, and it looks like it's going to get stronger as we go into the future. Let's bring our radar Omega down here to really get an idea of what's going on at the surface. Give you an idea of who's in the path of this thing down to the street level with radar Omega. So right now, if there's a tornado, it's somewhere to the east or the north and east of St. Maurice. All right, and it's going to go just to the north of Wheeling, and then go towards Atlanta, Louisiana, and then Whitford, and Sardis. And then it's going to cross Highway 128 or 1228 there and go towards Hatfield and Winfield. Okay, Hatfield and Winfield in Louisiana. That's your tornado warning with a big storm coming through right now that is rapidly developing a hook that could produce a tornado at any time if it isn't already. Look at this one too. The good news is that these supercells, as super as they are and as curved as they are, and as significant as this is, they're not really producing tornadoes, because there's a lot of crap vection out here. There's a lot of stuff happening around the base that's keeping their inflows choked off, like Andy was saying. This is happening over here. This is also happening over to the east a little bit. It's happening less on these storms. That's why we're starting to see a little bit more rotation. But in order for these kind of storms to survive, they need this inflow to be unimpeded. Okay, they need to eat up all the warm, moist air out in front of them, but these little rain showers and stuff are getting in the way. All right, the rear flank downdraft is being supplied very, very good by the heavy rain and hail that's coming down in these storms. But that's not all you need. You also need an unimpeded inflow area with these kinds of supercells. So we're going to watch that, and we're going to take shelter in Winfield and Atlanta in Louisiana. This is the most significant tornado warning right now. We still have a tornado warning for Graves County, Kentucky. Graves County, Kentucky is under a tornado warning, but that is a little bit less serious because the rotation there doesn't look as intense. Okay, I don't think there's a tornado down in Graves County, but if that changes, we will let you know. As soon as that warning is allowed to expire, you guys can come out of your shelter. Which shouldn't be too long. Shouldn't be too long. Go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, we are getting some preliminary reports of trees down and some structural damage in Graves County in Kentucky, but we note that could be wind damage, so we're not sure just yet.
All right, so we do have damage reports coming in from Graves County, Kentucky. Like I've said multiple times today, whether you get a tornado or not, the damaging wind is going to be possible in these storms. That includes everybody that's in Graves County that's under that warning right now. That's why we want you to stay in your shelter, whether there's a tornado or not. we do need to stay sheltered in place. Okay? We will update you. Carly will continue to update us with any more information that we get. If you just lost power in Mayfield, if you just lost power anywhere in Graves County, more than likely that's due to the straight line damaging winds that we're seeing out there. So make sure you're away from windows and you're in your storm safety spot until they allow that to expire. I'm expecting every single one of these beans here. Wow, look at that. So far, so good. So far, these aren't becoming insanely, like, rotational. There's some rotation there, don't get me wrong. But I don't have a confidence that there is a warning just yet, or an actual tornado. Oops, Mayfield. Mayfield, you got the big storm coming through right now. You got a bunch of wind. You got some heavy rain, possibly some hail. But the tornado threat is minimal. If you're seeing any sort of power outages over here, this is likely due to damaging winds. That's going to continue to go up the I-69 corridor. And Benton, you are going to be next to this in line. So Dawson Springs and Benton, you guys are also going to get in on some of this really strong winds and maybe even a quick spin-up tornado. So let's go ahead and start thinking about getting to our safe spots up there as well. Also, Murray and Hardin, you guys are going to be getting in on this as well. This is a broad view of everything. Trying my best to stay focused on the most intense areas. But as of right now, things are going well. Things are going well. Compared to maybe how we thought they were going to look. All of our storm chasers are on the southern storms over there near Jackson, Mississippi. So, well, not all of them, most of them, especially Cameron, Chris, and Brad. Cameron, Chris, and Brad, and Reed. Guys, we have been going for 3 hours and 30 minutes, and at the request of my doctor, after the last time I did this and lost my voice, I do need to take a brief break every once in a while to rest my voice. So I think I'm going to take the opportunity to do that now. Let's see here real quick. I do want to check on Mayfield again. I want to check on Mayfield before I leave y'all. For a brief break. Now, don't get me wrong, Andy's going to be here guiding you through this. But look at that. We got a new area of rotation just to the north of Mayfield. We got a new area of rotation just to the north of Mayfield. This is why it's important to stay sheltered in these events, guys, even if there's not an active tornado down. Just to the north of Mayfield, we've got a new area of rotation that could be producing a tornado here, moving towards Oak Level. Okay? Moving towards Oak Level. So that is... right there to the north of Mayfield. You can see how that little kink in the line is maybe allowing for some inflow to come in. You got the rear flank there. Boom. Rotations right in the middle, just north of Mayfield. Take this seriously. They're probably going to issue a new tornado warning here. This new one probably won't include Mayfield. At least I hope it doesn't. Because I don't want you guys to be in your safe spot all day. But downtown Mayfield, this is just to the north of you. It's not actually going through Mayfield, and it's moving away from Mayfield up towards Oak Level. Okay? Up towards Oak Level. So if I'm in Oak Level, I'm starting to... you're not under a warning just yet. You're under a y'all watch. Y'all watch out. A tornado could be coming down the line here within the next little bit.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so we got a new tornado warning for Arkansas and Monroe County, Arkansas. Let's go look at that real quick. That's down here for DeWitt and St. Charles. DeWitt and St. Charles. We got a brand new tornado warning down there. So take shelter if you're in Arkansas or Monroe County in Arkansas. Hey, Andy, do you have the ability to cover for me here for about 10 minutes or so?
Can do, Ryan.
All right. So I am going to leave you guys once again
A
just
new
for about 10
tornado
minutes.
warning has been issued.
Man, this happens every time, doesn't it? By the way, that warning that they just issued was exactly what I. So the y'all watch just got updated to a real warning that includes what am I saying here? That includes up there a little bit north of Mayfield, Oak Level. So make sure y'all take shelter, okay? All the way up to Sharp and Bryansburg. I'm going to leave you guys with Andy here. He's going to go over some updates. And let me just pull up the MRMS so you guys can see a broad view of everything and our storm chasers. Yeah. So at the request of my doctor, I think talking so much, what I'm doing right now is a vocal performance, guys. I'm putting a lot of effort into making sure that I'm charismatic and the warnings are heard and you guys are taking them seriously. So I do need to rest my voice every once in a while. So I'm going to go take a brief break, might get a bite to eat. In the meantime, meteorologist Andy Hill is going to be chiming in every once in a while with updates. And you guys can see all of our storm chasers, their live feeds here. And then also, real quick,
a new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning for Marshall County and Callaway County in Kentucky. Take shelter now. Real quick, before I go, just an update on the site. We do have almost 300 orders now, and I really appreciate y'all so much. Okay, so I'm going to leave you guys here, and I will be back in about 10 minutes.
All right, howdy, folks. It's Andy here. I'm going to fill in for Ryan while he's gone for 10 minutes. Current tornado warnings exist for Benton, Kentucky area, Marshall County, north and east of Mayfield, Kentucky. That is along the northern end of our QLCS, quasi-linear convective system. So any tornadoes on that line will be brief spin-ups, but don't discount their ability to do damage. Even if you don't see a brief spin-up tornado localized in your area near Benton, Kentucky, and moving northeast to Lyon County, you're still going to get some impactful severe winds. So that line is going to pack a punch when it goes through, whether it's spinning or not. So please be inside and keep your pets inside as that comes through. If you're along I-40 in Tennessee, I know we have some people watching from Jackson, Tennessee. That part of the line that I just mentioned is bowing out right now, which means the strongest potential wind gusts are going to be right along I-40 and just north of there. Around Henry, Weakley counties in Tennessee are going to see some pretty strong wind gusts with that. Right now, the threat for spin-up tornadoes is likely minimal as that line bows out in front of the rest of the storms there. So we're watching that area primarily for damaging straight line wind gusts. So please, again, bring your pets inside and keep yourself inside as those storms pass through. Probably in those counties, Carroll County, in about 45 minutes, 30 to 45 minutes. Usually these things move faster than I can keep track of. Additionally, down in Louisiana, near Atlanta, Louisiana, and Winfield and Wynn Parish, we have an active tornado warning for a well-defined supercell moving towards you. I still see some concerning rotation on that, and our analysts are keeping track of that. If you're watching our storm chasers, we've got 6 panels of storm chasers there. They are focused on the line of storms oriented from the north to south along the Louisiana-Mississippi border. east of the current tornado warnings in Louisiana. So those storms we're watching if they will spin up because they're entering a more favorable environment, both kinematically and consistent thermodynamics as well. But as you may have heard me say earlier, the surface winds in that area west of Jackson, Mississippi, they're feeding into these storms, but since the storms are moving in a north-south line and they're semi-discrete, the surface winds are probably getting impacted by each successive storm to the south of each severe warning storm there. So that rain-cooled air is being fed into the storms, and that's not as productive for a severe thunderstorm or a supercell to form and continue producing any sort of severe hazards along with it. So we're hoping that because these storms are kind of tightly oriented together, that they don't do anything significant as they might have had they had rain-free inflow. In the Chicago area, you're under a marginal risk of severe thunderstorms today. It looks like your risk for seeing any sort of severe hazards up there is going to be maximized in the next hour or so as those little cells move into your area ahead of the line. What I'm seeing up there are some steeper mid-level lapse rates, meaning that we have cold air aloft, and that allows hailstones to form more easily. So I don't think those those hailstones will get to severe level size, except for in localized areas in the Chicago metro. So besides damaging wind gusts and potentially some isolated hail and lightning strikes, you're not really going to have much to worry about in Chicago or around the South Bend area or Southwest Michigan as those storms move through there. Your only concern is damaging straight line wind gusts and possibly isolated hail with the strongest cell in the area.
Wait, Butler County.
Go ahead.
1042.
10-4.
Okay, I'm doing my best to keep you updated in southeast Arkansas as the line of storms moves through that area. We have quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings for that line. You may have seen on Twitter some of the strong wind gusts that went through the Jonesboro, Arkansas area earlier, and those wind gusts are going to be frequently seen in southeast Arkansas and eastern Arkansas, headed into the area south of Memphis, Tennessee, and Mississippi. All of those severe thunderstorm warnings, except for the southernmost one, are warned for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, which gives them a considerable tag, which is what you saw there with the dings that just happened. And additionally, behind that line, as it passes through, we've got flash flood warnings in effect and continued for south central and southeast Arkansas. I see a swath of 5 to 6 inches of rain has fallen south of Little Rock. So flash flood warnings are not to be taken lightly in this area. You're under a slight risk of flash flood or excessive rainfall from the WPC. All right, our chasers, Brad Arnold, our own Cameron Lindsay, Brett Adair, Chris FL are all situating themselves ahead of those 2 severe thunderstorm warnings you can see northwest of Jackson, Mississippi. Those are rotating at the moment, specifically the southern severe thunderstorm warning north of Vicksburg, Mississippi. Those have some indications of rotation, and Brad is out in front headed towards that, so you'll want to watch their feeds as they get closer to those storms if you're interested in seeing what those storms look like. We've got our chasers on scene, ready to intercept those.
42.
46, 1635.
Okay, just an update for our friends in Benton, Kentucky, and Marshall County. It looks like that initial area of rotation that sent out that tornado warning has weakened some, but please stay vigilant on the line up there because spin ups can happen extremely quickly, and we will have to monitor that area to the east and to the northeast of Benton as the line progresses, and spin ups happen in only a few frames. We get a frame of velocity data every couple minutes, and it only takes a couple frames for these to spin up and then vanish. So we're keeping a close eye on you guys up there that may be in a more exposed area near Benton and to the northeast of there.
Ian, Jason, you out there?
If you're in Memphis, Tennessee, St. Louis, Missouri, you're good. If you're in Little Rock, Arkansas, you're good except for the localized flash flooding, so please don't drive on any flooded streets. And again, our Chicago friends, you're just going to see some potentially stronger wind gusts and maybe isolated hail with the strongest storm in the area of the Chicago metro. And then in the next hour or so to the east of there, near Gary, Indiana, southwest Michigan, those areas will probably just see some stronger wind gusts and possibly isolated hail because I am noting some cold air aloft there that could support small hailstones. All right, as of the latest velocity scan, I do see an area of increasing concern just to the west of Benton, Kentucky. So it's still in that tornado warning. You guys should be heeding it. Bryansburg, I believe, just to the north of Benton, Kentucky, that is headed towards you. So you may see a brief spin up tornado. Please be inside in your safe spot. And now, if you can, and if you know someone in that area, please tell them to just go to the interiormost room in their house. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. These brief spin up tornadoes should not, they should not do devastating damage. So you just want to make sure you're in the interiormost room or basement if you've got it to prevent yourself from getting impacted by any debris.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Hey, Ron, do you copy?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, those are our chasers getting in line to intercept the Mississippi border severe thunderstorm warning. Looking supercells there west of Jackson. You can see a tornado warning just got issued actually for one of those, and I imagine that's what Brad Arnold was just calling in for. So when Ryan gets back, I'm sure he'll keep updated on that. Additionally, we have the extended tornado warning for Wynn Parish and Winfield in Louisiana. There is still actually some pretty decent rotation on that. I don't think anything's on the ground with that, but of course, anyone near Winfield, Louisiana, should be taking proper precautions in the interiormost room of their house in their tornado safe spot.
County radio check.
3907, 10-2.
and 1110 on the water.
905, 11, 10, 16, 40.
All right, again, if you're along the I-40 corridor and you're Jackson, Tennessee, I am seeing a bow echo there, which indicates the strongest wind gusts in the line of storms moving through will be along the area of I-40 corridor and to the north of there. So please be inside, prepared for those stronger wind gusts to come through. Please make sure your pets are inside and loose furniture is secured. I don't see a tornado risk associated with the area around Jackson, Tennessee right now. That those storms should get to you probably in the next 15 minutes and will bring some heavy wind gusts.
Ryan, do you copy?
Yes, if you guys are wondering, Ryan is currently taking a break. I'm filling in. He should be gone for another 3 to 5 minutes or so. Our storm chasers are trying to get a hold of him because we got the tornado warning down there in Mississippi approaching the Jackson, Mississippi area to the northwest. The chasers are in position there and they're ready to intercept that tornado warned storm.
Making a run for it. That's all I can say. Just making a run for it. How y'all doing?
All right, just an update on that tornado warned storm in Mississippi. If you're in Phoenix, Mississippi, eventually Bentonia, Anding, and Tinsley, Mississippi, please be ready for that circulation. It looks to be intensifying, tightening up just north and east of Redwood, Mississippi, and Brad Arnold is on the scene headed towards there.
No worries. I was going to let you know I'm dropping southwest right now into this tornado warned storm. Low-level rotation looks really, really good on it. I believe the town that it's going through is called Redwood. I'm dropping southwest right now on Highway 3. I should be able to see something. It looks like it may be clearing out a little bit, but I'm dropping right southwest on the highway, so I should have visual of it here in the next probably under 5 minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, lots of things have happened while I was gone. Thanks for sticking around, y'all. I did go ahead and eat and all that good stuff, and I didn't talk a lot, so I should be good to go for a little while longer now. We got a new tornado warning over here for Cadiz and Cerulean Springs and Linton in Kentucky. The storms have passed Mayfield now, but we do have a storm report coming out of there. Possible tornado damage with trees down in Mayfield, or at least on the northern side with that new circulation that we were seeing as I was taking my break. So let's go down to the storm that our storm chasers are on.
A new tornado warning
kind of
has been
most
issued.
interested in that. We have seven tornado warnings right now. Look at this. All of our storm chasers are right here. All of them are right there. You see that? We got Chris, we got Brett, we got Cameron, we got Brad Arnold, all on this storm with the big tornado warning. And a developing couplet right there. You see that? This is a potential tornado forming right now in the, this is Mississippi. This is Warren County, Yazoo County, in east central Issaquah County in west central Mississippi. This is until 4:40 or 5:45 p.m. Central. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Oak Ridge or Redwood, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. All right. That is now the most impressive area of rotation that we've seen today. It'll be interesting to see what happens with it. We're going to keep watching it. Brad Arnold is in position to intercept this thing. If there is going to be a tornado, we will see it right here. We will see it right here through Brad Arnold's low camera. By the way, if we can update Brad Arnold's location to Phoenix, Mississippi, or something closer to where he is. He's not in Yazoo City. Thank you. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Brian, that new tornado warning for Trigg County in Kentucky, it is developing a interesting area of rotation just north of Aurora and headed east towards KDs. KDs is the pronunciation on that.
KDs. Okay, so coming back up here to Kentucky. We do have an interesting area of rotation, 2 interesting areas of developing rotation. Let me look here. One of them is up there near Bryansburg, moving up towards Cuttawa. And then KD's, you're also under a tornado warning now because this area of rotation near Aurora could produce a tornado as this approaches your area, okay? So the storms are past Mayfield now, and they are moving up to the north and east. Eddyville, Princeton, Cedar Bluff, all the way up to KD's and Canton and Linton. You guys are in the next, or you're next in line here for potential tornadic thunderstorms to go through western portions of Kentucky. We are also watching extremely closely this storm down to the south in Mississippi. This is near Phoenix, Mississippi. We have Brad Arnold on the road there. You can, if I come over to the radar here, you can see his little dot. That's exactly where he is. So he is very close to the rotation on this storm. Right there's the rotation. He's on the road. He's going to drive literally right into it as we go forward. So let's keep looking at him. Let's keep watching him. And we're going to keep updated with him as he goes down the road directly towards the rotating part of this storm. Now, if he sees a tornado, we're going to let you know in Phoenix and Satartia exactly what you need to do. If he doesn't see a tornado, look, it's raining. He might not see it. So we're still wanting to get into our safe spaces whether he sees one or not. Okay, no tornado reports so far today. No actual tornado reports so far today. Lots of damaging wind and hail, but no actual tornado reports as of just yet. Now the lights are green. Let's talk to Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, look at the severe thunderstorm warning headed towards Jackson, Mississippi. You'll see some velocities on there that are pretty concerning, but there is actual rotation in there, but those velocities are a result of the water tower near the weather radar that actually is causing some scan issues there. So we'll be monitoring that as it approaches the Jackson, Mississippi metro area. It is the southernmost storm in that line, so it has the most free of other storms influences. So definitely a one for concern.
Okay, thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. He's right. This is that's quite a coincidence there. That right here at the bottom of this storm that is developing a real hook. Looks pretty concerning there, moving up towards the Utica and Adams area of Mississippi. We also have an increased area of velocity, but this is interference. This is a problem that is caused by a water tower that sits in front of the Doppler radar there. So we're not ringing the bells here and thinking there's a giant tornado right there. However, it does look like something is happening, and we got to keep a very close eye on it. That water tower might be the thing that keeps us from knowing whether or not there is a tornado, because we don't actually know what's going there. But I'm sure we got storm chasers on the ground that'll let us know what's going on as well. This is the main one that we're watching right now. We got over there near Satartia and Betonia. This is a potentially a potential tornado forming right now, and Brad Arnold is right in the middle of the circulation. Brad Arnold is right in the middle of the circulation right now. If there was a tornado in this thing, he'd see it. All right, Brad, what do you got? What's this thing looking like?
Hey Ryan, I'm about to get cut off by the wraparound rain. I'm looking at it right now. It's still, the main circulation is just over these trees. I've pointed the camera towards it. I'm probably going to have to ride parallel with it and head back to the east just a bit, starting to get a lot of wrapping of rain around this. So it is just over those trees. I have not been able to observe anything, but rotation still looks very good on velocity.
All right, guys, there you go. Brad Arnold is near Phoenix, Mississippi, intercepting the rotational area of a tornado-warned storm. We don't see a tornado, but we clearly saw a lowered area of rotation there that could produce a tornado at any time. And now that rear flank, now the rear, the rain-cooled air is wrapping around that circulation and hitting Brad. And he's going to head back to the east towards Satartia in Mississippi to see if he can't keep up with this storm and let us know, give us a visual on it as to whether or not there is a tornado on the ground there. So once again, this is Brad. Brad is going this way now. This is where that potential tornado is, right here.
A new tornado watch has been
this
issued.
Way. And he should continue to be able to see it there on the road. All of our storm chasers are over here, by the way. We got Brett Dare, Chris FL, Cameron Lindsay. Cameron's also got a decent view of it, but I guess his service is still looking pretty bad. If I was Cameron, I'd go down to Jackson. Give us an idea of what's going on down there with that big thing. That is still a concerning-looking hook there. If you're in Jackson, Mississippi, you're not under a warning yet. But I'd watch that storm. It could turn into
Ryan,
something.
Hey, it's got a funnel cloud coming directly over top of me. Tornado is not on the ground. I'm going to try to turn the car on to get a better position of it.
All right, there you go. We got a funnel cloud. Brad Arnold, our trained spotter and professional storm chaser, is reporting a funnel cloud now just to the west of Phoenix. Just to the west of Phoenix, Mississippi. Brad Arnold is reporting a funnel cloud just above his vehicle. It's not on the ground yet. But you can see, even through the rain curtains, you can see some motion in the clouds there that would indicate that we do have potentially a developing tornado, or at least a funnel cloud there right around, just to the west of Phoenix. So, once again, this is a live view. This is happening right now in Phoenix, Mississippi. If you're in Phoenix or Satartia, Anding, Bentonia, or Tinsley in Mississippi, please take shelter, as this very storm that's producing the rotating clouds is moving. It's coming towards you, okay? Oh, wow. Look at that. This is a live view of storm chaser Brad Arnold in Phoenix, Mississippi. We've got a funnel cloud here. This is, once again, this storm is coming towards Phoenix, Satartia, Anding, Bentonia, and Tinsley. Okay, this is not on the ground. But you're under a tornado warning, because when that thing gets past those trees, we ain't going to be able to see it no more, and it could end up on the ground and go right through your neighborhood. Okay, so we don't want you to think that just because it's a funnel cloud right now, it doesn't mean that we got to worry about it. It could eventually turn into a tornado, and we got to get you in your safe spot in case it does that before it gets to you. Okay, so go get to shelter now. And we will get through this together. I'm going to stay right here with you, and we're going to continue to monitor this thing as it goes down the road. It looks like Brad's going to have a pretty easy job keeping up with it, and that's what we're doing. Brad is going to continue to monitor this storm as it goes up towards Satartia next in Mississippi. All right. So we're going to continue to watch him closely here. I don't see any signs of this thing being on the ground just yet. But that thing literally went right over his car. It went right over his car, and now it's heading up towards Satartia in Mississippi. A tornado warning is in effect now for Warren and Yazoo counties. Okay, this is staying, for the most part, this is staying south of Yazoo City. So, his exact location is south of Yazoo City. But it does look like it could wrap up and get at least close over there towards Tinsley. All right, so Brad's going to head back up to the north and east now. He's paralleling this storm. Once again, let me show you the map. That's where Brad Arnold is. We just saw the funnel cloud up here go right by him, and now it's going to continue to go off to the north and east there. And we're going to watch his feed as he parallels it all the way up towards Satartia. So if you're in Satartia, take shelter now. This is certainly rotating enough to produce a tornado at some point. It is just not right now. So we're going to keep a very close eye on that. Let's open up the radar on Radar Omega. Since that is the best weather app that we have as far as maps goes, we can literally zoom all the way down to the street level and give you an even better idea of where this thing is. So once again, Brad Arnold is near Phoenix, but a more specific area to note his location would be Germania, along Highway 3 north of El Dorado in Mississippi. Now, the rotating area of this storm, the potential rotation that we're seeing with that reported funnel cloud is going to be moving up across Highway 3 near Satarsha. All right, near Satarsha. So Brad Arnold down there, that's who we're watching. He's getting overtaken by the rear flank downdraft. But there is certainly enough rotation there to potentially produce a tornado as this gets up there towards Satarsha. So if I'm in Oil City, all these places along Highway 49 between Bentonia and Roadside, I am taking shelter immediately as this is a dangerous storm, and we just saw the funnel cloud with it there, as that is proof that it's rotating enough to potentially cause some problems. All right. We've got some damage. We've got some damage reports coming in. We got a big tree down. We got a big tree down on State Route 564, due east of Mayfield, Kentucky. This is due east of Mayfield, Kentucky. A large tree down there. Looks like we got some straight line damaging wind damage in and around Mayfield, and also looks like Memphis. Looks like Memphis also got some wind damage as well. We got a tree blocking the street in Normal Station, Memphis, Tennessee. This is going to be pretty common out there. So just keep that in mind. Power is going to be out as these storms come through. Trees are going to get knocked down. Roads are going to be closed. Keep it in mind. Prepare. This is still moving east. This is still moving to the east. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Warren and Yazoo counties in Mississippi. That's what we're focused on right now. But if you want to look at a broad view of everything else, we also have tornado warnings in Kentucky for Caldwell and Lyon County. Excuse me, for Caldwell and Lyon counties up here in Kentucky. All right, and then also we have Trigg County, Kentucky under a tornado warning, and then Arkansas and Monroe counties in Arkansas. You're under a tornado warning as well. Now, Lynn Parish in Louisiana is under a tornado warning. I don't know. I think this is kind of weakened in its rotation that we were seeing earlier. So I don't know if that's still going to be continued or not, but stay in your safe spot until they allow that to expire. The most active area that we have right now, which is where all of our storm chasers are, we got Chris, we got Brett, we got Brad, we got Cameron, is right here in and around the Flora area west of Canton. So that's why we're focused on this. That's why we're focused on this right now. If you are under a tornado warning right now, get into the most interior room of your home, lowest level, preferably underground, but if you can't do that, at least get on the lowest level. And make sure you're doing something to protect your head, helmets or mattresses, something like that. We got a new tornado watch. This one goes further into Kentucky. I just retweeted this. If you can, please go to my Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all, and help spread this information so that people get a heads up out in front of these storms. Till 10 p.m. Central, we got a tornado watch for Louisville, Kentucky, all the way down through Bowling Green. And yes, Nashville now. Nashville is, and Murfreesboro and Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, and Middle Tennessee are all included in this
A
tornado
new tornado
watch.
watch has been issued.
There it is. Tornado watch now for Central Kentucky and Middle Tennessee. And we are going to be here with you through the next 4 hours or 5 hours or so until this thing's done. All right. So if you're in Lexington or Louisville tonight, as long as the tornado threat
Hey, Ryan,
persists.
it appears like the storm that is near Phoenix, Mississippi, is ingesting a storm from the south. I'm going to head just a bit east while that goes on towards Bentonia and see if it can ingest it and then try to produce again over in that area.
Okay, Brad, thank you so much. Solid work. That's Brad Arnold. He's going to go head east and try to let this storm do its thing. All right, it needs to cycle. It's got to have room to breathe if it's ever going to produce a tornado. And all of these other storms that are down here south of it are kind of getting in the way of that. So he's going to go east, see if it gets time to organize itself. If not, my guess is that he's going to continue to go east and possibly a little bit further south and try to intercept that southern Charlie there near Utica. Severe thunderstorm warning for Utica, Adams, Oakley, all the way into Forest Hill, Mississippi. Big hail with this one. But also potentially a developing rotation area near Carpenter. No tornado just yet, but we're watching it closely. We're watching it extremely closely. Somebody just said the whole north side of my town in Arkansas is out of power. Guys, these storms don't play. Thank you for that. Thank you for that report. These storms, as they go through Tennessee, as they go through portions of Mississippi and Louisiana and even in Kentucky, they're packing a punch, guys. Lots of power outages, trees down, the whole nine. It's all happening. So, tornado warning or not, you could end up in a situation where you lose power, a tree falls down. We got reports of people's roofs being blown off their houses. So that's what we're looking at right now. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson, Tennessee. Jackson, Tennessee. Let's zoom in on that real quick. 60-mile-an-hour winds and maybe 3/4 of an inch hail. And by the way, up here in what was we talking about earlier? So one of these places over here, north and east of Jackson, Tennessee, we were talking about how y'all were going to get hit by the storms maybe around 8 p.m. Well, it looks like these are moving a lot faster. And it's actually right now
a new tornado warning
where
has
we're
been
actually
issued.
going to see a new tornado or a new area of storms go through right here. Severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson, Tennessee. New severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson, Tennessee, and also a new tornado warning. New tornado warning was just issued. For Arkansas County and Dacia County, Arkansas. But that still hasn't shown up on my my map here. Give me just a second, y'all. I'm going to show you that. New nadir warning. So, yeah, this includes Snow Lake and Watson. Population of 127 people here in this tornado warning in Arkansas. Take shelter now. All right, a new severe thunderstorm warning, a considerable severe thunderstorm warning down there in Louisiana. So those storms are still packing a punch too.
We got a tornado on the ground.
We got a tornado on the ground. That was Brad. Was that Brad?
Hey, Ryan, change the plans. We got a tornado on the ground.
All right, Brad, can you see it? I think you're in a sail dead zone right now.
Yeah, I've got it. It's vortices that are dancing on the ground. You'll see it some.
Hey Ryan, when you have a second, I have an update for you.
Go ahead, Cameron.
So we are going to try to get a peek at this Sataria storm, I think that's how you pronounce it. We're going to try to get a peek of it, but after that we're going to head straight for Jackson and try to get on that storm cell that's currently over Utica at the moment.
Hey, it's lifted now. There was ground circulation for just a few seconds, but it's gone now. Looks like it's getting wrapped back up in rain. I'm going to keep heading northeast.
Okay, thank you, Brad Arnold. This is a live look at Brad Arnold's stream. It looks like there was a tornado down briefly south of Satarsha, and now it has lifted. Lots of motion there. You can see some rising scud. You can see that there certainly is still enough rotation there to support a tornado, but there was a tornado down, and it has since lifted here in Mississippi. Okay, so that everything you just heard there was about Mississippi, and we're going to continue to watch this. For some reason, Brad's feed is frozen on our side, but it's working just fine on the website. Frank, if you could repaste Brad's link or something, he's live fine on the web, but not on our side. This is a live look now near Satarsha, Mississippi, where we just had a tornado down not too long ago. Looks like maybe another one's forming right here.
I've got the funnel on my stream right now.
Okay, oh, hold on. Man, I've got to fix this. Okay, we're seeing it. I've got you now. All right, there you go. That's a developing funnel. Once again, near Satarsha. Actually, this is pointing north towards Satarsha. This is a live look at a potentially a developing tornado here north of Satarsha or south of Satarsha, moving in the direction of Tinsley.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Tinsley and Anding in Mississippi. Okay. So please take shelter now if you are in Tinsley or Anding in Mississippi. We've got a live storm chaser here, Brad Arnold, who is on it. Okay, so now we've got him back.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Multiple areas of circulation in this storm right here. Multiple areas of circulation in this storm. So everybody needs to watch out.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
What's going on? What's going on here? Once again, if you're just now tuning in, we have 8 tornado warnings now out of nowhere. But the one that you're looking at on screen, we've got a potential tornado forming here, really close to Satarsha, Mississippi. Get to shelter now if you're in Satarsha, Tinsley, Anding, or Bentonia. Get to shelter right now, as we could have a potential tornado forming here. We saw 2 different areas of rotation, and we're continuing to see them as we go forward. So we're also going to take a look at some of these other tornado warnings that are coming out here left and right. So I'm gonna keep him there, and then I'm gonna briefly go over to each new warning that we've gotten, which for some reason this program isn't reading it. Let me I'll be right back. The counties that are under warnings right now.
On this one, and head towards the one that's going to be going towards Jackson. That one looks pretty dang nasty on radar.
Okay, so Brad's going to leave this storm, and he's going to go back up towards the one that is going towards Jackson, Mississippi. But let me give you an update here on what's going on with all these tornado warnings, because they all just kind of came out of nowhere, and I had to.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I think it literally crashed my program. There's so many tornadoes at once. So let me get it back open. So here we go. Here's one of the new tornado warnings here. Down here in Louisiana, if you're in Clarks, Louisiana, take shelter now. Okay, if you're in Clarks, Louisiana, take shelter now. A new tornado warning has been issued for Columbia and Clarks. Additionally, we've got that one down here south of Yazoo City near Satartia. That's the one that we just saw the funnel cloud on. We want you guys to get in your safe spot too. Now, up here, back to the north, this is on the border of Mississippi and Arkansas. This includes Clarksdale and Jonestown. We have a tornado warning that includes Watson all the way up to Clarksdale and Jonestown for a potential area of rotation that is going to cause maybe a lot of straight line damaging winds and potentially multiple spin-up tornadoes as it goes all the way through Jonestown. Additionally, we have more tornado warnings still in effect up here, all the way up here into portions of Kentucky, from Cadiz, Princeton, and then now way all the way up there into Morton's Gap, Earlington, Dawson Springs, and almost into Madisonville. Y'all are under a tornado warning too, so seek shelter now. Tornado watches extend all the way out to Nashville and Louisville, and we currently have 9. We currently have 9 tornado warnings all at the same time, guys. 9 tornado warnings all at the same time. Okay, I got my program to work again. So here are the places that are currently under tornado warnings: Caldwell, Jackson, and Wynn parishes in Louisiana. Phillips, Coahoma, Quitman counties in Arkansas. Caldwell, Christian, Hopkins, and Trigg counties in Kentucky. Phillips and Quitman County in Arkansas again. Arkansas and Deshay County in Arkansas. Yazoo County, Mississippi. Wynn Parish. Wynn Parish in Louisiana. And Caldwell, Lyon, and Trigg counties in Kentucky. And look at this. Massive, massive areas. Oh boy. Is that the first destructive? Okay, we got a severe thunderstorm warning, a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Caldwell Parish in Louisiana. Let's zoom into that. I think that might be the first one today. Yeah. Okay, guys, this is it. We got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Georgetown, Alla, Jena, and Clarks. So Clarks, you're under a tornado warning too. But on top of that, we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Dry Prong all the way over to Georgetown. This is going to be a damaging storm with 80 miles per hour wind. Okay? This is the top level. This is the top of the line severe thunderstorm warning that can be issued. This is like, you know how we've been talking about we have different levels of tornado warnings. Some of them mean more than others. Well, this is the top of the line for a severe thunderstorm. 80 miles per hour wind will cause significant damage to your home. So make sure you're getting into your shelter just like this is a tornado. In fact, this is a more dangerous situation than a weak tornado because this will affect lots of people. Everybody that gets hit by this line of storms will potentially get hit by 60 to 80 miles per hour wind, whereas in a tornado, it's only a small area. So we want everybody to take this seriously down here. Once again, a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Dry Prong, Montgomery, all the way up into Georgetown, Louisiana. Take shelter now. 80-mile-an-hour winds, guys. Straight line damaging winds over a large area. Talk about power outages. They're coming. Also, we still have that tornado warning that comes all the way up into Clarksdale and Jonestown. And a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that goes all the way over to Hernando, Mississippi. Memphis, you're still getting a lot of the rain and thunder and lightning and everything from the storm, but you're not under any warning right now, and other than a flash flood warning, which is actually going to end up being the star of the show, I think, in the Memphis area. We got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for DeSoto, Marshall, Panola, Quitman, and Tate counties in Mississippi. Take shelter. What an incredible line of storms, guys. Big time flash flooding is occurring in Memphis, and it's gonna continue to occur all the way up and down this line. Let me show you real quick the camera in Jackson, Tennessee. Let's come over to the radar over here real quick. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I just wanted to give an update to our friends in Dawson Springs, Nortonville, and Morton's Gap, Kentucky. I don't see a tight circulation there at the moment, but you are still under a tornado warning, so please be taking shelter in that area. Regardless of if there's a spin-up tornado or not there will be some heavy wind gusts headed into your area very soon.
Okay, thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We got a big storm coming into Jackson, Tennessee, too, and if we look at the Radar Omega app, we can see very clearly that we have a Boeing segment, a Boeing line of storms coming into Brownsville, and then eventually it's going to make it into Jackson. We'll see it on this camera here. I see there are 49. There are 49 of you guys with the Radar Omega app right now watching this with me. And you'll be able to see, if you're in, like, for example, if you're in Jackson, you'll be able to not only see the storm coming on radar, you'll be able to see it hit this before it gets to you so you really know what to expect. Invaluable tool there on the Radar Omega app. Now, back down here to the south. This is where we're really watching for the potential for some tornadoes. As these supercells could cause some big-time problems as we go forward. South of Yazoo City, we got a tornado warning, actually. And let's actually take a look at that. You know, a lot of our storm chasers are over here. We got Brett, we got Brad, we got Cameron, we got Chris. But they're not seeing anything or they'd be hollering at me. So I think that this one might have done what it's going to do. But once again, we do have a lot of storm chasers on this storm right now, so if anything was to happen, you'd see it right here first. Still kind of concerned about this storm, as it could produce a tornado as well. But for the most part, the most impressive area of rotation from any of these storms is probably coming from the one over there in Arkansas or Louisiana, I'm sorry. So let's go check it out. Yeah. So if you're in Riverton or Columbia, Louisiana, you need to be taking shelter. We've had this tornado or this storm that looked like it was capable of producing a tornado come up through here for a while, and the inflow into this thing is only getting more and more intense. So that's why we have that new tornado warning for Riverton and Columbia. This could drop a tornado at any moment if it's not already. Big inflow coming into it. Lots of rain-cooled air on the backside. There's your rotational couplet. Riverton and Columbia,
Ryan,
take shelter now.
On that Columbia storm, it looks like there's a CC drop with that noted by our analysts.
Oh boy, there we go. Yeah, there is. Okay, so this has been down for a while. It looks like. Look at this, right there. This thing likely a tornado on the ground, lofting debris into the air. Now it looks like it's only getting worse as it approaches Columbia and Riverton. This is just a radar indicated warning too. I think they might upgrade that to a radar confirmed tornado warning, because that does look like a probable TDS or a tornado debris signature, as this is likely a tornado on the ground lofting debris into the air. We're going to take radar Omega over here so we can really get down to the nitty gritty and see what's going on the surface. And start calling out some of these smaller communities so you guys know where this thing is.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
All right, so this is exactly what we were talking about. The National Weather Service agrees with us, and they are upgrading this to a confirmed tornado. Confirmed. Tornado on the ground near Cotton Plant. It's moving up there towards Mount Pleasant, okay? Cotton Plant and Mount Pleasant. You got a tornado on the ground heading up towards you, all right? You're also going to want to take shelter now in Bank Springs, Columbia, and Riverton. That right there is the tornado, more than likely. And we're going to continue to watch this as it goes forward. Go ahead, Andy. This is in Louisiana.
Ryan, our chasers in Bentonia, Mississippi are next to, I think the storm cycled, and Cameron has reported a lowering.
All right. So that storm south of Yazoo City, Mississippi is also causing some problems. I'm running out of radars. I am running out of radars. So once again, one of our weather analysts and storm chasers is reporting a lowering over here near Bentonia. So if we're in Little Yazoo or Bentonia, we're taking shelter. Cameron is reporting a lowering there. So let's ask him about it. Hey Cameron, can you give us a brief description of what you've seen? If you're in Bentonia or Little Yazoo, take shelter now in Mississippi. Additionally, we got to keep an eye on that storm.
Right, yeah, I'm on that storm, and I definitely see a lowering. It's kind of hard to see over the trees right now. I got a pretty good light show going on. Yeah, there's definitely a lowering, but there's nothing on the ground that I can see personally.
Okay, thank you, Cameron Lindsay in Bentonia, Mississippi. Once again, thank you so much for that. So we are going to continue to watch all of our chasers here in and around Bentonia, and we're going to watch that closely. But also, we have to keep you updated on this storm in Louisiana because it's actually confirmed. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground in Louisiana, moving up towards Riverton. Okay, so if you're in Riverton or Columbia, take shelter now. Let me show you what I'm talking about one more time. We saw the tornado touch down somewhere south and east of Sykes, start lifting debris. You can see that right there. And now watch that little drop go all the way up into where it is now. And it looks like there's actually more debris in the air here, which there's also a spike. There's a, an interference spike there. So that could be playing around with it and amplifying it. But certainly there's a tornado down, or there was down recently, and it's getting ready to come into Columbia and Riverton. Take shelter now. We can also line that up with the rotational couplet, which is very obviously still potentially producing a tornado there as it goes into Columbia and Riverton in Louisiana. I want everybody taking shelter and taking this as seriously as you've ever taken a tornado warning there in Mount Pleasant, Riverton, Columbia, Bank Springs, Hebert.
A new tornado watch has been
this
issued.
This is a live look from Chris, also near Bentonia, Mississippi, who has a look at that. Looks like there was a wall cloud there. Brad's got it too. Brad Arnold has got it too. Look at that. This is the base of the storm over there in Mississippi, y'all. And look, you can see the lightning. You can see the lightning. So this could be actually increasing in intensity. Once again, I want everybody in Little Yazoo or Bentonia all the way over to Scotland and Berryville to start thinking about getting into shelter. Now, if you are in Scotland or Berryville, Mississippi, you're not under a warning yet, but you could be here very soon. You're not under a warning yet, but y'all watch out. I'm putting you under a y'all watch so that you go ahead and start planning for a worst case scenario where a potential tornado starts coming down, all right? Chris has got an interesting feature here in Bentonia. I don't know if that's a funnel or just some rising scud or some or a SLC, a scary looking cloud. But we're gonna keep an eye on him. So it looks to me like as these storms come into this portion of Mississippi, where they are, I think the next hour or so, these storms are actually going to be the most favorable. The most favorable environments are going to be where these storms are over the next hour. And one of the reasons why I believe that is because NATOcast. New NATOcast just dropped. Right there, right where these storms are getting into right now. We got to watch it closely, y'all. Yeah, Bentonia is tornado warned. You're under a tornado warning in Bentonia. Here's a video from Callaway County, just north of Murray, Kentucky, about 20 minutes ago. Now that is an SLC. That is an SLC. That's a scary looking cloud right there. Chris, you seeing anything interesting in that thing? If you're just now tuning in, we are watching an ongoing and developing severe weather outbreak that's happening right now in Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas, Tennessee, and Kentucky. We have multiple tornado warnings. We still have 5 tornado warnings. We had 9 just a minute ago. We have multiple tornado chasers or storm chasers on the ground. And we are all working to help you understand what's going on with these storms, where they are, what's happening with them, where they're going next. As of now, We have the only tornado down on the ground, like the only certain area of significant concern that we have is going to be Caldwell Parish in Louisiana. All right. Now we've seen a tornado, we've seen a funnel cloud in that storm in Mississippi too, but it's not down right now. So if I'm up here in Archibald, Mangum, Alto, north and east of Riverton, which is where the potential tornadic circulation is going right now, I am starting to get ready for, if they decide to issue that warning for me too, I am going to get to shelter. We got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Benton County, Mississippi, Lafayette County, Mississippi, and Marshall County, Mississippi, guys. A considerable severe thunderstorm warning is not a normal severe thunderstorm warning. You're going to want to get into your safe spot, or at least away from windows, because this one right here is 70 mile an hour wind gusts there, getting ready to come into Holly Springs and Abbeville across the I-22 corridor all the way to Hickory Flat. So get prepared for that, y'all. Big time storm today affecting areas from Indiana all the way down into the Gulf Coast. We got a severe thunderstorm warning that includes Mitchell, Shoals, Jasper, Evansville, it's past you now. Boonville, Santa Claus, all these places, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Now, we do have a tornado warning still here for Madisonville and the I-69 area near Nortonville, or that's a tornado warning in Nortonville. Take shelter now. That will be allowed to expire here in a couple minutes. Big severe thunderstorm warning for Clarksville all the way to Charlotte and Dixon in Tennessee. Down the line a little bit more, we got a severe thunderstorm warning for Huntington in Camden, Tennessee. Jackson, Tennessee, you're about to get it. Let's go over to the Radar Omega app and check on that camera, as that storm should be getting awfully close. Yeah, look at there. There are 40 of you guys watching with me right now on the Radar Omega app.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we can watch that storm come in. Look at how fast the clouds are moving. You can see the clouds moving. You can see the rain down here. This is a very fast approaching storm. It's going to bring some very strong winds, guys. We'll check back in on this right here in a minute. First of all, we got a new tornado warning in Kentucky. A new tornado warning in Kentucky. And that's going to be for, I believe that's going to be for south of Madisonville, south of Mannington, for portions of Powderly, Drakesboro, and Belton. Let's come over here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, that's the new warning right there. I don't see why. I don't know why that's a tornado warning, but once again, we are going to trust the National Weather Service here, and we're going to get to shelter anyways. Once again, we've seen this happen all up and down Kentucky. All right, we got a 70 mile an hour wind gust in Christian, Kentucky. We got a trees blocking the road on Main Street back there in Benton, Mayfield, north of Mayfield. We had trees down. So this is going to be a damaging storm as it comes through Weir, Greenville, Belton, and Drakesboro. So let's go ahead and prepare as if there was a tornado with us. And let's take shelter now all the way over to Huntsville, okay? Quick spin-up tornadoes can happen very quickly in situations like this. That new tornado warning down here, by the way, it looks like they went ahead and issued a warning for the entire radar hole there so that they didn't have to worry about it. But it does include, we got a new tornado warning for Louisiana here that includes Baskin, Winsboro, all the way across to Tyndall and Tallulah and Mound in Louisiana. And this thing is still looking pretty serious. I think it could potentially drop another tornado here right around Riverton or Columbia. So please take shelter anywhere in the tornado warned areas today. What a mess. Tornado warning still in effect for Phillips, Coahoma, and Quitman counties, Arkansas. This includes Clarksdale, Mississippi, and Jonestown. No sign of a tornado down there. And then all of our storm chasers pretty much are right around this storm. Cameron, Chris, Brad, Brett. They're all right here. And this thing has been trying its best to put down a tornado for a while, but it still has not. It still has. Well, it has, but not like a significant one that's lasted for a while. So, remember, we just looked at NATOcast, and I think the highest area of potential tornadic activity was indicated right in here around Jackson, Mississippi. So, we're really watching this cell, as if anything's going to happen, it's going to probably happen there, or maybe it's going to be a new storm that forms down here. I don't know. But the ingredients are really favorable for tornadoes over here, so I would be surprised if we didn't see a new tornado warning issued in Mississippi within the next 30 minutes or so. Jackson, Mississippi, you're in the direct path of this storm. It's got big hail and some winds, but no tornado as of right now. It could have a tornado as we go into the future, so we'll keep you updated. But as of right now, we're fine. Brad Arnold... Brad Arnold is a master, man, at keeping up with these circulations. He's literally right underneath where the tornado would be. And as you guys saw earlier, he had a funnel cloud fly right over his car. So if there's a tornado with this storm over here, we are going to see it right here first as it approaches Benton, Mississippi. Let's see here. A storm is raging through Mississippi. My yard's flooded. Thanks for sending that in via Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. Hey, Gavin says it's getting dark there in Clarksville, Tennessee. Yep, you can see that severe thunderstorm working its way in right now. $707 Vince said that we're the first thing that showed up when they opened YouTube. That's good. That's good. That's what we want. Guys, thank you so much for all the support. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for liking. Make sure you like this stream just like you would a regular video. That'll help promote us in the algorithm so we can continue to get this life-saving information out to as many people as possible. Some people are on YouTube right now living in tornado warnings, and they have no idea that any of this is going on. I know this for a fact because I've heard well, not millions, but probably thousands of testimonials of people who say stuff just like that. So liking the video, hitting the subscribe button, boosting us in the algorithm is the way that we can game the system to save lives. Street flooding in Branch, Mississippi. Olive Branch, Mississippi. Looks like the rain situation is really becoming the headline of the story in the Memphis area. Lots of street flooding. This will lead to eventual creek and river flooding. So make sure you're prepared if you are in a flood-prone area in and around Memphis. Oh, look here. Old Nick's got his Nader Juice shirt in. Nick's got his Nader Juice shirt. And the Supercell. He got two. Way to go, man. Thank you so much. We got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. A considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson and Monroe counties, Indiana. Oh, let's go check out Indiana land. And check out that considerable severe thunderstorm warning up here south of Indianapolis. This is a dangerous storm with 1 inch in diameter hail and 70 miles per hour winds. 70-mile-an-hour winds coming into Bedford, Indiana and Medora, Indiana. Take shelter just like you would for a tornado if this has come for you guys. We've gotten a lot of reports today of downed trees, power lines, Windows getting busted out. This is the kind of thing that you don't want to be in the living room next to a bunch of windows. You certainly don't want to be outside. You want to be in a sturdy shelter and just protecting yourself from a very, very strong storm that's getting ready to come into south central Indiana near Bedford, Medora, Ulitic. I don't know what that is. But you know what I'm talking about there in Monroe, Brown, Lawrence, and Jackson County in Indiana. We still have a tornado warning, too, all the way over here near Greenville, Kentucky. Greenville, Kentucky, Drakesboro, you're under a warning. Norton's Gap, Nortonville. The rotation with these is not very impressive. This is a precautionary, radar-indicated tornado warning. We want you in your safe spot, but just know that we don't think that there's a tornado on the ground right now. Clarksdale, Mississippi, same story. Now, these warnings over here are kind of the most serious ones that we have. This is a radar hole, so we really can't inspect these storms very well, but we certainly had a confirmed tornado north and west of Clarks earlier, and now this is going to continue into the Mangum, Winsboro, Delhi, and Tallulah area of Louisiana, right before you get into the Vicksburg area of Mississippi. This is a broad overview of everything that's happening right now. If we go way far up north, it's snowing in Minnesota and North Dakota, where some of those guys have gotten well over 20 or 30 inches of snow. And then, of course, we're still dealing with a massive wildfire problem over here. We'll get you updated on that, too, as some more information comes in. A large storm, guys. This is the definition of a massive, impactful storm. Let me zoom out even more there. Wow. So this is the base of the storm.
A new tornado warning
or
has
the
been issued.
the low. And then this whole thing from way up here in Canada, it's snowing, all the way down into the Gulf of Mexico. All of this is one big giant storm going through the U.S. right now. What an incredible storm to track it's been. We got a new tornado warning now that now includes Bremen, Island, and Sacramento, and Central City, Kentucky. I think I'm looking at old radar data here. Let me refresh. Yeah, that's real old. That's still old too. Huh. Let me reopen those, and then we'll go to Radar Omega here and inspect that. Once again, a tornado warning that does include Bremen, South Carrollton, and Central City in Kentucky. The area of rotation in question is right around Graham and New Cypress right now. Right around Graham and New Cypress right now. It's moving off to the north and east. So let's take shelter in Bremen, Mormon, all the way up to South Carrollton and Central City. Okay, I don't think that there's necessarily a tornado down right now, but this thing is producing big time winds that will cause damage. So we want to take shelter anyways. Huh. Andy, are you having any trouble with KHPX?
I'll check in just a second.
Not getting an update there. Here's a video from Somerville, Tennessee. Whoa, that was loud. Wow. Once again, get inside. What are you doing? What are you doing? That was an incredible video. But we don't need it. We don't need it. Thank you for sending that in. Looks like a big shelf cloud rolling into Clarksville, Tennessee. That's what the scene right now in Clarksville, Tennessee. A lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings today, guys, are going to be bringing you 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. We've seen all kinds of power outages and down trees and power lines and all that stuff. This is Paige's grandma's house out there near Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Thanks for sending that in. Get grandma inside. Get grandma inside now. Deanna sending us a picture there near Lexington, Tennessee. They've got everything ready to go. I love it. Don't be scared. Be prepared. Looks like some flooding going on there around Cleveland, Mississippi. Thank you so much for sending that in. Ooh, look at that nasty looking shelf cloud coming into Clarksville, Tennessee. Man, we must have a lot of people watching in Clarksville, Tennessee right now. We've seen this storm from every angle in Clarksville. What's going on over there, y'all? Here we are in Erin, Tennessee. It's coming in. Man, this just makes me want to go storm chase. It's been a while since I've seen a good storm.
I think all of my radar sites are lagging behind on GR2A. I have
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Update.
Okay, so it seems like one of our radar programs is having problems. We got a new tornado warning for Benton County, Mississippi. But it's good news that we have Radar Omega because it's updating fine. It's updating fine. So we'll keep up with that, and we will also go inspect this storm down here. We just got a new tornado warning for Holly Springs and Ripley, Mississippi, and Walnut until 6:30 p.m. Central. So I don't know. I don't know where that is because it ain't showing up. Oh, there it is. Okay. I see. Oh, so this is up in northern Mississippi. We got a new tornado warning now for Holly Springs, Ashland, Faulkner, and Walnut and Mississippi. Seek shelter now. We got a considerable thunderstorm with 70 mile an hour winds, and now a tornado built in. A tornado is built in to the storm there, and we want to seek shelter immediately. Okay, all the way down into the northern portion of Mississippi. Also, Clarksville. This is that storm coming to you. Clarksville, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. This is the dark cloud that you're seeing. It's racing towards you right now. Going down south a little bit more, let's inspect the storm that is tornado warned now in northern Mississippi. Very strong straight line damaging winds just went through Holly Springs, and now it's going to continue into Michigan City, Ashland, and Pine Grove. High res velocity. Oh my God. Yeah, that's going to be a very strong windstorm there in Lamar, Michigan City, Snow Lake, Ashland, and Wittentown, Ripley, Mount Zion.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Please take this seriously. Get to shelter. There's also probably multiple instances of spin-up tornadoes happening here that will cause damage and knock out the power. So prepare now and take shelter. We just got a new tornado warning, a brand new tornado warning just now issued. Let's zoom into it. Way down yonder here near Alexandria, Louisiana. All right, this one is going to require us to take Radar Omega, which is our best radar tool here, and really zoom in on that and see what's going on. Let's see what the dealio is. That's south. That's west of Alexandria. West of Alexandria. Oh, I see. Okay, that was a good spot. Good spot by the National Weather Service. Once again, these are the smartest and best meteorologists on Earth. We've got a potential area of rotation here, causing a maybe a tornado there, moving into Clifton Crossing, Cyper, Walding, Hemp Hill, Otis, and Lewiston. Okay, let's watch the playback on that. See that right in there? That's the rotation that's likely causing a funnel or maybe a developing tornado there near Highway 465 southwest of Clifton Crossing. It's going to parallel Highway 465 all the way to Cyper and Walding. Take shelter now, even all the way down here towards Lisso, Elmer, and Castor Plunge in Louisiana. Take shelter now. Wow. So I was looking for Storm Chaser Vince Welty, and you saw earlier, just not too long ago, he was up here in Memphis. And now he is right here. I found him. Where's Vince? That's a fun game to play on the Radar Omega app. Whenever you open it up, we've got Vince's stream right here. 72 degrees in his vehicle, or on his vehicle, outside of his vehicle. And the dew point. The dew point is 69. Ripe conditions for thunderstorms out here, guys. Oh, I got a cricket. I used to say when I was a kid, I got a cricket in my neck. I think I sit here for like 30 hours over the past 3 days with my head like this. Anytime I try to turn it back this way, it kind of hurts. You got to be, you really have to. I'm going to start like physically training. Like I'm going to have to like spend all the off time where I'm not streaming, just really like in the gym preparing for this, because sitting here, like as easy as that sounds, it really takes a toll on me. I'm going to have to start doing some physical training here to get ready for these marathon live streams, especially during the hurricane season. Look at this. Tree damage from straight line winds in Troy, Tennessee. That's in Troy, Tennessee. You need dual cameras, switch it up. Oh man, I do need dual cameras. That would be cool. Yeah, that would give me a break. So what's up? Tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning, blizzard warning, wildfire warning. I just go back and forth all day long. Really keep the neck loose. You know what I'm saying? It's all about being limber. It's all about burning the correct amount of energy, getting enough fiber in your diet. Okay, it looks like our radar program is updating again, which is good. Which is good. Here is a video from Indiana. I don't know which part of Indiana. Make sure you, if you ever send videos like this, make sure you try to include the location where the video is taken. Also, thank you guys. Thanks to everybody who's super following me on Twitter. That was a new feature that just showed up out of nowhere about a week ago, and now we already have 200 super followers. I'm going to do an incredible press conference after these streams for super followers only. Let's see here. Young says, thanks for keeping everyone informed and keeping us out of harm's way. It's not too bad in Cordova, Tennessee. Just some rain buildup and a regular thunder lightning situation. We got a big, scary-looking cloud rolling into Clarksville, Tennessee. And this is, even though it would make sense that this would be called a wall cloud, this is not a wall cloud, okay? This is what we call a shelf cloud. A wall cloud is actually referring to the base of a supercell that protrudes down out of the mesocyclone and eventually leads to a tornado. That's not what we're seeing there in Clarksville. And here's all that snow up there in North Dakota. Holy smokes. We got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Grant Parish and LaSalle Parish in Louisiana. Here's some pictures of the flooding in South Haven, Mississippi. Looks like some streams are starting to really overflow there now. Here's the storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
In to Medina. Medina. So thanks for sending that in. That's a yeah, that's a pretty good looking shelf cloud there. That's going to bring, usually when you see those coming, when you see these coming towards you, that means there's probably some very strong winds in there. So just keep that in mind. All right, we got a new tornado warning in Indiana, so I'm going to ring the alarm here so we get everybody's attention. That's a new state. I believe that's the first tornado warning of the day in Indiana. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning in Indiana here, south of Indianapolis and near Bedford. Okay? South of Indianapolis and near Bedford. The tornado warning is now in effect there. And that's inside of the considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So you got the 70-mile-an-hour winds. And then also, now we have to worry about the considerable, or the threat for a tornado as well on top of that. So let's take a look at this up close. And, okay. Wow. So there's not a whole lot of tight rotation there, but there's a lot of broad rotation right around Bedford, Indiana. So if I'm in Heltonville all the way up to Kurtz, I'm paying attention to this, and I'm getting to my shelter because this could wrap up pretty tightly and become a tornado pretty soon here. So let's make sure we're getting into our safe spots, all right? In Indiana, we now have tornado warnings in Indiana, Mississippi, Louisiana, Kentucky, and Arkansas. All current tornado warnings are being constantly scrolled at the bottom of your screen. Even when I'm zoomed in on Bedford, Indiana, you can know exactly what's going on in Mississippi, Louisiana, Kentucky, and Arkansas by looking at the bottom of the screen. If you don't see your county, you're not under a tornado warning. Here is a shelf cloud that was working into Clarksville, Tennessee, just moments ago. Once again, I think everybody in Clarksville, Tennessee is watching right now. We've gotten so many. Oh, dude, look at this. You know what? You know what's crazy about this? I'm gonna quote tweet. I'm not gonna quote tweet. I'm gonna retweet it. This is a storm chasing photo, I think, from yesterday in Iowa. And I think I recognize this car. If any of you guys watch, this is, by the way, lightning struck a car and somebody got it on camera, by the way. That's incredible. But I think that this is, what's his name? He makes tornado videos and vlogs and stuff. More Pie, Life of Pi, something like that. I think that's who that is. Lightning struck a car there, caught on camera. No, it's not Pecos Hank. It's Pie. More Pie. I think that's his name. I could be you guys could think I'm crazy because I don't know what I'm talking about, and I really don't. But he's got a couple of popular videos. We currently have a tornado warning for Jackson and Lawrence counties in Indiana. We got Benton, Marshall, and Tippah counties in Mississippi. In Louisiana, we have Franklin, Madison, and Richland parishes. McLean and Muhlenberg counties in Kentucky are all under tornado warnings. And here's a look at that cloud, the shelf cloud coming into Palmyra, Tennessee. This is near Woodlawn, Tennessee, and near Clarksville and Fort Campbell. We had pea-sized hail and winds in excess of 50 miles an hour. And this is what it looked like during the storm, I reckon. So it looks like, at least in this video right here, things are pretty tame. But I don't know if this was before the big winds got there or after, or if maybe it's just in a part of the storm that didn't experience them. But once again, if you get hit by these storms today, more than likely you are going to end up seeing at least some damage, like Cassie saw here in Trezevant, Tennessee. We got a tree down. Looks like, I don't know if this is from this storm, but maybe some damage to the siding of the house over there. Hey, we'll love it. We got the shout out from Fleet Feet Huntsville in Huntsville, Alabama. Fleet Feet Huntsville only trusts one weatherman at our store. Oh, that's so cool, man. Thank you for that. I'm retweeting that one. Guys, if you want to be a part of the show here, the interactive part, please join us on Twitter. Follow me at Ryan Hall, y'all. And, you know, just help retweet the stuff that I retweet. Most of the time it's storm reports and pictures and stuff. Help get the word out. And then also fun stuff like this, too. The lights are green. It's time to talk to Andy, the weather machine. Go ahead, Andy. Fleet Feet in Huntsville.
Hey, Brian, I'm seeing a weird, very tight, small circulation
new tornado
just south
warning
of Jackson,
has been issued.
Mississippi proper that Brett Adair is headed straight towards. Coincides with the hook echo apparent on the storm from KDGX.
Great job, Andy. Literally just a couple seconds before the National Weather Service, pop that warning up there. We got it. We got Andy on it and all of our weather analysts. So let's go check out that storm. A new tornado warning was just issued for this storm that we're about to look at here. Yeah, if you're in Huntsville, go to Fleet Feet. Get you some daggone shoes or something. All right. So Brett Adair and Cameron are both very close to this storm. And we do now have a tornado warning for Jackson, Mississippi. Jackson, Mississippi is officially under a tornado warning. Look at that. Oh, wow. Look at that. That is a hook and a half right there. Cameron Lindsay's right underneath it. Cameron, what's going on? Let's talk to him here. Cameron, you're right underneath the really suspicious looking dangly bit here on the storm near Jackson. Let us know what you see, man. Looks like he's also having a little bit of time keeping the stream up.
Yeah, Ryan. I see actually in front of me, it looks like a really, really large lowering. I can't see anything to confirm on the ground, but there is definitely a lowering. Sorry for the background noise, but yeah, there's definitely a lowering, and I can see it from here.
Okay, so there you go. Cameron Lindsay, one of our storm chasers, is right here underneath the hook echo or dangly bit, whatever you want to call it. And he's saying that he's seeing a lowering. Okay, we don't necessarily see a tornado down just yet, but we do have a tornado warning for Jackson, Mississippi. This includes Flowood and Pearl all the way out there to Value, okay? And you want to make sure that you are in your safe spot. You want to get to shelter now, as this is the most impressive looking storm that I think we've seen all day. Go ahead, Andy. And so
That wasn't me, Ryan.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Sometimes I forget to change the lights back, and I just see that they're green, and I'm just really eager to talk to Andy, the weather machine, these days. So I am going to continue to show you this storm in Jackson, Mississippi, and also all of our storm chasers at the same time. We're mostly concerned with Cameron's feed, but it looks like he's having a hard time keeping that stream up. But we will check in with Brett Adair too if he ends up seeing anything, which he's not on the screen right now. I only have enough room for so many things. And you know, we're getting to the point where we have so many storm chasers. I'm probably going to have multiple pages of just storm chasers. But we will pull Brett Adair up if he ends up seeing anything. As of right now, he's not seeing anything. Is Reed on that storm? Reed's on that storm, isn't he? Yeah, I think Reed might be on that storm too, the same one down there near Jackson, Mississippi. Extreme meteorologist Reed Simmer there. As it does look like the storm is coming together right now on his stream. Severe thunderstorm warning, a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Warren, Simpson, Logan, Allen counties in Kentucky. Take shelter. Get to a safe spot, guys. Also, Alcorn, Benton, and Tippah counties in Tennessee. You're going to take shelter over there, too, from another considerable severe thunderstorm warning. This is not your average severe thunderstorm warning, guys. What you're looking at is a live view of Reed Simmer. Reed Simmer's stream. And I'm going to try to find you some audio. I believe he's near Jackson, Mississippi. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a tornado warning for Hinds and Rankin County in Mississippi. Also, we got a tornado warning up there in Jackson and Lawrence counties in Indiana. And here's a photo from Nicholas near Bedford, Indiana on US 50. So we could have a developing lowering there on the storm in Indiana. Take shelter now if you are in Jackson and Lawrence County in Indiana. So the hook, the rotating part of the storm that we're concerned about here in and around Jackson is really kind of falling apart now. I don't know if it's going to produce a tornado or not, but we're still concerned if we're in Flowood, Luckney, Creekwood Place, Mill Creek, Langford, Sunrise Point, all the way over to New Fannin and maybe as far east as Pelahatchie, but not quite.
Hey, Ryan, you copy this, Brad?
Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
Hey, I am just, I know you've got some chasers that are closer to it. I'm on the north side, coming down from Canton. I'm going to try to intercept this thing from the north in Core Punch. How big is the hail in that? I just wanted to check and see if you could figure that out for me.
Hey Ryan, you have Reed's audio playing.
Yeah, I was meaning to have Reed's audio playing. Just I'm sorry if that was annoying. I was just trying to see if he had anything to say. Let's see. How big's the hail? How big is the hail in that? Inch and a quarter. Let's take a look at the VIL. Okay. So once again, a tornado warning for Jackson, Mississippi, up to Brandon and into Pelahatchie. Brad, it's hard to tell. Looks like at the biggest an inch and a quarter, but I don't know if that's going to be like the common size. We haven't gotten any reports yet that I can tell. Actually, there was a 3/4 inch report on the western side of Jackson not too long ago.
Okay, thanks for the information. I'm going to drop down south into it here in about 10 minutes or so.
All right. Okay, what you're looking at is a live view of meteorologist Reed Timmer's stream, where it does look like we were looking at the development.
East and north. It's going to leave that circulation line of this new wall top.
Or a developing tornado there, possibly, and I believe that he is near Jackson, Mississippi. So we're going to keep an eye on him. We're going to keep an eye on him, but we're also going to keep an eye on our other chasers. We have other guys over here too. So I've got him pulled up. I am monitoring him, and we're going to continue to go back and forth to him. I definitely think that was a pretty
Ryan, you copy?
Interesting looking area of circulation. Go ahead and Carla. Go ahead, Cameron. Sorry. I about said Andy, Carly, and every name before Cameron.
Anyways, we saw what looked to be a funnel cloud, and it looked like it was trying to spin up multiple times, but could never do it. So we're going to move with it and see what happens with this.
Okay, thank you, Cameron. Keep me updated. So Cameron and Brett are really close to this thing. Still not seeing anything overly convincing as of just yet. Now there's a big rotating area. There's a wall cloud. There is potentially a developing tornado here, and we're going to keep a very close eye on the Jackson, Mississippi area. I want to show you guys why we're concerned about this. This is the inflow here. We got the rain-cooled air coming around as rear flank and downdraft. That right there is, you know, a pretty classic hook, but the inflow might actually be too much. It's actually separating a lot of that really important rain-cooled air. It's not able to get around the way that it needs to. So I don't know how long this will last, but if this kind of smooths out And this is allowed to be closer to this, and that rear flank downdraft is allowed to wrap around in the way that it needs to. That is going to lead to potentially a dangerous situation there here around Jackson, Mississippi, and then over up to the north and east after that. We do have a potential tornado developing here in this part of the world. This is in Mississippi, near Jackson. It's recycling. For sure. And also, because this is so close to the radar, it's hard to tell anything about it. It's hard to tell anything about it because the closer you are to the radar, obviously, the farther away you are from the radar, it's hard to tell because the beam is so far away. And the closer you are, or so high off the ground, the closer you are, the more interference there seems to be. So we're all right, though. We're going to keep an eye on it. Go ahead, Andy. Considerable severe thunderstorm.
Ryan, up in Indiana,
Brown County,
where that
Indiana.
forewarning was, that circulation's a bookend vortex headed in between Seymour and Columbus, Indiana. Looks like it's trying to strengthen its rotation for when it gets organized. It might be something to watch.
Okay. I'm having a hard time once again getting my radar to update over here. Okay, there we go. Okay, so once again, we are looking at this. South of Indianapolis, a tornado warning. It does exist for Kurtz and Freetown, Indiana. That area of rotation near Heltonville would probably cause a big-time windstorm there. But now we're concerned about these two areas that the inbounds and outbounds of kind of like kissing and coming together and potentially causing a tornado near Kurtz, Freetown, all the way up towards Jonesville. So if you're in Jonesville or Elizabethtown, you're not under a tornado warning just yet, but you are under a y'all watch. So y'all watch out, okay? We had a very strong storm coming into Indiana in Jackson and Lawrence counties, so make sure you're ready for it as we are going to continue to update you on this. But we have to also watch this storm near Jackson, Mississippi very closely, because it looks more and more serious every time the radar updates. Also, our storm chaser Cameron Lindsay out there, he got a video of the wall cloud. That's what we saw on Reed Timmer stream right there. Cameron got a picture of it too. That's the concerning portion. That's the dangerous part. That's where we could potentially see a tornado drop out of. And it looks like Reed's right up on it. Reed is right up on it now. Look at that. So what you were just seeing there was kind of in the distance, and now Reed Timmer is underneath that thing. Over here to the north and east. To the north and east of Jackson, Mississippi. Wow, what a perfectly round mesocyclone. That looks like a... what do you call it? A mothership, like a big a UFO there over Jackson, Mississippi, moving off to the north and east. Remember, Chris and Brad Arnold are also on their way here to intercept this storm, and they're going to do that near north of Brandon, Mississippi. Here's a video of that funnel. This is coming from Cancel or Chance.
Going up.
This is coming from him in Mississippi. We've got a video of the potential funnel there near Jackson, Mississippi on Twitter. Thank you so much.
This is all circle. You see this whole...
Thanks for sending that in, man. It really helps. Don't do that, though, unless you can do so safely. We don't want anybody in the tornado warning going outside of their house to take pictures today or any other day. All right, back over here. Let's go over to Reed Timmer's stream. Wow. What did we do? That is the best. That's the highest quality I've ever seen Reed stream look. Very nice. Very, very nice. All right, so we're going to continue to watch Reed and everybody else. Remember, Cameron, Lindsay, Brad Arnold, and Chris are all very close to this thing, and we're going to watch them all as they try to intercept this storm that's potentially producing, or it will potentially produce, a tornado near Brandon, Mississippi. Oh, we got an update. We got an update from Chris. He's trying to get there. He's trying to get to the tornado. Oh, no. This is what we call the end of the line there. I hate to see that. But we will. I'm sure he'll find an alternate route. He'll get himself in that tornado one way or another. We currently have a tornado warning for Hinds and Rankin County in Mississippi. That's the one we're focused on right now. We also have a tornado warning for Jackson County, Indiana. We're going to go back and forth to that. In fact, let me come to it now. This is what it looks like. All right, Freetown, Kurtz, take shelter now. We don't have a confirmation of a tornado on the ground, but we're going to assume that one's there, and we're going to take shelter now. Oh, man, we lost Reed. We also have a tornado warning for Benton, Marshall, and Tippah counties in Mississippi and Madison Parish in Louisiana. Here is another big look at that huge shelf cloud in Springfield, Tennessee earlier. Wow, that's a scary looking cloud.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, we got a new tornado warning in Mississippi. Let's zoom in on it. Let's go. This is way back yonder. So we got a big tornado warning that now is out for Tallulah, all the way up to Cary and Vicksburg. Vicksburg, you are included in this. And this is going to be for the next 51 minutes. This is a precautionary radar-indicated tornado warning for a lot of counties, a lot of places over here in Mississippi and Arkansas. You see that big purple polygon there? You want to respect it. Respect the polygon, y'all. If you're in there, seek shelter now. We don't know that there's a tornado down, but we're assuming that there might be. Here's a video from Ashland City, Tennessee, of that big shelf coming in. That's a good video right there. I'm retweeting all this stuff on Twitter, by the way, at Ryan Hall, y'all. Twitter.com/Ryan Hall, y'all. Oh, one of our weather analysts, Sean Paul.
Hey Ryan, Andy here. Reed has a tornado on the ground, and Cameron can confirm per our chaser team.
Okay, Reed has a tornado on the ground. Here, let me pull up the audio on him, and let me ask Cameron. Cameron, tell us what you see. Give me just a second.
I can smell it, I think.
I'm seeing some really large lightning. I'm seeing a really mean-looking funnel cloud. I can't see it on the ground, but we're trying to see if we can get a good sight so we can confirm it or not.
Okay. Okay, so we
It's a ball? It's a ball. Okay. I promise you it's a ball.
I think we might have seen a tornado down through Reed, but we can't confirm anything. Cameron Cameron also can't confirm it, but now I'm confused. Here's the thing, though. If you're in the tornado warning area, you need to be in your safe spot, whether we have a confirmed tornado down or not. But I'm trying to figure out where that report came through that there was a tornado down. We're seeing it here live on Reed's stream. You can see the lowering. You can see where the tornado would be. You can see where it would be right there on the right side of your screen. More than likely, that's where the tornado would likely be. But I don't think there's one down right now. There might have been one just moments ago. But now it has since lifted. Cameron also said that he saw a funnel cloud, but he didn't think it was on the ground. But still, this is probably rearing up to produce one here in the next little bit. So if I'm in Harborview, I'm probably going to want to take shelter. And then also in New Fannin and Fannin, because that's the part of this storm that is continuing to produce this rotating area of circulation.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we got a new tornado warning in Kentucky. New tornado warning in Kentucky. Let's go look at it. This is going to be up here for Caneyville.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
All right, we got an observed tornado now. We got an observed tornado in Mississippi. We got an observed tornado in Mississippi. So let's go back to the chasers. Let's go back over here, and let's see if we can't test. Let's see if we can't get an update here from Cameron. Cameron, we just got a word that this is a confirmed tornado. Are you seeing anything now?
Not yet, but I'm in a spot where it's about to cross here in the next few minutes, and I will get a picture and video. If I can get
a new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, guys. We got a new tornado warning also for Leake County and Rankin and Scott County, Mississippi. And that is going to go all the way up towards Lena. All right. The storm, so we're also, if you're looking at all the chasers there, you can see Brandon and Vince are on a similar storm. They are not in Jackson, okay? Brandon and Vince Kopic, Brandon Kopic and Vince Welty are up here near Canton, all right? They're watching this storm for the potential for a new tornado to form there. But Chris and Brad Arnold and all these guys are in the perfect position to see if this thing's going to drop a tornado. So is Cameron. Lindsay. All right, let's go back over here to Reed. Oh, man. He pointed his camera over there towards it briefly. We'll come back to him here in a second. If you're just now tuning in, we got a tornado warning up here for Rankin, Leake, Madison, and Scott counties in Mississippi. And we've got a team of storm chasers who's on this thing, and we've seen maybe intermittent touchdowns. We've seen a lot of funnel clouds. We've seen a lot of mesocyclones. We don't know that it's down right now, but looks like it's going to be very soon if it's not at this very moment. Another one of our storm chasers, Brett Dare, is also on the base of this storm. And from what I can tell, he doesn't have anything in his general location right now. But this thing is raring up, man. This is a classic-looking supercell. We just need to see this kind of curl up a little bit more. All right, you got the inflow coming in. And like I was saying earlier, it does look like this part of the storm is trying to connect itself a little bit more to the forward flank downdraft, which will allow that rear flank to really kind of kick in here and help that rotation amplify. So we'll see what happens. I think that this could continue to potentially produce a tornado as it goes all the way up towards Ludlow in Mississippi. Brad Arnold's also in a good spot. Brad Arnold is in a very good spot. Brad's location is just to the north and east of Jackson, Mississippi. Go ahead, Carly.
Yes, Rankin County Police and Fire near Jackson, Mississippi is reporting a tornado on the ground at the time.
All right, so Rankin County Fire is reporting a tornado on the ground at this time. So we should see it. We should see it right here in a second. Chris has got a good view of it. Or he might have a good view of it right here in a moment. Let's talk to him real quick. Hey, Chris. Just wondering if you've seen anything. We just got reports that fire departments denoting that this is on the ground right now. Let us know if you've got any confirmation on your end. So that's Chris near... He's also near Jackson, Mississippi, and north of Brandon, Mississippi.
Yeah, radar hole and trees right now, but trying to... I think I know where it is. Just trying to get to it.
All right. If I'm looking at this correctly, it should be on your left-hand side. You're going north and east right now. Should be out your driver's side window if you're not blocked off by trees. Coming up on you pretty quick. If you stay in your location right now, the area of rotation should cross over your location or just north of where you are. If you're just now tuning in, we've got live storm chasers on this storm north and east of Jackson, Mississippi that could be producing a tornado.
Excellent, thank you. Eyes are open.
We've had multiple reports of maybe a tornado being down and then maybe not and then maybe, yeah. But at this point, I don't think we actually have one, but we still want to take our safety precautions in Leake, Madison, Rankin, and Scott counties in Mississippi because this could produce. This is the best-looking supercell that we've seen today, I think. And it could certainly produce as it goes off to the north and to the east. Remember, that's Leake, Madison, Rankin, and Scott counties. We also have a tornado warning way back yonder in Louisiana and western portions of Mississippi. This includes Tallulah and Vicksburg. This is only going to last for the next 30 minutes or so. Let's come over here. We have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, guys. If you're under a severe thunderstorm warning today, take shelter because these things are packing a punch like this one that's getting ready to go through Charleston and then eventually into Abbeville, Oxford, and Coffeyville and Water Valley in Mississippi. This has got 70-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to knock down trees, and it's going to cause all kinds of problems, y'all. All right, considerable severe thunderstorm warnings all up and down the line. Oh, wow. We also have a really strong line of storms going through northern Mississippi and Tennessee, guys. I'm sure you're seeing these shelf clouds in Corinth all the way up into Savannah and Lexington. You're getting the storm now. Now, up next, we have Linden, Waynesboro, Centerville, Tennessee, Waverly. You guys are going to be getting in on some of these strong winds. Nashville, Tennessee, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning now as this strong line of damaging winds and big storms is coming towards you within the next 25 to 50 minutes. Now we have a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning. A new destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be down here. Let's see here. Where is that? It's in Mississippi, right? Yeah, there we go. So, yeah, this really strong line of storms that's coming into Corinth, Mississippi right now, and then eventually it's going to make its way into Burnsville and Jumpertown and Rhinesey. Maybe it might even go all the way over there towards Waterloo, Alabama, but this is a destructive severe thunderstorm. This is, in a lot of cases, this can be worse than a tornado. This could be worse than a tornado because we have a wall of wind coming across these counties here, and, a weak tornado can have 80-mile-an-hour winds. Well, this whole storm could have 80-mile-an-hour winds with it and knocking trees down, power lines as we go down the line. So make sure you are prepared for that if you're out in front of this thing in northeastern Mississippi. Now, this line is going to be packing a punch all the way up and down Tennessee, guys. If you're in Savannah, Lobeville, Centerville, Waynesboro, get ready for those 70, maybe hurricane force winds.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And then also Nashville and into portions of Kentucky. We are also seeing considerable severe thunderstorms and now a tornado warning that includes Pikeville in Kentucky. So seek shelter now. And we also have a severe thunderstorm, a considerable severe thunderstorm warning up here in Indiana, south of Indianapolis, with 70 miles per hour winds coming into Edinburgh, and Seymour, and Crothersville, Indiana. All right, take all of this seriously, guys. This is all going to be packing a punch and causing damage as it comes through. We now have a new tornado warning down here in Mississippi. This includes St. Joseph, Louisiana, Port Gibson, Mississippi, all the way over to Hazelhurst. That is a huge tornado warning there for a lot of counties and parishes down here in Louisiana and Mississippi. Seek shelter now if you're in a tornado warning. We're going to go back and try to focus a little bit on this storm up here in Mississippi, north and east of Jackson. For some reason, my radars are not updating, y'all. I don't know what's going on with it. Okay. Let's see here. 29, that's still 10 minutes ago. Go ahead, Andy.
County 1023. Poplar City's on scene as well.
Yeah, Ryan, we have a new area of interest rotation south of Caneyville, Kentucky, headed south of Litchfield as well, or Litchfield.
Okay, thank you, Andy. We're going to go check that out now from the Louisville radar. These storms are approaching Louisville. Once again, we have an area of interest, possible rotation down here near Caneyville, Kentucky, moving into Leachfield, Kentucky, Clarkston, Big Clifty. A new tornado warning will probably be issued here for these areas in Kentucky. Seek shelter as soon as it is issued. You're not under a warning just yet, but y'all watch out. Y'all watch out. Holy smokes. What in the world are Brandon and Vince doing, son? They're on a dirt road somewhere back here in Mississippi. What do they got going on? What are they on here? Let me see. Oh, so they're racing to try to get to this the tornadic thunderstorm that everybody else is on north and east of Jackson, Mississippi. Brandon Kopic have made it from Memphis to Jackson, Mississippi in the time that
Ryan, I have totally lost it. Any clues?
To be honest with you, Chris, I think everybody's having problems right now getting radar data. I don't know what's going on. I'm having a hard time having to update too. I'll let you know as soon as I know something.
Thanks, boss.
So, let's see here. Vince, if we come over to the Radar Omega app, Vince Welty's right here. You guys can see him if you pull this up on your phone. And you can click on him right there, and you can see his live feed. There's 50 of you guys watching with me right now. You can see the dew point, the temperature, and all that stuff, and you can see that he's on this dirt road right here, north and west of Madisonville, and he's trying to get over here to where this storm is. It's trying its best. This storm right here, it has all the potential in the world to produce a tornado. and Vince has literally came from Memphis, Tennessee, to get to it. Wow. Okay, so there we go. We got a big storm forming here, and it looks even better now than it did when it was back there towards Jackson. So let's give old Chris an update. All right, I just got a recent scan up, and it looks like this thing it kind of fell apart a little bit, but it is trying to come back together. If you can get to Highway 25 and start going up north and east towards Coke and Ratliff, you should probably be able to continue to parallel it. But I think this thing's going to it's going to have one last breath here and try to do something as it goes up a little bit further north and east than where we were earlier.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning up there in Kentucky. Butler, Edmondson, Grayson, Hardin, and Hart counties. In Kentucky, lots of tornado warnings coming out of Kentucky now. Tornado warnings. I've said that so many times it doesn't sound like a real word anymore.
COPE and Ratliff.
Yeah, let me... C-O... that's K-O-C-H. That's K-O-C-H, and Ratliff, R-A-T-L-I-F-F. That's kind of where the last scan has the forward flank. That's Ratliff, and then the bottom of the rotation is somewhere to the north and west of Coke. It's just going to continue to ride Highway 25 there up to the north and east. So that's pretty much all I have. It keeps falling apart, and then it looks like it's going to do good, and then it falls apart. So I'm having the best luck, by the way, with Radar Omega. GR2 and Scope and everything else is not updating correctly for some reason, but Omega's been on point. All right, let's come over to that tornado warning up here in Kentucky, the newest one. That does include Bonneville, Upton, and Leachfield. Go ahead, Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
9 Papa West 1041. They route they did 44.
Hey Ryan, in addition to that Leachfield warning that you're looking at, I'm seeing a concerning area of spin up north of Irvington, Kentucky. That's just west of KLVX radar site on the north end of the line there.
Well, I gotta get me some Omega, and I think I know the guy to talk to. Okay, check out my stream. I think I've got the base and a little lowering.
Okay, Chris thinks he's got the base of this storm near Jackson, Mississippi, and a little bit of a lowering. So we're going to keep an eye on him. We're going to come over to the map view and keep an eye on Chris there. He's right there. And then I'm trying my best to keep up with these storms a little bit further over to the north there in Kentucky, but for some reason, I don't know what's happening. I'm not getting updates properly. Yeah, so just real quick, I do want to talk about this tornado warning in Kentucky. South of Shrewsbury, Sadler, Meredith, and Peonia. That is where we're most concerned about a potential tornado forming there. That's going to go all the way up towards Millerstown, Kentucky. Take shelter now. We're also looking at a potential area of new rotation over here near Akron and Brandenburg in Kentucky, but no warning up there just yet, okay? All right, guys. I gotta take a real quick break. This one be like 2 minutes. Andy, I got to leave the computer here for about 2 or 3 minutes. I will be right back.
I guess everybody talking earlier during the storms, and then I talked to Justin on the way in up in Greenbrier, but he was getting off as I got off, so I guess everybody's just out of pocket.
That's all right. We'll stir them all up in the morning. You know how that goes.
All right, howdy y'all. Andy here. Ill prepared for this, but I'm ready. So we've got destructive severe thunderstorm warnings for Tishomingo County in Mississippi, and also to the west of that as the line moves through the area there. Strong, damaging winds and excess of hurricane force wind gusts at times. Also considerable severe thunderstorm warnings along the I-40 corridor and south in Tennessee. We have multiple areas of rotation that we're watching in storms in Mississippi around the Jackson, Mississippi area to the northeast of it, the storm that just passed through there. To the north and northwest near Flora, Mississippi, should be on the lookout there. There's a concerning area of rotation. In addition, we have some friends in Bowling Green, Kentucky, who are probably getting slammed by some strong wind gusts right now as well. You all are warned for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Bowling Green, Kentucky. And the area of rotation that I was noting is not Tor warned yet. You're under a y'all watch out. That's in Akron, east of Irvington, Kentucky, headed towards the KLVX Louisville radar site. So it will reach Louisville, Kentucky eventually. We don't know whether there'll be a spin-up tornado by the time it gets to Louisville, but there will be strong, damaging straight-line wind gusts for Louisville, undoubtedly. All right, for our friends up in Indiana, north of Seymour and south of Columbus, Indiana, near Jonesville, Indiana, it looks like that rotation has broadened out. So I would just heed the severe warning existing there for straight line damaging winds at the moment. If you're in Jonesville, Indiana, or east of there, North Vernon, you're probably going to see the bulk of the strongest wind gusts associated with the northern end of that line.
I hope this rain is over for a little while at least. I ain't gonna be able to mow my yard for a week probably. N5 DOC. And I tell you what, I think there's a giraffe hiding in my front yard out there. I saw his head pop up the other day. W5 SMZ.
All right. If you just saw that considerable severe thunderstorm warning, that is for the areas around Louisville, Kentucky, and to the west in Indiana, those southern counties, Harrison County. That is entering Brandenburg, Kentucky right now with some pretty heavy wind gusts. It looks like the spin-up tornado threat may have loosened on that, but I'm seeing a pocket of very gusty winds up to 70 miles per hour apparent on radar. So not only is this storm like just warned for potential 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but we can actually see a pocket of pretty strong winds right over Brandenburg, Kentucky, and just south. That is headed east, northeast, just south of the Louisville metro, probably in the next 45 minutes. By that time, you'll see something near Louisville, Kentucky.
I guess I gotta go home and get that situated. Thank you though. I hear you, brother. Yeah, I'm not even gonna mention what we had for dinner today. We didn't come up with some good ones. Yeah, a couple of them I don't worry about too much, but one of them thinks she has to have a freshly cooked meal every day. Like, she don't even like leftovers and all that. And I'm like, you might want to get used to that, because
All right, if you're in the Waynesboro, Tennessee area, north and south of there, south of I-40, you're probably going to see the most consistent straight line damaging wind threat associated with the line moving through. It is to your west of Waynesboro right now, headed east. It will be on your doorstep in about 15, 20 minutes or less, and east of there, probably in the next 20 minutes in Lawrenceburg, in Lawrence County. So make sure your pets are inside. Make sure you don't go outside when the line is getting to you. Some lightning activity with that as well, so you don't want to be caught outside in that.
yes, sir. I figured you were going up here on the corner of this ice cream shop or the one downtown on Market Street.
I think we're going to sneak over here and pick up something to take home. Go over here and get one of her favorites at the Sonic Drive-In, if we can get in there.
Alrighty, I got a phone call. Be back in a minute. N5 DLC.
Alrighty, man. See you in a little while. W5S. See you.
All right, if you're wondering, Ryan is on a short break. He'll be back within a couple minutes, he said, so don't worry about that. I've got you covered for now. Louisville, thank you. I'll correct my pronunciation on that. Louisville, Kentucky will probably see storms in about 45 minutes, within 45 minutes.
Okay, Louisville. You know how I say it? I say Louisville. Louisville, Kentucky. You're going to get some storms there in about 30, 45 minutes. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Andy. I appreciate it. Everybody say thank you, Andy, for the incredible radar and weather analysis. That's meteorologist Andy Hill. He can only be found on YouTube. What am I doing? Okay, anyways, we have still a bunch of tornado warnings in effect. We got Butler, Edmondson, Grayson, and Hardin counties in Kentucky under that warning. Looks like the warning down here with that supercell we've been watching has been allowed to expire. It's getting out of here. Looks like Vince and them going through the jungle there on the back road was all for naught. But they have positioned themselves now in the most favorable area for potential tornadoes as we go into the later portion of the evening. And we'll see what happens there. All right, this is what's happening right now, guys. Big time severe thunderstorm, severe weather outbreak is going on right now all up and down the board. And it's really starting to pick up steam up here in Kentucky. I'm concerned about the wind as it gets into Fort Knox. Louisville, it will eventually get to you there in a little bit more than 30 minutes. And then also Elizabethtown, you guys are going to get it. Upton, you're going to get it. Brownsville, Scottsville, now down into Tennessee. You guys are also going to get it up there in portions of near Nashville, but especially north of Nashville, near Portland and Cross Plains. Looks like the Nashville is somehow missing the strongest part of the storm. Like there's a really strong part to your north, a really strong part to your south. Right there in the middle, though, you're dodging a little bit of a bullet. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Centerville and Waynesboro. Considerable severe thunderstorms all the way down into Mississippi. And a big old tornado warning down here in Port Gibson to Crystal Springs and Hazelhurst. That's a broad overview of everything that's going on right now. Oh, wow. That storm that... Okay. All right. thank you so much for sending this in. This is the storm near Jackson, Mississippi. Not too long ago. Look at that. It tried. So that's probably when we started hearing that there was a tornado on the ground. I'd say that's what Reed and them saw right there. This is a time lapse of the storm that produced a funnel cloud, and it tried its best to produce a tornado there near Jackson, Mississippi. Thank you so much for sending this in. And yeah, look at this. Watch right here. We were watching the radar. We were doing our own thing. And then I'd say right there, Reed started hollering that there was a tornado, rightfully so, with the trees and everything. You'd think that was. Then we started looking at the stream, and it was gone by that point. So that's the kind of thing that can happen here with these storms. So that's why we always say that these radar-indicated warnings, we need to take them seriously. We need to take shelter, just like we know that there's a tornado on the ground, because things can change fast like that. It can go from all to nothing, from nothing to everything in a blink of an eye. In a blink of an eye. So thank you guys for sending in these pictures and videos and reports to Twitter. Also, we have a Reddit. We have an official subreddit, reddit.com/r/Ryan Hall, y'all. Our mods, I'm sure, will have links in the chat. You can just search us on Reddit too. This is a good one from earlier. People be like, hey, Ryan, can you tell me what the weather's going to be like in Vermont during a tornado in Oklahoma? It happens every time, and I really do feel bad that I can't answer everybody's questions, but we have to, take everything. We have to focus on the most severe weather. That's part of what I'm doing here. That's part of the job. I love it. I love it. Stop. Andy time. Man, we need to have somebody on staff over there for the website, shopryanhall.com, making these shirts on, as we go. That way we can actually release them. Yeah. You've been tracking storms for 5 hours now. Why don't you take a break? I can do this all day. Here is somebody's trucking setup. They got me set up there on, looks like an iPad. We got a lot of truckers that watch, y'all. We got a whole lot of truckers that watch. So thanks for participating in the Reddit, guys. Remember, that's subreddit, reddit.com/r/Ryan Hall, y'all. I think we're going to just start doing some fun things with that. Now we're going to get back to really diving into the weather, and we're going to see what Andy Hill has to say, meteorologist Andy Hill. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I just want to give you an update on the Louisville storm in Kentucky. I see a pocket of 80-mile-per-hour wind speeds just 200 feet above the ground right next to the KLVX radar. That's going to impact West Point, Kentucky, and it's going to head east-northeast to northeast, probably around Hillview and Heritage Creek, Kentucky, and to the south of the Louisville metro. Louisville.
So what he's talking about here is this incredible area of winds from central down to Muldraw. Now, I don't know about that one. This is moving into West Point. There's going to be some damaging winds coming into West Point here within the next little bit. This will eventually make it to Valley Station and Shepherdsville as well. So get ready, brace for impact for a really strong storm with some straight line damaging winds, possibly bringing down trees, power lines, and of course, the potential to lose power is there. This will be heading up towards Louisville before too long. David G says, come on, man. Subscription counter. Subscription counter. Let's do this. Are we close? Are we close? Are we close? Wow, that happened a lot faster than I thought it would. There it is, guys. We have 499,241 subscribers here on the Ryan Hall Y'all channel. It's just over a year after we started. We're almost at 500,000. That is a heck of a milestone, and if you haven't hit that subscription button yet, if you haven't hit the subscribe button, now's the time to do it. We're making our final push to 500,000. 500,000 subscribers. Thank you all so much for the support. We're going to check back in on this periodically. This is a huge milestone. This is a huge milestone for the channel. So we're going to go back and forth between that and the radar. We're going to keep you updated here in Louisville, West Point, and Valley Station. I can't believe it, guys. I can't believe we're going to cross 500,000 subscribers today. Who knows what the limit is? Who knows how far this is going to go? I didn't think we'd ever get to 500,000. But here we are on April 13th. 1 year and I'd say 3 months. 1 year and 3 months after the start of this. We are getting ready to cross over it right now. 499.6. $499.7. $499.8. $499.9. Getting close. Everybody say hi. You're on video. Everybody in chat say hi. You're on TikTok. You're on Instagram. Here it is. $499.999. And finally, the Ryan Hall Y'all channel is above 500,000 subscribers. 500,000 subscribers here. A huge milestone on the Ryan Hall Y'all channel. Thank y'all so much for all the support. Once again, I'm ecstatic for this milestone, and I hope I deserve it. I hope I deserve it. I hope that we're doing everything that we can to keep you all updated, and you're getting any sort of value that you're looking for out of a channel like this. I hope we're doing everything that we can to make it a good experience for you, and we're helping people, and that's all I've got to say about that. I really, really, really appreciate you guys. We're going to be here for the long haul. Somebody said yesterday, don't let the Weather Channel buy you out. I promise that's not going to happen. We're going to live right here on YouTube for free. You'll always be able to come watch everything that I'm doing 100% for free for the rest of my existence on this earth, or as long as YouTube exists.
Hey, Ryan, you copy? This is Brad.
You will be able to do that right here on YouTube, all right? Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, I'm headed up to Carthage right now. Noticing some low-level rotation just to my northwest. Looks like it may be an embedded supercell. It looks like it may be ingesting a storm from the southeast. What are your thoughts on that one, as well as the storm that's back near Canton? Do you think any of those have tornado potential? It looks like the one northwest of Carthage may have a little bit of potential.
All right, give me just a second. I'm gonna update him on that. Oh, sorry. I was looking at the subscriber count. I'm falling behind here on the radar, keeping up with her. All right, so up here near Revive and St. Anne, that's the storm Brad Arnold's talking about. Brad, I would say heading up in that direction is a smart move. I don't know about that cell in particular. Lots of little, nuisance showers and stuff forming on the southern side, clogging up the inflow. But that's where the most favorable conditions are kind of, they're following those cells as this goes up to the north and east. $500,000 subscribers, guys. Thank you all so much. 500,000. Oh, here's an up-close look at that a tornado, actually, near Jackson, Mississippi. Brett Adair says, I'm pretty sure I saw the weakest tornado in history near the Jackson Airport in Flowood, somewhere around 6 p.m. This is what we saw on that time lapse, too. It looks like it might have briefly touched down here north and west of Jackson, Mississippi. Thank you guys so much for 500,000 subscribers. Hopefully we're clipping that and putting it on social media. That's a huge deal. That's a huge deal. Seriously, thank you. You promised a leg reveal for 500K. We'll do it. We'll do it before we end the stream. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Lots of support pouring in. Lots of love. It feels good. It feels good. I'm glad that you guys like the channel. I'm glad that what we're doing is worth it. It has value. It does. It feels good. Thank you guys for all the love. If you're just now tuning in, we're briefly celebrating the fact that our channel just hit 500,000 subscribers here on YouTube. But we're also in the middle of a severe weather outbreak that's causing considerable wind gusts from Louisville, Kentucky, all the way down through Middle Tennessee, now entering northwestern Alabama, a lot of south central and central Mississippi, moving into eastern Mississippi. And then also we have a conditional tornado threat developing or continuing to exist here in southern Mississippi, from Jackson all the way up to Philadelphia and Scuba. So we're going to continue to watch these storms extremely closely as we go through the rest of the evening. We got we've been going for 6 hours. 6 hours. And I think at the very least we're going to go for 4 more, maybe 3 more. So stay with us here. We're going to watch these things go all the way through central Kentucky, Middle Tennessee, and then, of course, into Alabama as well. We currently only have 2 tornado warnings. One's for Claiborne, Copiah, and Jefferson counties in Mississippi. And then Grayson, Hardin, and Hart counties in Kentucky are also under tornado warnings. Take shelter if you're in any of those places. My goodness, you guys are blowing it up. Christy says thank you, or Christy says congratulations. I says thank you. Let's see here. I tagged you on Twitter with a screenshot as you hit 500K. Ooh, Radar Omega. Radar Omega also took a screenshot there right when we hit 500,000. Thank you, guys. That's a big deal. $500,000. Here's for some Reese Cups. Celebrating your 500,000 milestone. Thank you so much, Chelsea. James Moore, he says, Ryan, you deserve that milestone more than you know. I've been with you since the big tornado outbreak on December 10th and 11th. Thank you. Thank you, James. And DJ, thank you. Thank you, Kitty Tucker. You guys are super generous. And you make this a lot of fun. It's about to get nasty in Nashville. Yeah, a big storm coming into Nashville. You're actually not under a severe thunderstorm warning or anything just yet. Eric, thanks for being a member for 4 months. And thank you so much for the congratulations. Shay M, thank you. Here it is. $499,999. Oh wow. Here it is. $499,999. And finally, The Ryan Hall Y'all channel is above 500,000 subscribers.
That's awesome, guys.
500,000 subscribers here. Huge. Here it is. 499.
If we're live, if we happen to be live when we cross over 1 million, we'll make a much bigger deal out of it. We'll have confetti or something. I don't know. I honestly wasn't prepared for. I mean, I knew we were close, but if I would have had more time to think about it, I would have prepared for it. We'll have confetti next time. David says this is for Stephanie only. Thank you, Stephanie, for your part in the Ryan's thing. Oh yeah, thank you, Stephanie, for your part. Ryan, you're great and all, but remember the nights you'd stay up late with a pregnant wife that supported you and joked you can quit your job at 100,000 as a joke. Stephanie Hall, y'all. Yeah, I am incredibly grateful for my wife, and a huge shout out to her. And she does play a huge role in this. I couldn't do this without her. David, she really supports your super chats, or she appreciates your super chats as well. Guys, we're down to 1 tornado warning. We have 1 warning in Claiborne, Copiah, and Jefferson counties in Mississippi. Deborah, thank you for becoming a Slight Risk member. Nayazan, thank you. Jessica says, saving lives and breaking down negative Appalachian stereotypes. You rock, Ryan. Thank you. That's all. Appalachian folk are pretty, and we're all right sometimes. Let's see here. And Jordan says, have a Nader juice on me. I appreciate it. Chris, guys, thank you so much. You don't have to do this. Introverts, thanks for the very generous super chat. Says, congrats, and here's some gas money. They can give each other a gallon on me. We will split that amongst the chasers.
590, Gypsy Claire.
Let's see here. Thank you, Jessica. Ryan, the community, your team, and all of us that you have built here is amazing. We're all-weather weenies who want to help others impacted by severe weather. I love it here. I'm glad that you love it here. I love it here, too. It's a dream. It's a dream come true having this platform and having you guys and having the reach that we do. And it's just, you know, I've always wanted to do the weather. You know, I went to, you know, I studied it, and I worked for a TV station for a little while. I was on that path of, you know, doing that on TV and being the TV weather guy. You can ask my teachers from kindergarten, first grade. That's what I've always wanted to do. But, you know, I kind of fell out of it. I didn't love it when I did my internships and my first original jobs. I didn't love the vibe there. And I thought that it was over for me. I thought that I couldn't do the weather now because I didn't fit into that mold. And I started this channel on a whim. Just for fun, really. And the fact that it's turned into, I mean, something way more incredible than I could have ever imagined being on. Even if I was to go do the TV thing, I don't think that there's ever a position that would be better than the one I'm in right now. So this is incredible. Thank you, guys. I couldn't do it without you. I'm glad that you enjoy it. And once again, I'm going to be here for the long haul. Not going anywhere. You'll always be able to watch Ryan Hall, y'all, 100% for free on a free platform like YouTube. If YouTube exists forever, it'll probably be YouTube.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
All right, we got a new tornado watch. Let's go check it out. Let's go check out the graphic information on that as soon as it pops up here. Our system's so daggone fast, sometimes we get these warnings and stuff before it even shows up on the website. As soon as that graphic information comes through, I'll share it with you. Let's see here. Sending you some Raleigh, North Carolina love. Thank you so much, Benjamin. JB, KD. Thank you guys, and thanks for everybody that's becoming a member too. Thank y'all. Yeah, we got the full clip up on Twitter now too. Hopefully we got it going up on Reddit. We are down to that one tornado warning. We have one tornado warning down here in Mississippi. It's a precautionary radar indicated tornado warning. We don't have any new information to talk about on that front, but we do have a lot of straight line damaging winds happening over here south of Nashville near Dixon, towards Hohenwald, Lawrenceburg, Florence, maybe even all the way down towards Russellville, Tennessee here in the next little bit. So that's kind of where we're going to be keeping our eyes out to as we go into the near future here. Thank you all for all the support. Y'all are good. Thank you. That's all. I'm honestly, I'm kind of just overwhelmed by the support. It's not like it's in the chat. It's in the super chat. It's on Twitter. It's on Reddit. It's everywhere. People are messaging me, DMing me. Thank you. Seriously, I really do appreciate it. We'll check the member count. Yeah, buddy. 2,318 official members of the channel here. I'm stunned. Kimberly says, congratulations. I'm a huge fan from Tennessee. I think we got a lot of people in Tennessee watching. I think we have a lot of people in Tennessee that are fans of the channel here. I think that might be our number one state. And that was something I was planning on doing during the launch of our site with the map, is trying to figure out, who's where are the most people at. But because on launch day, the severe weather was so intense, we didn't really have a lot of time to look at it. But I think it might be Tennessee, because every time anything happens in Tennessee, we got everybody in the world sending us pictures and stuff. Here's another view of that brief spin up or a funnel cloud and tornado there in Flowood, Mississippi earlier. That's coming in from Anthony. Thank you for sending that in. Do we have something? We got a little bit of a concerning area of rotation south of Louisville, it looks like. Right there near Fairdale and Heritage Creek. So you got that big severe thunderstorm moving into Louisville. Now, downtown Louisville, I think that you're okay. I think that the strongest part of the storm is south of the metro near Heritage Creek and Audubon Park. That is where maybe there might be a little bit of rotation here, but even without the rotation, that's going to be some damaging winds coming into Heritage Creek, Hillview, Shepherdsville, Mount Washington. You're next in line. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm here. Probably going to cause some significant damage there in Mount Washington, so let's get ready for that. South of the Louisville Metro. South of the Louisville Metro, this is what it looks like right now. And I believe that we are looking south there. Towards where I was just highlighting that. In downtown Louisville, I think we're all right once again. But south, the southern part, that's where we're concerned the most. Sorry, guys. The TikTok ended there. The live stream on TikTok. I just started it back. I don't know what causes that to happen. Clarksville, yeah, I think you're okay. Clarksville, the biggest part of the storm has certainly went past you by now. In Clarksville, you already got hit, and
a new tornado
you're
warning
fine.
has been issued.
All right, we got a brand new tornado warning. All right, this is south of Louisville, actually a lot further south of Louisville than what we were even talking about there with the storm we were focused on. This is way down, even south of Elizabethtown. Let's take a close look at that. A new tornado warning has been issued down here for this area of rotation near Buffalo and Hodgenville, Kentucky. A new tornado warning for Buffalo, White City, Howardstown, Athertonville, New Haven, Balltown, all the way up to Bardstown and Nazareth. Y'all, this is getting close to me. I'm in Eastern Kentucky. Andy, I'm just now noticing the lights. I don't know when you turned them, but go ahead.
It's just a second ago, Ryan, no problem. I just wanted to say that Nashville, Tennessee is now proper under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay.
Warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. The line of pretty consistent 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts is stretching north, so it does include the Nashville metro now, up to Hendersonville, Tennessee. And that should be there probably within about 30 to 45 minutes by my estimation.
Okay, 30 to 45 minutes. It's time to hunker down in Nashville, Tennessee. You got a considerable severe thunderstorm heading that way with 70 miles an hour winds. This is also going to affect Franklin, Spring Hill, all the way up to Hendersonville. Now, that new tornado warning that we're concerned about down here near Buffalo is going to go all the way up towards Bardstown. These storms are going to make it into the Lexington area and Richmond and all these places over the next couple of hours. And once again, it is eventually going to make it over here into Eastern Kentucky, where I am broadcasting from right now. But by the time it makes it over here, like, it's going to be a lot weaker. So we'll see what happens there. Yeah, a quick update on Jackson, Tennessee. You guys are fine now. Now, there is a flash flooding problem that's developing in the Jackson, Tennessee area. But for the most part, the strongest storms have passed you in Jackson, Tennessee. The storms are past you in Memphis. It's okay. Clarksdale, you're fine. Mississippi. Greenville, Mississippi, you're fine. Vicksburg, you're fine. Everybody to the west of this line is fine. All right, Indianapolis, you're fine. Louisville, as soon as this storm is over here, you're going to be fine, but we got a considerable severe thunderstorm in the meantime over here in Kentucky. Bowling Green, Kentucky, you're getting the storm right now. You're kind of in the middle of the strongest portion that's to the north of you, and then another strong portion that's to your south. So you're not under a warning right now, but the storm is going over you. Zoltan, thank you so much for the very generous $100 super chat. You didn't have to do that. It says you provide a crucial service to millions of Americans. You should be proud. Thank you so much. Tom McFarland, thank you for becoming an extreme risk member. Yeah, real quick, we'll show an update on the map. If you haven't seen this yet, this is shopryanhall.com. This is everybody that's on the website right now. You see the little comment that shot over there when that guy placed an order. Everybody wants to see their blue dot, but I can't keep this up the whole stream. I do appreciate all the support, though. We've got people buying Nader Juice coffee mugs, and we've got 332 total orders today. And our fund to help people after severe weather is just growing and growing. Once again, we have thousands and thousands of dollars to help people in need after storms like this. If there's any communities or drives or GoFundMes or anything like that that we can help support, because you guys buying stickers and t-shirts over there on shopryanhallyall.com, we are able to help in a big way. That's what that's for. We also have NOAA weather radios over there. So if you ever wanted one of those, you can go to the weather equipment section and get the ER210. It's $50. It's solar powered, it's battery powered, it's crank powered, just in case the sun's out, not out, and you need to get that thing powered up. It'll also charge your phone, and it'll alert you for severe weather. All right, so just a quick update on the radar. Let's go top down. The strongest storms in Indiana right now are in Batesville, Greensburg. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning in Versailles, Indiana. This is moving east with 60-mile-an-hour winds. It's coming towards you in Cedar Grove and Harrison before too long. These will also make it into southwestern Ohio here within an hour or two. Now, Louisville, Kentucky, you're getting the heavy rain, some hail, and wind right now, but the strongest part of the storm is actually south of Louisville, moving into Washington right now. Get ready in Washington, Mount Washington, and Taylorville, Kentucky, for a very strong area of straight-line damaging winds. I'm expecting that we're going to hear some damage reports coming out of this area very soon. Also, a tornado warning is in effect for Hodgenville, New Haven, and Bardstown, Kentucky. Take shelter now. Horse Cave, Kentucky, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Now, Bowling Green, Franklin, Scottsville, you guys are not under any sort of warning. You're getting kind of skipped by the strongest portions of the storms, thankfully. But we'll still stay indoors because that's going to be a lot of wind no matter what. Nashville, you're under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with 70-mile-an-hour winds making their way into your neck of the woods within the next, 30 minutes, maybe even less than that. Columbia, same thing. Lewisburg, same thing. Considerable severe thunderstorm. Florence, Alabama, get ready for a severe thunderstorm within the next 10, 20 minutes.
A new tornado
Just a lot of heavy
warning
rain.
has
I'm
been
headed to
issued.
the storm that is headed to northwest of Philadelphia, Mississippi. It looks like it's getting overtaken by the line, but it has a decent meso on it at least.
Thank you, Brad. Keep us updated. That was Brad Arnold giving us an update on the storm over there in Mississippi. So let's keep going down the line here. More storms going through Tupelo, Fulton. Severe thunderstorm warning for Eupora. And those are eventually going to make it into Starkville and Columbus, Mississippi here before too long. Now, Pickens, Mississippi, we are under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. We got a lot of considerable severe weather going through Jackson, Mississippi, Pelahatchie, you're next in line, Florence, Mississippi. Get ready for it down there in Crystal Springs. And, all the way down to the Gulf Coast pretty much, all the way down here in Oakdale, Louisiana. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning just to the east of you as well. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I just wanted to update you on the storm southeast of Louisville. They did issue a tornado warning for that as the northern end of the Bow Echo has moved ahead of the rest of the line and thus is causing rotation on the northern end of it. In addition, that severe thunderstorm warning is destructive. It was upgraded, the same one for the Louisville Metro. So 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts are possible around Mount Washington, Kentucky. You probably experienced it just now. Elk Creek and Shelbyville are next in line, and Simpsonville in Kentucky, east of Louisville.
Okay, so we have a tornado warning now for the southeastern. This is southeast of Louisville, Kentucky. This includes Simpsonville. And this looks really concerning to me, as you can see the little hook there. And it's probably some dry air coming into the inflow area with the correlation, but certainly a concerning looking situation unfolding there south of Fern Creek in Kentucky. Let's take shelter immediately if we're in Jefferson, Oldham, or Shelby County, south and east of Louisville. This is not in the Louisville Metro, but this is close. This is near Jeffersontown and Fern Creek, okay? Let's take radar Omega. up there closer to Louisville, so we can really zoom down to the street level, which is something we can't do with a lot of our other graphics systems. Whoa! Okay, hold on. Wait. All right, everybody over here, south and east of Louisville. This is happening fast near Seatonville and Hopewell. We need to run to our shelters. This is a different situation. This is probably a quick spin up tornado, but I don't like the way that looks. I don't like the way that looks at all. We could have a tornado on the ground here. I'm not 100% sure, but it looks to me like that could be happening here south of Hopewell, Kentucky, moving up towards Fisherville, LS Park, and Simpsonville, Kentucky. Seek shelter now if you are out here, okay? A lot of people.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Kind of outside taking pictures of these shelf clouds and stuff as they come through. This is the one where I would say don't do that. All right, let's stay inside. Let's get into our safe spots, especially if we are in Hopewell, Kentucky, as that looks like a very, very concerning signature for maybe a tornado ongoing there south and east of Jeffersontown. Look at that. There
New
we go.
information.
All right.
This tornado
the National Weather Service has went
upgraded.
ahead and confirmed this for us. This is a confirmed tornado warning for Jefferson, Oldham, and Shelby County, Kentucky. Everybody down here needs to be getting into their safe spot. Let me dive into the
new
meso.
tornado warning has been issued.
Man, that happened very quickly. Let's come over here to Jeffersontown, Kentucky. And I'm going to start telling you where exactly I think this tornado is right now, as it is on the ground. It's on the ground, of throwing debris into the air south and east of Interstate 265. Okay? South and east of Interstate 265, or it's probably right over the interstate right now. We're talking about the Gene Snyder Freeway near Hopewell. All right, let me come back over here to radar Omega. You can see that debris ball there. This is a tornado, probably a strong tornado, lifting debris into the air, coming up Interstate 265 near Hopewell. This is kind of going right down the Floyd's Fork River. Okay, and unfortunately, all up and down this river, you guys know it, we got all kinds of parks and RV parks. We got this the Strand
A new tornado
Trailhead.
warning has been issued.
We've got the Cane Run paddling access out here. We got Fisherman's Park, all around Hopewell here. Lord goodness, hope everybody understands that you can't be in a RV or mobile home in a situation like this, as that is a very intense area of rotation there that led to this debris ball showing up. That's a big tornado right there. Now, the latest scan does show that maybe this is going away, and we're going to hope that that's the case. But just in case it's not, we're going to keep everybody in their safe spots all the way up into Simpsonville. Now, a lot of times these things can be very fast, quick spin up tornadoes, and it gets eaten up by the line there. But I'm not gonna assume that's what's happening. And if I'm in Simpsonville, I'm running to my shelter right now, because this is a dangerous situation. One of the most impressive looking signatures we've seen all day for a tornado embedded in this QLCS line here, moving up past Hopewell now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So make sure we're getting into our safe spots in Fisherville, LS Park, Simpsonville, and Long Run. We have a big time tornado. Likely it was either down just a moment ago, or it's still down, heading up towards Simpsonville. Take shelter now. We also have a new tornado warning over here for Taylorsville, Kentucky, Elk Creek, Southville, Hemp Ridge, all the way over to close to Frankfort. This tornado warning goes almost to Frankfort, Kentucky, as we are watching another very interesting, or concerning, I should say, punching area of this storm just south and west of Elk Creek. Look at that. You see how on this one we saw a little hook, and then the next frame it was like a big punch, a little fist coming out, punching itself in the face. That's what these QLCS tornadoes look like. Now we got a new arm trying to pop out right here near Elk Creek. So we're going to watch out for maybe another tornado coming up here near Elk Creek, Kentucky. This is all closing in on Simpsonville and Shelbyville, Kentucky, to the south and east of Louisville. All right, let's come down here to Radar Omega once again. I'm going to zoom in really close here near Fisherville and let you know that this is a strong, damaging storm coming in. LS Park is also in the path. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, just looking at the tornado warning in Indiana, that's south and east of Greensburg. Our weather enthusiasts might have seen what they think is a CC drop, but that is not a tornado debris signature. It was side load contamination. So still a dangerous storm, and heed the tornado warning for it. But yes, that was not a tornado debris signature.
So there is a new tornado warning up here near Greensburg, Indiana, and New Point. Take shelter now, but we don't have any indication that there's actually a tornado on the ground right now. The most serious situation that's unfolding at this moment is over here in Simpsonville, Kentucky, Shelbyville, Kentucky, all the way over towards Taylorsville and Elk Creek. We have this very long, damaging wind area, bow echo, forming, and there's a lot of little spin-up tornadoes happening inside of it. This is going to cause widespread damage. Make sure you're in your safe spot in Taylorsville, Finchville, and Elk Creek. Okay, Simpsonville and Shelbyville too. This is south and east of Louisville. The downtown Louisville metro is not included in these warnings. Okay, so we want everybody to understand that. Downtown Louisville, the closer you get to the river over there, the further away you are from these tornadoes. Let's see here. Mount Washington, Kentucky. Mount Washington, Kentucky just got hit by this thing, and this is what it looked like. From Rob Yates over there in Mount Washington, Kentucky. So this was right before the tornado formed. So more than likely, that's what we're looking at here is the formation, the beginning stages of that tornado before it came into the area south and east of Jeffersontown. That's a look at just moments ago of the storm that's coming into Jefferson, Oldham, and Shelby counties in Kentucky. Also, this is a similar scene. You're going to see a similar thing there in Anderson, Franklin, Spencer, and Woodford counties in Kentucky as well. So make sure you're taking shelter right now. Get to shelter. Get into the most interior room of your home, lowest floor. Hopefully you got a basement. If not, get into that interior bathroom. Cover yourself up with blankets, pillows, mattress if you have the ability to. And if you have it, let's get a helmet on and let's take shelter now. All right. The area of rotation that caused the initial shock response and the idea that we had a tornado down south and east of Jeffersontown has let up a little bit, but it might be trying to reform right before it gets into Simpsonville. So I hope everybody in Simpsonville, Kentucky is in their safe spot right now because we got a new arm, we got a new punching area coming up here near Fisherville. This is going to go right up into Simpsonville here in the next little bit. So Simpsonville, Kentucky, take shelter now. We also want you in your shelters in Finchville, Veach, Rivals, and Taylorsville, Kentucky. This is going to go all the way across Interstate 64 south of Shelbyville towards Frankfort over the next 45 minutes or so. If you're just now tuning in, we're watching tornado warnings that are currently in effect in Kentucky. These are the ones that we're focused on, but we also have multiple tornado warnings all the way up and down this line. We got one up here near Greensburg, Indiana. We got another one down here near Jackson, Mississippi again. Jackson, Mississippi again is under a tornado warning. This is going to go through Richland all the way up through Pelahatchie, and our storm chasers are still out there. So we will see if they get anything out of this. In fact, storm chaser Vince Welty is right there in Jackson, and we can click on his icon there and see a live view of the storm. So once again, storm chaser Vince Welty, you can click on.
Vince and I are about to have a direct intercept with this couplet.
All right. All right, Brandon, thank you. We're watching. Brandon Kopic and Vince Welty are together down there. They are getting ready to intercept the rotational area of this storm near Jackson, Mississippi. Okay, so this is getting pretty serious too down here. Let me bring you to the radar real quick. This is what we're talking about. New area of rotation south and east of Richland, potentially producing a tornado there near Richland, Mississippi. We got storm chasers Vince Welty and Brandon Kopic on their way to see if they can intercept it. But I want everybody down here in Mississippi and Value and Brandon all the way up to Pelahatchie to take shelter immediately. We're going to keep an eye on y'all. And then we're also going to keep an eye on Kentucky, as we could have a developing tornado up here near Simpsonville. Simpsonville, Kentucky. Take shelter immediately. Shelbyville. Get there. Get there now. Let's come back over here. New areas of potential concern are forming all up and down this line. I don't like the way this looks. Could be a brief spin-up tornado there south of Finchville, coming up towards Shelbyville. But as of right now, we're not 100% sure if that's what's happening. Everybody along this line just needs to assume that a tornado could happen as it comes through your community. Simpsonville is in the most concerning location as of right now, though. Specifically near Connor and Lincoln Ridge. Connor and Lincoln Ridge. If there is a tornado on the ground here in Simpsonville, Kentucky, which we're not sure that there is, but if there is, this is going to cross Interstate 64 north of LS Park, and then it's going to go right there near the Whitney M. Young Job Corp Center and the Cardinal Club Golf Course. So you know the area between Interstate 64 and Highway 60. Right there, draw a box between the Whitney Young Birthplace Museum, the Whitney Young Job Corp Center, and then go east towards the Cardinal Golf Club course and then up towards Branda's Country Cafe. Draw a box there. That's around where the tornado could be right now. Now, it could also be outside of that. This is a big area of rotation, but that's kind of, I want to draw a picture in your mind.
A new tornado warning
this
has
could
been
potentially
issued.
be. We got a new confirmed tornado warning. Tornado warning confirmed now for Franklin, Henry, and Oldham counties in Kentucky. Let's go take a look at that on the radar with our flashing boxes here. A confirmed tornado is on the ground up here, moving into Newcastle and Eminence, Kentucky. Take shelter now. If you're in this portion of Kentucky, this is
a
east
new
of
tornado
Louisville.
warning has been issued.
This is east of Louisville. We also have a brand new tornado warning over here for Springfield, Kentucky, Raywick, Kentucky, Mackville, Kentucky, and Willisburg, Kentucky. Take shelter now. This is really starting to ramp up in central Kentucky, just to the west of Lexington. Guys, I know we got a lot of people watching in Lexington, Kentucky. This has not got to you yet, but stay tuned with me here, and we will guide you through this as these storms are heading right towards the Lexington-Fayette area. All right, so we have a confirmed tornado now in the northern extent of our Boeing storm near Shelbyville. Let's go look at this near Simpsonville. So we got that confirmed warning right as the storm went over Simpsonville. LaRue County, Kentucky, where the tornado warning just went through, has large trees and a telephone pole down in the road. It's unclear if this is associated with a tornado or strong winds, but this is causing damage either way. And this is going to continue to cause damage up here into Simpsonville, Shelbyville, Cropper, Pleasureville, Eminence, potentially as far north as Newcastle, Kentucky. Carly, if there's a radio feed we can listen in on, please tie me in on that. I appreciate it. Thank you. If you're just now tuning in, we have a tornado warning, a confirmed tornado down near Simpsonville, Kentucky. And we are tracking this into Cropper and Pleasureville. We want everybody to take shelter. We have multiple tornado warnings right now. We have 7, and all of the information for that is scrolling down here on the bottom. When they expire, and where they are for. Okay, so if your county shows up down there, you need to be getting into your safe spot right now. Right now. All right. So let's go ahead and continue to watch this as we go into the next little bit. I'm concerned. I'm really concerned about this area and this area. So all the places right around Shelbyville. If you're close to Shelbyville, Kentucky, you need to be in your safe spot. You're in kind of the worst place you could be. This was 10 minutes ago. Josh Catron. This was 10 minutes ago. Cars off the road, light poles down, went right over me in my car. Josh, let us know where this is. Let us know where this is. I don't know a location on you. Please let us know where that was taken. But that is certainly a scary looking situation there near, I believe that's from one of our storms in Kentucky. So please take shelter now. This was near Mount Washington. I see. Okay, I see. He sent it again. That was near Mount Washington earlier, associated with these storms. This is what's coming towards you there in Shelbyville. Make sure you're taking shelter, okay? We're going to have a strong gust of wind and potentially an embedded tornado in there, and it's getting dark out, so you can't see it. All right, we got naders in the dark coming through this portion of Kentucky. We don't want to be outside looking for this. I know that this can be kind of exciting for people, especially if you're watching this channel. You're a weather weenie. Some people like tornadoes. I'm one of them. I know where you're coming from, but you ain't going to be able to see this one. So you might as well just go ahead and get inside and hunker down for a potential tornado to come through here in Shelbyville, Simpsonville, Clay Village, maybe even all the way over there to Cropper and Eminence, Kentucky. All right, so that is potentially what we're looking at there in Kentucky. And then we're going to continue to get news updates. We got breaking news. Go ahead, Carly.
Yes, Shelby County in Kentucky has a report of an EMS vehicle that was caught up in the storm and was blown over. Additionally, we've got very preliminary reports of trees and a lot of debris in the roadway.
Okay, we got an emergency vehicle that was caught up in the storm, and trees and debris in the roadway there in Shelby County. The NWS chat is saying that there are 16,000 people without power. There are 16,000 people without power in the direct path of this storm. This storm has definitely taken out power, so it's the real deal. This is the real deal, guys. If you're in front of this thing, this ain't a storm that could just pass over you and not cause any problems. Not only do we have tornadoes dropping out of this thing, but we also have just straight line damaging wind that's knocking out power. We got 16,000 people behind you in Shelbyville without power, and it's going to start getting knocked out in Clay Village, Waddy, let's see here, Baghdad, Cropper, and Pleasureville and Eminence, Kentucky. Take shelter now. And even down here a little bit further to the south, near Van Buren, you guys are going to get it. Fox Creek, Lawrenceburg, all the way down into Willsburg, Cardwell, Mackville, and Springfield, okay? Get ready for a very strong storm to come through there in Kentucky. Really concerned about this area, once again, for a new tornado to possibly form. I'm watching Clay Village very closely, and I'm listening in for any reports that we've got. If somebody could drop me to a radio feed near Simpsonville or Shelbyville, that'd be appreciated. Thank you. I'm listening in to all the reports, and we are going to keep you updated. Sorry, y'all. Got some technical difficulties on my screen up here. All right. Just about got them fixed. Just about got them fixed there. And we are good. Thank you so much for bearing with me for that. If you are in Clay Village, take shelter right now. We're going to start listening in to the Shelby County emergency management feed. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. You see that? We got a new hook forming there near Clay Village.
Shelby County MS, Fayetteville SO 8166 Dover Road. 8166 Dover Road, 59-year-old female, unconscious, unresponsive, 2049.
Okay, so we're going to continue to listen in that for damage reports, and we've got our news analysts listening in the background as well to let us know if there's anything that we've missed. And we got a weather update from Andy. Go ahead, Andy. Look at that, guys. That is a dangerous situation for Clay Village.
Brandon, our storm chaser down in Jackson, Mississippi, east of there, is reporting possible power flashes.
Oh, boy. Okay, so everybody over here in Hooper and Shelbyville, all the way up through Baghdad, Cropper, and Flag Fork in Kentucky, take shelter now. We do have to visit Mississippi now. Where's my update? Okay, so we got Brad Arnold reporting power flashes. Brad Arnold reporting power flashes on what storm?
4248.
Brad, give us an update. What are you seeing? Guys, you're under a tornado warning, by the way, over here in Brandon, Mississippi, and Pelahatchie. We also have a very... go ahead, Andy. We have a very strong storm.
Ryan, both Brandon and Brad reported power flashes.
Gotcha.
Brad is up by Carthage,
Okay.
Mississippi.
So Brandon Coppock is also reporting
Hey,
this
Ryan.
as well.
Hey, I can barely see out my window right now. Extremely strong wind. Getting pushed around everywhere.
Holy smokes.
Can't see out the windshield.
This is a live look near Carthage, Mississippi, where a very dangerous situation is unfolding there for our storm chaser, Brad Arnold. Decreased visibility. He can't see nothing. That's some very strong wind. Some very heavy rain there with a very strong storm that's going through Carthage, Mississippi right now. I want to remind you guys that they are not under a tornado warning. This is what the regular severe thunderstorms are looking like tonight. And this is why we want you taking shelter, even if you are not under a tornado warning tonight. The severe thunderstorms are looking just as nasty out there. So please remember to take shelter if you're in and around Carthage, Mississippi. We also have storm chaser Brandon Coppock and Vince Welty, who are in the middle of another extremely intense storm down here near Brandon, Mississippi.
I apologize for that. Very broad. What I was saying, but that was something with chasing wind. I've never seen my chasing in my 10-year chasing. It nearly blew me off the side of the road. I had trees snapping all around me. I didn't know if there was a tornado or not, but it was well over 100 miles per hour.
Brad is reporting maybe close to 100 miles an hour winds. Obviously, it's hard to hear him because it's very loud in his vehicle right now. Brad, thank you for the update, and we are watching your stream on the edge of our seats, and just be safe and holler at us if you see anything else. Once again, storm chaser Brad Arnold out here in Carthage, Mississippi, intercepting an incredibly strong thunderstorm. We got Vince Welty near Brandon, Mississippi, also intercepting a storm, but he's out in front of it. And look at this. This is a strong thunderstorm right here that could be potentially producing a tornado in the near future as that couplet is moving into their area. So Brandon Coppock and Vince Welty are both right here. They're trying to get in front of this thing, as this is also a QLCS tornado that's going to try to punch up into itself. Once again, a little hook's going to try to come out and potentially cause a tornado somewhere between Brandon and Pelahatchie in Mississippi. take shelter now if you're down here, y'all. That is an extremely strong storm that Brad and Vince and Brandon and everybody are going through. So keep in mind that this is what's coming
A
for
new
you.
tornado warning has been issued.
This is what's coming for you if you are in the path of these storms tonight. This is,
Just to make sure that
I
A
don't know
new
what he
tornado
said.
warning has been issued.
I think the volume or the the volume of the rain and the hail and stuff in his vehicle is so loud it's muffling his output to us. So we're going to keep him up here. In fact, we're going to watch all of our chasers here very closely as we continue to watch these storms in Mississippi. Okay, we're watching these storms in Mississippi right now. Remember, Brett and Vince are down here, and Brad is up here. And everywhere in between is the conditions are basically the same. All right, so we're going to watch them extremely closely and also continue to keep you updated on the developing situation with severe weather in Kentucky. So I know we got a lot of people watching from Kentucky and Tennessee and everywhere else, but we're trying our best to go back and forth between all of them.
Hey, sorry about that last report. I heard that you couldn't hear me. It's still pouring down rain. I'm turning back north right now to check and make sure there's no damage. I'm about 99% sure that I just rode out a tornado.
All right, Brad Arnold is about 99% sure he just rode out a tornado there near Carthage. My goodness.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so Andy's got something. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, Murfreesboro in Tennessee, pretty populated area. That's southeast of Nashville, is under a tornado warning now. That's in Tennessee, and it's for a kink in the line. Nashville, the storms just went through, so Nashville, you're getting the last of the severe thunderstorm winds, that 70-mile-per-hour gusts possible in the areas. Should be calming down unless you're east of Nashville. You're still in the thick of it. Lebanon, Tennessee also coming up on you in the next 20 minutes.
Thank you for that update, meteorologist Andy Hill. We are also continuing to watch the storm up here in Kentucky. Cropper, the area of rotation that could be potentially producing a tornado is north of Baghdad, near Cropper. Moving off to the north and east, Frankfurt. Frankfurt, you're next in line. Okay, Frankfurt, hunker down for a very strong storm with damaging winds and maybe some hail and maybe some embedded tornadoes that in here. Get ready in Frankfurt. And then also in Stamping Ground, Beechwood, Monterey, all these places in Kentucky, you're going to want to take shelter here as this very strong, considerable, severe thunderstorm is coming through, and it does look like it's eventually going to make it to Lexington.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Man, we are back up to 9 tornado warnings now, as we do have also a tornado warning for Mackville, Cardwell, all the way up to Bohan in Kentucky. Where's that new warning? In Kentucky, let's go ahead and zoom in on it there. The newest tornado warning in Kentucky. Now, it doesn't include Frankfurt still, but just to the north. Just to the north of Frankfurt. This includes Monterey and Stamping Ground. Okay, so take shelter now if you are in either of those places in Kentucky. Additionally, another new warning that we have is down here in Mississippi. We have a tornado warning that is included for Pelahatchie. And that's for the storm that our storm chasers are on right now. Okay, you see the lightning and everything that's going on between Brandon and Vince, and down there on the bottom below the radar. That is our storm chasers. Once again, Brandon and Vince, who are intercepting this tornado-warned storm. And I'm telling you guys, that right there, that is...
Ryan, I can confirm that there are numerous trees that are snapped on the right side of the highway. I'm in Carthage right now. I'm heading northeast to try to catch back up to the storm, but come at it from behind. It can be extremely difficult, but I will try to get northeast on it.
All right, thank you, Brad Arnold. He's in Carthage. Lots of trees down, and I'm concerned about this, guys. I think that there's a new tornado forming here, south and east of Pelahatchie, and it's going to go up towards Clarksburg, possibly even Morton. It's going to ride Interstate 20 there. all the way down, maybe into Callum and Forest. So if we're in Mississippi down here, let's pay attention. Let's pay attention to the weather. Let's heed those warnings. And if you're tracking along with us here on the Radar Omega app, you can click Vince Welty's, one of our storm chasers. You can click his little icon here and see what the storm looks like from inside on the Radar Omega app. Once again, you can also see all the weather instruments on his car there. So make sure you're doing that. Track these storms with us live. And we are going to go back to jumping back and forth between all of these different warnings that we're getting in now. We do have a tornado warning that includes just areas just to the east of Carthage, all the way to Philadelphia now for that very storm that Brad Arnold was just in. This is a live view of Carthage, Mississippi. We had Brad said that he thinks that he was actually in a tornado potentially not too long ago associated with this. So make sure if you're in Philadelphia, Mississippi, you're taking shelter as potentially some very strong winds in excess of 80 miles an hour are getting ready to come through and cause a lot of problems down there. Down trees, power lines, power outages, all that stuff. Make sure you are taking shelter right now. Let's go up the line a little bit more to Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Let's jump up there with this radar. I just want to briefly look at this and see what's going on with the rotation inside of it. If we can get this to load. All right, let's look at the okay, so for Murfreesboro, Tennessee, we do have a pretty concerning looking area of rotation near College Grove. There could be a tornado forming here. This will go east towards Overall, Murfreesboro, and Christiana over the next 20 minutes. Take shelter now. I don't think there's a tornado down right now, but that could change very quickly, okay? We're going to take this back down to the south to Brandon, Mississippi. And then we're going to come back over here while I pull up the Kentucky storms again, as we have been watching those very closely. I know we got a lot of people watching in Kentucky that are probably waiting for a new update from us. So that's what I'm going to try to do for you right now. A potentially devastating situation if you end up getting hit by a brief spin-up tornado out here and you think you're just under a severe thunderstorm warning and you don't take it too seriously. We want everybody in this line of storms in Kentucky to understand that a tornado could pop out at any time.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We now have a confirmed tornado in Jasper, Newton, Scott, and Smith counties in Mississippi. To finish my point here in Kentucky, a tornado could pop out of this line of storms all the way up and down this line. It doesn't matter if you're under a warning or not. It doesn't matter if you're under a warning or not. Make sure you're seeking shelter if you are over here between Frankfort, Peeks Mill, Lawrenceburg, all the way down to Harrodsburg, Kentucky. This is going to be a heck of a storm, and it's getting ready to come into Frankfort right now. Let's go back over here to the radar, and let's jump right into that newest confirmed tornado warning in Mississippi. There you go. A confirmed tornado is on the ground, moving towards Morton, Forest, all the way towards Newton and Hickory in Mississippi. Let's go back to our storm chasers. These guys are on it right now. And I think that the closest person that we have is Cameron. Let me see. Are we having trouble with Cameron's feed still? The closest person we got is Cameron, but we don't have a live feed from him. But we also have Vince and Brandon and Brett very close.
Yes, Cameron is in a spot of bad reception.
And then Brad Arnold. Where is Brad Arnold? Okay, Brad Arnold's a little bit further to the south, or to the north. So we do have a developing situation here. We got a new tornado warning exactly for that area that I was telling you that I was concerned about earlier.
Hey Ryan, Vince and Brandon are reporting large debris on that confirmed tornado east of Jackson, Mississippi.
This is a live view east of Jackson, Mississippi. Vince Welty and Brandon Kopic are literally right here where the tornado would be, or where it was just at moments ago. So they're saying that they've got debris in the road, I reckon. Debris out here in Mississippi. Oh man, we still have 9 tornado warnings. We have a tornado on the ground, okay, in Jasper, Newton, Scott, and Smith counties, Mississippi. Take shelter immediately. And let's listen in to our chaser chat there. Let's see what they've got going on. Hey, Vince and Brandon, just give us an idea. I've got you live now on the Chaser to Chaser comms. Just give us an idea of what you're seeing. For the audience is very curious as to what kind of debris we're talking about there in your location.
Stop. Everybody hold your traffic. Emergency. Stop. Do not key up. Stop. Hold on. If you're eastbound on 20, if your guys are eastbound on 20, there's power lines on the road. I hit them. I'm dragging one. If you're eastbound on 20, near mile marker exit 77, there's power lines hanging about 8 feet above the road. You will not see them.
Okay, that's a developing situation
Are
on
you
Interstate
good, Vince,
20.
or do you need help?
I just need to know where this tornado is so we don't stop and do anything. I'm still moving.
Okay, that's a report coming in from Vince Welty there that there are power lines down on I-20. If you're going eastbound, you might hit them. Okay, so you don't want to hit a live power line. Well, first of all, let me show you this warning again. You see this big flashing purple box here? You see that big flashing purple box? That's literally covering the entire Interstate 20 corridor from Forest to Newton to Hickory to Chunky. We don't want anybody on that road, all right? So if you are somebody over here in Meridian, Mississippi, and you're thinking, hey, you know what, I got something to do, or you're a truck driver, you're somebody that needs to go to work or something, I need to go westbound on I-20. Guess what? Nope, we're not doing that. Okay, nobody should be on Interstate 20 right now between Pelahatchie, Newton, and Hickory. This is a dangerous situation. I know we got truckers watching. Get on that CB right now and holler down the line, shut her down. All right, we don't want anybody on the Interstate 20 here, as not only do we have a tornado coming down the road, we have an actual tornado coming down the road. We got damage, we got debris, we got power lines hanging down, as you just heard from our professional storm chaser, Vince Welty there. Let's continue to listen in.
Riley, can you tell if that's behind or in front of my GPS marker? My radar's not updating. It took all my antennas off the roof.
As of the last scan, it is off to the side of I-20. I'll let you know when I get something new. It's been a few minutes now.
Which side are we talking, Riley? Southbound, or is it on the north side of 20?
It is on the south side. New scan, it is still to the south side. It is going southeast.
Guys, I'm looking at the radar too, and it looks to me like the area of rotation or the incredible wind that you guys just went through has moved quite a bit off to your east, and the biggest portion of the rotation is near Pulaski, Mississippi, which is about 5-10 miles off to your south and east.
Yeah, and the CC drop is currently directly over the town of Stage.
So there it is. That is a view of exactly where the tornado is. You can see Vince and Brandon's markers right here. They were literally just inside the tornado, or very close to it anyways. And now we continue to have a tornado here near Pulaski, Mississippi. This is moving up towards Forest. So if you're just now tuning in, we got an emergency situation developing here in Mississippi, as a tornado is on the ground right now near Pulaski. And sorry for the weird sounds in the background. We've got some communications issues there with cell service around tornadoes seems to drop out. So right now, this tornado, it seems to me as if it more than likely crossed Interstate 20. near the Shell station there, near Dirty Hippie Soaps. If you know where the Dirty Hippie Soaps store is, north of the Independence Methodist Church, that tornado is continuing to go right between there and the Highway 481 area that intersects I-20, and then it's going to go to Sledge Trucking, which I don't know what that is, but it's a business on Google Maps. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, the tornado warning for Murfreesboro, Tennessee, it's going to be over the area in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So I only see weak rotation there at the moment, but their severe thunderstorm warning is still warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. So spin up tornado or not, that area is going to see some powerful winds in just a moment. So everyone needs to be inside and preferably in the interior part of their house.
Thank you, Andy. Murfreesboro, Tennessee, take shelter now. My goodness. Once again, this is where the tornado is in Mississippi. This is where our storm chasers are. Extremely dangerously close to this thing. So we're watching them closely here, and we're trying to help them out by guiding them through. We do continue. By the way, all Kentucky tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. We don't have any tornado warnings in Kentucky. However, we still have a very serious situation up there with the straight line damaging winds. So everybody in front of that line of storms needs to be in their safe spot away from windows. And as soon as we get a new tornado warning up there, we will let you know. We're kind of focused on this area right now.
Hey, that CC drop is pretty much dissipated. I'll let you know if I see anything pop back up.
Vince, how far behind are you?
All right. I'm going to have to refresh my radar here. Man, I'm having the awfulest time ever was today. Andy, are you continuing to have problems with GR2A? I'm having a lot of issues with it. I'm wondering if it's on my end or if it's a just a general problem.
Ryan, seems like the server is struggling for some people, but I am still up to date with the most recent scans.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Once again, good thing we got Radar Omega. Always comes in handy. It's also good we got Andy, who often comes in handy. Okay. Here is a look at the loop of the storm that produced the tornado just south of Interstate 20 and south of Morton in Mississippi. You see the little blue blip? You see whoop right there? Whoop. That was a tornado. It was lifting debris into the air, and now it is not. Okay, so this was approaching Frogtown, and now it's lifted there near Frogtown. I don't know if a new one's going to come down or not, but we still want everybody in Forest, Fikestown, Dennis Settlement, Lawrence, Newton, and Hickory to take shelter, because this is going to continue to be a problem that could spin up more tornadoes as we go into the future here. So something interesting here. You see, we cannot see the wind speed information anymore. We can no longer see the wind from Vince's stream, because I'm pretty sure all that stuff that was on top of his car took off in the situation where he hit those power lines. So Vince is okay. But that was a pretty intense situation there, where our storm chasers were too dangerously close to a tornado in the middle of the night down here in Mississippi. And we could continue to see tornadic problems in Forest here in the next little bit. So make sure you are in your safe spot in Forest, Mississippi. Did somebody get an update from Riley as to what's going on with Vince? We do have a confirmed tornado report for Jasper, Newton, Scott, and Smith counties. That's the storm that we're looking at right now. A tornado is potentially on the ground out here. We know it was just moments ago. We had Vince Welty drive through some of the debris, some of the damage. But he is driving. He is driving. Which is a good sign.
Hey Ryan, Vince's roof rack got ripped off in his antennas, so we're having trouble contacting him.
All right. Yeah, so a lot of the instrumentation on the roof of Vince's car, obviously the cell phone booster, the communications antennas, the weather instrumentation, all that got ripped off. But he is still driving, which is once again a good sign here. Real quick update on everybody else. We are down to 3 tornado warnings. They are all in Mississippi and Tennessee. Right here, we have 2 tornado warnings. We got that confirmed warning for Forest all the way over to Newton. Let me come over here to the map and show you what I'm talking about. Forest to Newton. Philadelphia, Mississippi, you're still under a warning, a tornado warning. We got severe thunderstorm warnings from Louisville all the way up to Ackerman in Mississippi, and then also Aberdeen, Amory, Fulton, Mississippi. You guys are getting ready to get a big storm. Rogersville, Alabama. Rogersville, Alabama, you're getting ready to get it. And guess what? This is coming for Huntsville, Alabama, too. Athens, Decatur, Huntsville, Alabama, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. Brace for impact for some strong winds and some small hail. Fayetteville in Tennessee, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, and we still have that tornado warning for Murfreesboro. The tornadic circulation is in the town now, or just past the town, and the last update from Andy says that we don't think that there's a tornado down. It's a precautionary radar indicated warning. A tornado could develop at any moment. We got a considerable severe thunderstorm moving into Carthage, Tennessee, Gordonsville, Tennessee, and Liberty and Watertown, Tennessee. This will cause damage. Trees, power lines, power outages. It's all coming, guys. Nothing going on in Tompkinsville except for a pretty good storm. Edmonton, same thing for you. There's no warnings for you guys right now, but we have a considerable severe thunderstorm. A very strong thunderstorm getting ready to move into Danville, Nicholasville, and Lexington, Kentucky. Okay, Frankfort just got hit. Georgetown, you're getting ready to get hit. Sadieville, Lexington, you guys are getting ready to get hit by a very strong, severe thunderstorm with winds in excess of 70 miles per hour. 70 miles per hour. Do we have a live camera from Lexington? Do we have a sky cam in Lexington? Lexington downtown. Yeah, we do. All right, this is a live look at downtown Lexington right now. Nothing going on right now. It's still 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes before the storms get to you. But we do have a camera there, and this is from WKYT. You guys know Chris Bailey. I'm sure he's on the air right now, taking care of you on a local level. If you're watching me right now and you're annoyed by the fact that I have to go back and forth to Mississippi, Chris Bailey doesn't have to do that. So feel free to tune in to him too, and we'll work this out together. If you're just now tuning in, we're watching a developing serious, severe thunderstorm and tornado situation go on. We just got a report now that we have no more comms in the central Mississippi counties where the storms are moving. So we have no more radio feed information coming in. We also don't there in Shelby County, Kentucky. I don't know what happened there. So, no significant news for now outside of trees and power lines that are down. It's obvious the wind alone is causing damage to the top of these trees and to the road. Lots of wind damage coming from Kentucky.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And Mississippi. We got a new tornado warning now. This is up here for Williamstown and Corinth and Dry Ridge, Kentucky. This is in central Kentucky now. This is getting ready to go across Interstate 75 near Williamstown. We got a tornado warning. Let's go look at that from a better radar. It looks like there might not be a much better radar. Area of rotations down here north and east of Hessler, moving up towards Mason and Williamstown. If you're in Mason, Williamstown, Dry Ridge, or Morgan, Kentucky, take shelter now. You're under a tornado warning. Our storm chasers are currently assessing the damage to Vince Welty's car. We can confirm that Vince's entire roof rack is gone. Vince Welty's entire roof rack is gone, taken away by the power lines that he ran into right there. Right after a tornado went near the Interstate 20 corridor east of Jackson, Mississippi. Here's a look at a video just from 5 minutes ago there in Owenton, Kentucky. A very strong storm going through Owenton there. Looks like some small hail, some gusty winds.
Hey Ryan, Brandon wants you to listen into Chaser comms.
Hey guys, I'm monitoring. This is Ryan.
All right, Vince, there should be a turnaround spot here. Ryan, do you have any reports of injuries? Have you heard of any injuries or anything? We're going back to check to make sure everything's okay.
We have not heard of anything other than trees and power lines down, but we have lost some of the communications that we were listening to. We were listening to some Rankin County, emergency management feeds, but those are empty right now. We're not hearing anything. I don't know if that's just from a power outage or what, but we're not hearing any injury reports right now.
I believe Chris said that he had cars flipped over.
Chris?
Okay, guys, what's the location of the cars flipped over? I need that desperately if we need to get down there.
Chris, we need that location now.
Chris, your location. Chris, if you cannot advise, Riley, can you advise possibly a nearest mile marker or a cross street or something that I might be able to plug into Google Maps?
Okay, so we're listening to live communications between our storm chasers there, where there's obviously there's a lot going on right now, and we're trying to figure out stuff. We're trying to devote resources to help people if it's needed. We've got an unconfirmed report of cars being flipped over, and they are going to work that out. But Chris is in an area where there's certainly some debris. You can see the debris in the road there, where Chris is right now. He's back towards Morton. He's back towards Morton in Mississippi. I want to unmute these guys again.
There were 3 vehicles. It had nothing to do with a tornado. It was just street flooding, and it's nothing.
All right, Vince, what do you want to do? I mean, we're gonna have to try and find another exit if we're gonna turn around.
Okay, so the cars reportedly flipped over. It's more likely a car accident caused by the road conditions rather than an actual tornado. So, once again, if you're just now tuning in, we are, this is a developing situation. These storms have really ramped up in the past little bit. We got a tornado warning for Newton, Hickory, and Chunky in Mississippi. This storm that's caused all these problems is still coming towards you there. If you're in Chunky and Hickory, so we don't want to be out there on I-20. This is a very bad situation right now where we have a lot of damage coming in, being reported all through this area. But we certainly don't want anybody on the interstate because we've already seen that, our storm chaser there, Vince, had his whole roof rack ripped off because of some debris that was hanging down in the road. So Interstate 20 is going to be a very dangerous place between Forest and Meridian, Mississippi over the next hour or two. Let's go check out the other locations. Once again, we got a tornado warning in Williamstown, Kentucky. We have a very strong storm approaching Lexington, Kentucky as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, wow. You can see it too. Look at this. Watch. You see that? Man, that's ominous right there. That is the
A new
storm
tornado warning has been issued.
coming into downtown Lexington right now. Lexington, Kentucky is getting ready to get a very large storm. And we can see it come in on the right side of your screen. I don't know if you guys are seeing that or not. But the storm is barreling down on the downtown Lexington, Kentucky area right now. So it's getting ready to come in. If you're in the Lexington Fayette area, if you're on the western side of town, you're getting hit. If you're right in the middle of downtown, you got about 2 minutes. And the wind is really starting to pick up here. And we're going to continue to see this come in over the next 2 or 3 minutes all the way on to the eastern side of town as well. All right, so right now at this very moment, the heaviest winds and the lightning and the heavy rain is coming into the downtown Lexington area near Cherokee Park. Okay, so you're seeing this storm approach from Cherokee Park. You're also looking at the downtown Lexington here in the next 30 seconds or so. From Mount Vernon all the way up to Highlands, we're going to see this storm come through. And then right after that, it's going to come into Northland, Liberty Heights, Lakeview Acres. And then it's going to continue to go to the I-75 corridor on the eastern side of town.
A new tornado warning
with very
has been
strong
issued.
winds. Very strong winds here in Lexington. Guys, we got a bunch of new tornado warnings that have just come out too. Let me go and inspect those while we continue to watch this. Brand new tornado warning in Tennessee for the storm that was near Murfreesboro. So for the storm that was near Murfreesboro, it's continuing off to the east, and now we've got a tornado warning for Woodbury, and then a new storm south of Murfreesboro, south of Bell Buckle, is producing potentially a tornado that's going to move up into the I-24 corridor of Coffee, Bedford, and Cannon counties. So nobody needs to be on the roads there in Coffee, Bedford, and Cannon counties. That is a very dangerous situation unfolding there. And, you know, it's going to take a couple more minutes for some of the strongest winds to make it into downtown Lexington. But the first couple rain bands are moving in now. Look at that. Look at how fast that wind's blowing there in downtown Lexington, Kentucky, as a huge Boeing Echo, a squall line of storms is coming through with 50, 60, maybe even 70-mile-an-hour winds coming through the downtown area right now. Looks like everybody has power, but I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if we saw power go out here within the next little bit. I do want to be extremely clear and let you know that there is not a tornado warning. There is not a tornado warning in Lexington. There is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Lexington, and that's what's going to cause our problems there with the straight line damaging winds that continue to come through Lexington. Okay? So now we got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Jefferson, Davis, Jones, and Covington County in Kentucky. This is Lexington right now. Once again, this is a live view from that WKYT cam over there. Chris Bailey is more than likely live on the air if you guys want to tune in to the more local coverage. But my goodness, that is a very strong storm going through Lexington right now. You can see the rain bands whipping through there if you look closely at the lights. Certainly winds in excess of 50 or 60 miles an hour. We're going to see some trees down. We're going to see some power outages here in Lexington. Hunker down. This will be over in about 10 minutes. But for now, it continues to be a very strong storm. The same thing's happening up there in Georgetown, Kentucky. The same thing's getting ready to happen in Cynthiana, Kentucky. And then we also have a tornado warning up here north of Lexington. Near Williamstown. Okay, so if you're in Williamstown, Kentucky, take shelter now as a potential tornado is going on there. This is a live look at Lexington where no tornado is going on, just some really strong winds and a lot of rain with this very strong storm that's coming through. Back to the radar, we are looking at a new severe thunderstorm warning that goes all the way out to Irvine, McKee, and London, Kentucky. Getting dangerously close to your weather guy here. I live over here in this part of the state, and I don't know if I'll still be on the air by the time these get here, but if so, we'll live stream it, son. I'll go outside. You know what? Yeah, I will. I'll go outside and I'll stand right in the middle of it as it comes through. To celebrate 500K. No, not really. You guys should be staying indoors just like I will when this storm comes through in Richmond, Mount Vernon, and Somerset over the next little bit. The storm is just continuing to look more and more intense here in Lexington as some of those rain bands are whipping through 50-mile-an-hour winds, 60-mile-an-hour winds for sure. And now next in line, we are going to see potentially Interstate 64 near Winchester. You're next in line to get hit by this as well. Strong storms with some damaging winds. We got a lot of power outages coming through, damage reports in the form of down power lines and trees. All of that is coming through right now, but we don't have any indication that there's an actual tornado on the ground anywhere in Kentucky right now. But yeah, that's a real strong line of storms. Having to switch over to my home radar site now. This is rare. We ain't usually looking at KJKL when I'm doing live streams. So there's your storm going through Lexington. We're going to continue to see that go through all the way into central Kentucky. And I'm sure Vince will keep us updated on what's going on with him. Yeah, look at that. The whole roof rack got torn off of Vince's car there. I don't know if you guys saw it earlier, but he had all kinds of antennas and sticks and meters and ohmmeters and all that stuff hanging off his car there. And now they're gone. Yeah, you got about 3 or 4 more minutes in Lexington before the storm really starts to calm down. So it looks like most of downtown is keeping power, so that's good news. Here's a picture from earlier outside of J-Town, outside the metro of Louisville. There's a nice SLC. I appreciate the reports, guys. If you guys have any pictures or videos to send in, you can do that on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. My name's Ryan Hall, y'all, on any of those. Ryan Hall, y'all. Also, we got a Reddit now, reddit.com/r/Ryan Hall, y'all. We also have Discord. Discord will be linked in the chat. And, of course, we have our email inbox, pics@ryanhallyall.com. pics@ryanhallyall.com. Here is a picture of a big tree down at Natchez Trace, Highway 43, south of Canton, Mississippi. Thanks for sending that in. That takes some pretty significant wind to knock those things down. Checking back in on Tennessee. We still have 2 tornado warnings down here in Tennessee. Woodbury, you're under a warning. And then also the area north of Manchester along I-24 east of Wartrace in Tennessee, you're also under a tornado warning. All of the information that you need to know about this is scrolling down here on the bottom of the screen. If your county shows up, what are you doing? All right, get into your safe spot. Oh, wow. We got a time lapse coming in. Wow, look at that. This was near West Point, Kentucky earlier. Wow. Thanks for sending that in. Oh. Go ahead, Andy.
Ryan, looks like we've got a consistent area of strong winds headed along I-40 east of Lebanon, Tennessee, headed through Gordonsville at the moment and headed towards Cookeville. It's like a local bow echo there, but it's along the interstate, so I figured a lot of drivers should know if they're in the path or if somebody knows someone driving on I-40 in the path of that.
All right, thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. This is a picture from Elizabethtown, Kentucky earlier today. And here's a look at the storm as it's going through Danville, Kentucky. Intermittent areas of strong straight line damaging winds are going to continue through Kentucky as these storms move east. This is a look at an area east of Nashville when the storm came through. Guys, go inside during the storms, y'all. You don't get struck by lightning or something. What are you doing? I appreciate it. Here's a video earlier today from Seymour, Indiana. 60, 70 mile an hour winds. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, south of Newton, Mississippi, south of the current tornado warning, I'm seeing the line wrap up both on reflectivity and velocity. That's just east of Montrose, Mississippi.
All right. All right, so down here, we're looking at Mississippi again. We're back down here in Mississippi, south of Newton, east of Montrose. We are looking at a concerning area of potential rotation. We got a little bit of a kink happening here. You never want to see a kink. A tornado could be developing here. You're not under a warning all the way over to Enterprise, but you're under a yaw watch, okay? So y'all watch out for this big-time storm as it comes on through. Man, this is a big storm. Yeah, a huge storm. It's snowing in North Dakota. It's snowing up in Canada. It's snowing up there in Thunder Bay. It's raining down through here. And we got severe weather in the south all the way down to the Gulf Coast. This storm is taller than the entire United States of America. How about that? Here's a video from Georgetown, Kentucky 5 minutes ago.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, that's that new tornado warning is, I believe, yep, that's for the area that Andy just pointed out to us. Way to go, Andy. Spotting them early. There's your early
tornado
heads up.
warning has been issued.
That's your new tornado warning, and now you're not under a yaw watch. You're not under a yaw watch anymore. You're under a actual tornado warning in Enterprise Stonewall Equipment.
A new tornado
in Mississippi
warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning in Kentucky. Let's go look at that. First of all, we got a new tornado warning also in Mississippi, and that's going to be for Brooksville. Take shelter now. Also, up here in Kentucky, we got a brand new tornado warning. This is going to be for Brooksville, Kentucky. Huh? What about that? And Falmouth, Kentucky as well. So let's come up here and let's get on the KILN radar site. This is getting dangerously close to southern Ohio. Okay. So this is a very strong area of straight line damaging winds getting ready to come into Morgan and Falmouth. And with a little bit of rotation there near Morgan, okay, so if we're in Falmouth, Brooksville, we're getting ready to get in our shelters as a very strong area of wind is coming through causing damage. And we just got a 50-mile-an-hour wind gust report from the Mesonet back there in Owen, Kentucky. So that can bring down some tree limbs and cause some power outages. And also, we could have an embedded tornado in here all the way to Brooksville. So seek shelter now. Really concerned about this area. If I'm in Stonewall or Enterprise, I'm seeking shelter. Also, if I'm in Meridian, Mississippi, you're not under any warning right now, but all this trouble-making storm area is moving right towards you. It's coming right at you. Thank you guys so much for sending in all these reports and videos and pictures.
Our tree doesn't normally hang that low.
This is near Brandon, Mississippi. This is around where Vince and Brandon had their run-in with those power lines. Oh, here's a real scary looking cloud.
Is that it? Is that, oh my gosh.
This is near Finchville, Kentucky.
If you look on my camera, it does.
What you're looking at there, now,
Oh my gosh.
this is why I'm advising everybody to take shelter, okay? What you're looking at here is not a tornado, it's a shelf cloud. But inside of the shelf cloud, in a situation like this, there could be a tornado.
Dude,
You can't see it. You can't see it in these situations. They're rain-wrapped tornadoes. So if you see like this, if you see something like this coming towards you tonight, I wouldn't. You know, obviously it's a breathtaking sight. I would personally snap a picture of it. But then I'd very quickly go inside and start getting ready to take shelter for a potential tornado. So thanks for sending that in near Finchville, Kentucky earlier.
You can hear it.
Here's a video of some heavy rain and some strong winds there in Scott County, Kentucky. Reese sent that in. Here's another view of Lexington, Kentucky. Thank you, Mitchell, for sending that in. Looks like I think most of Fayette County fared well as far as power outages go. Yeah, Fayette County's doing great. We only got 194 people without power in Fayette. Let's see here. Actually, that was Woodford County. And Fayette, we only got 15. So a lot of the power outage back here. We got 3,000 people without power in Shelby County. Spencer County got 2,000. Throughout the entire state of Kentucky, we've got 45,000 people without power. We've got about 43,000 people without power out here in Tennessee. Wayne County has got 20-something people out. We got 163 without power there in Weakley County. 13,000 in Davidson County, though. Mississippi's got 52,000. 52,000 people without power. 600 people in Marshall County. 3,000 in Leake County. 14,000 in Scott County. So you can see that this Boeing Echo, this line of storms that's going through the southern portion of Mississippi, is causing a lot of problems. Currently have about 200,000 people across the U.S. without power due to weather-related problems. This is in Fisherville. Our trampoline was lifted over the fence. Trampolines, man, they're the worst things in these situations. They always end up becoming projectiles on moderate risk severe weather days. Oh, okay, actually, okay, so never mind. There are 4,000. There are 4,000 people in Lexington without power. My bad. My map wasn't updated yet. There are 4,000 people in Lexington without power. They're saying treat, okay, so you want to avoid down power lines and treat any dark traffic light intersection as a four-way stop. Stop completely and proceed with caution. So a lot of the power or the traffic lights out there in Lexington are down right now. So I don't know. I don't have any sort of update as to when this will be done or when that'll be restored. But that's the current situation there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a brand new tornado warning for Jones County, Mississippi. Let's zoom into it. So there you go. We got a new tornado warning. This includes Ellisville and Laurel, Mississippi. Take shelter now. This line of storms has got an embedded tornado in it, likely. And it's going to come right towards you there. We still have 6 total tornado warnings right now. 6. Here is a list of all of the counties that currently have tornado warnings, okay? Jones County, Mississippi. Clark and Jasper County, Mississippi. Winston County, Mississippi. Bracken and Pendleton County, Kentucky. And Cannon and DeKalb and Warren counties, Tennessee. If you're in those counties, take shelter now. So that was from Braden. Says there's sirens ramping up. Sirens sounded off in Richmond, Kentucky. So Richmond, Kentucky, you're getting hit by a considerable severe thunderstorm right now. There is no tornado. There is no tornado in Richmond. However, you do want to get indoors because those winds are going to be a big problem there as that goes through Richmond, Kentucky. Looks like lightning struck this church here in Amory, Mississippi. A lightning strike caused this fire at First Assembly of God in Amory, Mississippi. Luckily, they had canceled services and the building was empty. Wow. Yeah, Cincinnati, you're good. You're on the backside of the storm now. Sharon P., thanks for becoming a member. I swear, I think we have the most interactive audience in the world when it comes to this stuff. Every single angle of every single community, I think we have the ability to see because we got somebody watching there. This is a tree down on Brothers Road and Forestville Road, or Fosterville Road in Bell Buckle, Tennessee. We got a severe thunderstorm warning, a considerable one for Choctaw, Washington, Greene, and Perry County, Mississippi. Take those considerable severe thunderstorm warnings incredibly seriously, guys. Huntsville, Alabama, you're getting it. Let's come down here on the Radar Omega app. Down there towards Huntsville. Yeah, downtown Huntsville is getting ready to get a very, very strong storm. Potentially damaging winds coming through Huntsville. Our camera back here in Florence, it looks like a lot of our cameras back behind the storms are down. I don't know if that's because of power problems or what. But Tuscumbia, Alabama looks good. We didn't, I wasn't able to pull this up. I forgot to pull this up when the storm was coming through. But yeah, this is a very cool and unique feature of Radar Omega, where there's cameras everywhere for you to look at on the radar. We also still have a tornado warning down here near Stewart Chapel and Midway in Tennessee. This is going to make it to Midway. Get to shelter now. I don't know if it's going to continue into Shady Grove, so we'll keep an eye on it though. Murfreesboro, you're fine. Storms are past you. There we go. I like it. New storm chasing vehicle. What's up? That's what Vince needs. Chance is tracking storms the right way, son. He's got Radar Omega. He's got Ryan Hall, y'all. He's got the National Weather Service. He's got it all, y'all. Love it. Love the setup, man. I really do. This is a view from Richmond, Kentucky, from RP. Yeah, Murfreesboro, Tennessee, you are okay. Murfreesboro can come out of shelter now. The storms have passed in Murfreesboro. Here is some damage from Tyler, Texas yesterday. Wow. Oof. That takes some strong wind. Thanks for sending that in, Cameron. Hope everybody's all right. Never did. We weren't able to buy anybody pizza today. I'm probably going to end up having to have somebody be in charge of that and cover logistics on that, because I never heard anything else about it after I mentioned it. So, well, if we want to do stuff like that in the future, we are. I'll probably have to have somebody in charge of it.
A new tornado warning.
All right, we got a new tornado warning in Kentucky. Let's go check it out. Bracken County up there. Okay, that's up there near Maysville, Kentucky. Go ahead, Carly. That's your new warning right there. Augusta,
Yeah,
Ripley.
I just wanted to give a quick update. So we are continuing to get multiple reports of trees and power lines down throughout multiple counties in Kentucky, Tennessee, and Mississippi. Grant County in Kentucky on Layton Chapel Road has multiple trees and power lines down. Lexington, Kentucky is already getting some initial reports of wind damage as well. We do only have one initial report of a person injured in Fayette County, Kentucky, although it appears at this time that that's more associated with an accident and not storm related. We'll keep you updated, but as of right now, no major damage reports.
Okay, thank you very much, Carly. Carly is in the background getting all those news reports for us. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, I love it. Getting her weather knowledge early. She's gonna be this right here is gonna be one weather aware adult. Actually, probably a very weather aware toddler. New tornado warning up here for Augusta, Brooksville, Georgetown, and Maysville, Ripley. This is right in the line there of the Ohio River between Ohio and Kentucky. Here's a view from Smithville, Tennessee. Oh yeah, and also an update on the fire situation in New Mexico. I've been trying to keep you guys updated on this, but we got a bad wildfire situation out there in New Mexico, and it is actually associated with this storm. We got a blizzard, we got a wildfire, we got a tornado, we got a straight line damaging wind, flash flood threat, all from one storm. And this is the dry air that's feeding into our line of storms here. And it's really dry, and it's causing some big wind gusts out there in New Mexico. Last I heard is there was 15,000 acres of uncontained fire. So I don't know if that's changed any or not. I haven't got a good update on it. Here's a view from Versailles, Kentucky. as that long line of very strong storms was coming through there. Oh, wow. There's a good view of the shelf cloud coming into Cookeville, Tennessee. Is that what that is, or is that a reflection? If that's the actual shelf cloud, that might be a reflection in I don't know. Yeah, I think that's over top of the trees there. I thought we were looking at one of the most photogenic nighttime shelf clouds I've ever seen. But I think that is actually a reflection in the mirror or something, or in the window there. I could be wrong. I don't know. Love it. Got myself stacked up. Love it. Radar Omega, check. Ryan Hall, y'all, check. Discord. Oh, he's on the Discord server. We got almost, 9,000 people in our Discord server now. I think we have the biggest weather-related Discord server in the world, like, by far. Like, none of the other ones are even close. Oh, man. Breaking news, a 20-year-old female has died in Rison in Arkansas there after a tree fell on this mobile home around 4:40 p.m. this afternoon. Emergency management confirms. He says that they suspect the soft ground and high winds due to the storm caused the tree to fall. That's unfortunate. This is why, another reason why more than likely, I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure what is, I don't know the details of what happened there. But more than likely that storm was a considerable severe thunderstorm warning rather than a normal severe thunderstorm warning. And that's why I'm saying go ahead and shelter like you would for a tornado in a situation like that. Because if a tree comes down on your house or something, you still want to protect your head. You still want to put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. But our thoughts are with the community down there and everybody that's been affected. This is Glenmary in the Creek. That's near Louisville, right? That's near Louisville. It's got to be. Does anybody know exactly where Glenmary is? Yeah, so that's on the southeastern side. That's on the southeastern side of Louisville, not in downtown, but where some of that real strong wind went. That's some pretty significant damage there. I don't know. That's not confirmed. That could be... that could be an old picture or something, but I don't think so. I think that's actually in Louisville. Here's McMinnville, Tennessee. McMinnville, Tennessee. You can see those winds. There you go. That's what I like to see. All right. When things start getting a little scary, you see those phone backs up a little bit, ooh, and we close the door, and now we're getting in our safe spot. That's the kind of videos I like. He got a shot of the winds first coming in, and then he got the heck out of Dodge. That's what we like to see right there. Yeah, buddy.
Hey, Brandon, whenever y'all get a second, keep us updated on what exactly we lost off the top of Vince's vehicle there. What came off? What was up there? I don't know exactly what it is that he had, other than the antennas and the radar Omega weather station.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning for Lauderdale, Mississippi.
So, update from us, we're over here at the Loves working, well, I think we're pretty well repaired, but there's a gaping hole in the roof of his car now from where the cyclone port was mounted. We lost all the weather instrumentation except the anemometer. That one was hanging on for dear life somehow. So we'll definitely be interested to see what kind of data it got. As obviously what data it stores, what? Still works. Oh, it still works. Yeah, that's what Vince's saying. It still works and all that. So we're kind of getting a grasp on things. We were pretty close to that tornado, and it was quite the experience. But we got some repairs to do in the morning.
All right, so there you go. We got a hole in Vince's roof. As he clotheslined a power line earlier. And so we'll make sure that gets
so
fixed.
Other than that, I mean, everything else was good. We lost lights, but it's not a big deal. We're excited to look at the data, and we're going to have to go through footage, but we were right on that tornado, and yeah, so. Oh yeah, he said that he lost his 360 GoPro that had amazing footage somewhere on the highway, but yeah.
Oh no, he lost the Iowa footage?
Oh yeah, he said that he lost his 360 GoPro that had amazing footage somewhere on the highway, but yeah.
Oh no. Oh God, I hope he didn't lose the Iowa footage. That would not be good. But don't you guys worry. All right? Don't you all worry. First of all, I think Vince he might be sponsored by GoPro. So I think he's all right there. If he's not, y'all, thanks to your generosity today. And thanks for you guys going over to shopryanhall.com. We got 382 orders today. Every single bit of that, the GoPro, the lights, we're going to take care of it for Vince. All right? You are, it's completely taken care of, and it's thanks to you guys for going to shopryanhall.com and the super chats and all that stuff. Really appreciate it. Stuff like that ain't no problem when we got the y'all squad. Yeah, so we still have six tornado warnings right now. 6 tornado warnings. Still one up here for Augusta and Ripley in Kentucky, right around the Ohio River Valley there, or the valley, or the river that separates Kentucky and Ohio. That'll also affect Georgetown, Ohio. We also have a tornado warning down here for Brooksville and Pikeville. So this is getting really close to Alabama. So it doesn't include Pikeville, Alabama just yet, but it will. Okay, it will right here in a minute. Thank you, Bimmer. Thank you so much for the help there. And then also we got a tornado warning for Quitman. And I think that's it right now. We also have one for Sandersville in Mississippi,
None of these are producing areas of rotation that are so intense that we're like, you know, we have to tell you which Walmart the tornado's by.
It's Brad. I wanted to let you know that I'm going through Meridian, Mississippi right now. I'm going to drop southeast and head towards Butler. I'm not going to go all the way towards Butler, but I'm going to get on that highway. You've got two circulations. The main one is pretty much just due east of me. I'm going to try to punch through this line and see if I can get out in front of it somewhat.
So once again, we got Storm Chaser Brad Arnold out there on it. This tornado warning for Quitman and Snail, there's no area of circulation that I'm seeing that's incredibly concerning. But Brad Arnold, he is kind of focusing on this spot right here. So he's going to try to intercept that. He's probably going to try to get on this road and intercept it over here north of Snail, south of Tumsuba. So keep that in mind, all right? We might have an intercept for a tornado here in a little bit. And if he does see something there, we'll let you know downstream in Alabama if you got to worry about anything in Ward and Cromwell. Big time severe thunderstorm warnings going out now from Jamestown to Crossville, Tennessee, Pikeville, Tennessee, Dunlap, Tennessee, Whitwell, South Pittsburgh, and Chattanooga. Chattanooga is even included in that severe thunderstorm warning as some very strong winds are getting ready to come through within the next hour or so. And there you guys are. All right. All right, give me just a second. I want to zoom in. I'll zoom into America. And as expected, the areas, so every blue dot represents somebody that's on our website right now, shopryanhall.com. Every blue dot represents somebody watching, and I do think that the vast majority are in Tennessee. Tennessee and Kentucky right now are the winners for sure. I'm interested to see what this looks like in the winter and like different seasons and stuff. But we got a bunch of people watching from all over. And obviously this isn't everybody that's watching. This is just the people that's actually went over to shopryanhall.com. But yeah, the vast majority of yous are right here, right in that area. The power's out in Irvine, Kentucky. Oh boy, and here's a look at Williston.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Williston, North Dakota. Williston, North Dakota. We got a new tornado warning. Let's go check it out. This is down here in Mississippi, real close to Alabama. We don't have any warnings in Alabama, but this is real close to the border there near Ethelsville. New Hope, Brooksville, take shelter now. If you're in Mississippi, a dangerous storm with a possible tornadoes coming through. We don't have any confirmation that it's on the ground, but when we do, or if we do, we will be the first to let you know. I can promise you that. All right, we're starting to fill her in there. We're starting to fill her in there. All right, you can still see where the vast majority of everybody is. But now I'm starting to see some more people up there on the East Coast. We've got some people around Maryland, up into, looks like New York, even some people up there in Canada watching right now. But you can see where the vast majority of the people are, and you see the little animation that happens when somebody orders something. Very cool. Very cool. Thank y'all. If you are just now tuning in, this is hour 8 of our live, continuous, wall-to-wall severe weather coverage from our big severe weather outbreak today. Chris has recovered Vince's roof rack. Wow, look at that teamwork, y'all. Chris at Chris FL Tornado. At Chris FL Tornado on Twitter. His stream is not on now, but he has recovered Vince's roof rack. What a heroic move! What if? Oh, I wonder if the GoPro's still on there. That would be good news. I really hope Vince didn't lose his Iowa footage, man. Here's a cool time lapse of the storms coming into Glasgow, Kentucky earlier. Thanks for sending this in, Chad. Thanks so much for sending that in. Now we got 1,000 of you. We got 1,000 of you guys over there on shopryanhall.com. Still looks like the vast majority of you are right there in Kentucky, Tennessee, and also a lot of Alabama and Georgia too. But I think that's a good way to kind of like map where everybody is. Make sure you go ahead and get yourself a t-shirt and a weather radio while you're over there, and to help us pay for Vince's GoPros every time he hits a power line. We currently have 6 tornado warnings, but none of them are extremely pressing right now. None of them are, showing me signs of incredible rotation. The one that is the most impressive, in my opinion, is the one that Brad Arnold is working on. So we'll have a confirmation from him as to whether or not this has a tornado on it within the next little bit. But I am concerned about this. You see Brad Arnold's right there. This is our potential tornado, as this is south of Toomsuba right now. We'll see what happens when these get into Alabama. In my experience covering the weather, Alabama is a tornado magnet, man. As soon as storms get into Alabama, they start going crazy. So I hope that doesn't happen tonight, but if it does, we'll be here for you. We'll be right here for you. And I will intermittently show you the map because I'm sure everybody wants to see their dot. I can't keep it up the whole time. I wish I could. Everybody that places an order, you see the little animation with the rocket that comes to your location. But we got to focus on the severe weather. Definitely seeing a correlation as to where the severe weather is and where people are watching, though. Definitely seeing that right now. Definitely. We don't have a single person out there. Actually, I think we got one person in each state. I think we do have one person in each state over there on the site. But like maybe one in Wyoming. Here is Russell Springs, Kentucky. Thank you for sending that in. Thank you so much, Ethan, for sending that in. They're near Russell Springs, Kentucky. It's windy in eastern Kentucky. This is Stanton. This is in my stamping grounds here. You're real close to me, Mandy. It's getting windy out there. Looks like I've got a 22-mile-an-hour wind gust over here where I am. It ain't quite got here yet. Oh, here's another nice time lapse from Clarksville, Tennessee. Very cool. You're in the whale's mouth of that storm at that point. Man, did you stand there and hand hold this time lapse? How long was you standing there for? Another. Oh, okay. I think we saw this one already. Glasgow, Kentucky. Thank you, Chad, for sending that in. That's a well done time lapse. Now, if you handheld this one, I'm going to send you an award. But I think that was on a tripod right there. We got a tree completely across the road on Carson Lane near Windermere Drive in Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
So we are seeing some tree damage there in Murfreesboro. Let's see here. Billie Jean says, I got one free message to send for being a high-risk member for 3 months. I just wanted to say I live in Island, Kentucky, and I love your show. I watch you all the time. Thank you for being a member for 3 months. That's super awesome. Lenny, thank you. Ed says, I just bought a hat on your site. Thank you. Hoping we can help with the 20-year-old that lost their life. Yeah, if there's anything we can do for them, too, I'm open to it. We just, we got to figure out a more streamlined way of communicating with these people and figuring out the logistics of all that. It's hard to do while I'm live, and you know everybody on our team right now is just dedicated to weather and news, so we'll figure that out. Also, here's a 20 to help with Vince. Teresa, thank you. D-Tex, thank you. Thank y'all. We're going to take care of Vince. Yeah, we still have NOAA weather radios available on the site. ShopRyanHall.com. We still have NOAA weather radios on the site. They are not out of stock just yet. Go to the weather equipment section if you can't find them. It's the ER210. That's the red one with the crank. We got the whole family watching out here. From Crystal, thank you so much. Looks like a pretty big storm coming into Richmond. This is Richmond, Kentucky. Brandon's out there giving us a live shot there. Sound on, he says. That is a creepy siren. Now, don't get me wrong, all sirens are creepy, but that one's extra creepy out there in Richmond. I'm sorry y'all had to deal with that. I don't think there was a tornado anywhere near Richmond, but we did have that considerable severe thunderstorm, so maybe that's part of their criteria. Very nice setup there, Sergeant style. Very nice. Love it. Sergeant Style's got some daggone style, I'll tell you that. Well over 400 orders now. I'm just trying to show you where everybody is. Still don't have... now I think we officially have no one in Wyoming on the site. All right, let's go up and down the line here and give us an update on all these storms. Still no major developments. But that tornado warning back here for Ripley is going to be allowed to expire here in about 5 minutes. And then now they've decided to issue a severe thunderstorm warning for Seaman, Pebbles, West Union, and Concord, and Vanceburg up here between Kentucky and Ohio. Additionally, Flemingsburg, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. Owensville, and Jeffersonville, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like these storms have really died out down here in southeastern Kentucky. Mount Vernon, you're dodging a bullet. London, Corbin, you're dodging a bullet. But we have a new area of strong storms coming up into Kentucky near Williamsburg here over the next couple of hours. Crossville, Tennessee, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Also Dayton, Chattanooga, it'll get to you at some point, but it might be a while. We still have a couple tornado warnings down here in Mississippi. But the rotation that's sparking them is it's not necessarily impressive. This is the most impressive area. Brad Arnold's on it. Okay, let's check on Brad. Let's check on Brad. One of these days I'll get it right. Let's check on Brad. Okay, so I'm not seeing any tornadoes just yet, but if we see one, he'll be right there in front of it as he is intercepting the storm. Oh, so here's an actual image of the overall. So I guess this was. I don't know what we're looking at here. I don't know the time frame. I guess there was 1,500 people on the site earlier, and we took a shot of where everybody was. It looks like Texas. Looks like Texas has actually got a lot of people, or this is like from the past couple of days or something. Most of our visitors have been from Texas. That would make sense. That would make sense because a lot of our coverage has been in Texas over the past couple of days. Wow. Things are flying out of the online store, y'all. Thank you so much. Look at that. Look at all those purple lines. Look at all those meteors. That's awesome. I think that's a really cool feature, too. All right, so we still got a couple tornado warnings. That's for Lowndes and Noxubee counties in Mississippi. I don't know if these are going to continue into Alabama, but if they do, we'll let you know. We will let you know. Hey, Brandon, you tell Vince that any wee-woos that he lost, any wee-woo lights, any sippy cups, any GoPros, or anything like that he lost, it's covered by the Y'all Squad. All right? These guys are being super generous over here. And y'all get you a good hotel room tonight and go eat somewhere good. Don't go to daggone Applebee's.
What's the example? Hey, Ryan, you got a copy now from me?
Yeah, I got you.
Our number one priority is replacing the sippy cup that had a suction cup base that was mounted up there. It's the spill-proof one. We're going to immediately go to Walmart and replace the sippy cup. We'll worry about the rest later.
All right.
That was my first sippy cup. I'm not happy.
Man, I love those guys. We got quite the crew here. We have quite the crew. Quite the motley crew. Oh, the lights are green. It's time to talk to Andy.
Hey, Ryan, with all that being said, we definitely have to work on these communications because this could have been a big issue if Vince and I didn't have another way to communicate with each other.
We will definitely be working with that. Working on that, I should say. Go ahead, Andy.
Ryan, monitoring possible area of spin up that has started looking slightly more concerning as of the last few scans. That's northeast of Waynesboro, Mississippi on the Alabama border, west of Gilberttown.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad. I think we call it a day. I've tried as hard as I could. I cannot get in front of this line. It's moving too fast. I don't have a due east route either. So unfortunately, I was never able to get out in front of that main squall line to be able to get any of those kinks in the line. Just wanted to let you know I'm going to go ahead and cut my stream here in the next about 5 or 10 minutes or so.
All right, Brad. Thank you very much. You done great today, and thanks for sticking it out. And just like I told Vince and Brandon, go eat somewhere good tonight if you can. You guys eat too much Applebee's out there. Go somewhere good. And the Y'all Squad's covering dinner tonight, okay?
Hey, that sounds like a plan. Appreciate it, man.
All right. Thank you, Brad. Everybody say thank you to Brad Arnold. If you want to go follow Brad on Twitter, that's
Brad Arnold WX. Brad Arnold WX on Twitter. He's a fine and dandy storm chaser. One of the best. And he's just he's an incredible asset to have on the team. I think that he's one of the more dedicated ones, and he's always on the right storm. So yeah, we got an increased area of rotation here down near Waynesboro, Mississippi. And it does look like that might cause some problems near Waynesboro. So we're not under a tornado warning in Waynesboro. But let's watch out.
Hey, Ryan, you copy?
Yeah, go ahead, Cameron.
I'm in Brooksville, Mississippi, which is south of Starkville, where some circulation did pass over, and I'm looking at what looks to be some tornado damage. There's a bunch of sheds that have been blown over across the road in different directions, and some, well, it looks to be like roofing ripped off the gas station as well.
Okay, Cameron, thank you for the report. Keep us updated. Cameron Lindsay, meteorology student out there. He is also out there in the field today chasing for us. Usually Cameron's in the background running radar, helping Andy spot those areas of rotation before anybody else. But today he was out there in the field. This is a meteorologist, or soon to be meteorologist. He's in college. Cameron Lindsay. And if you want to follow him on Twitter too, you can go at WXManCam. At WXManCam. I'm not sure if what we're looking at here is rotation. Like, don't get me wrong, it probably is. Oh, that might... Okay, that helps explain it. But it also just looks like a big mess of just really strong damaging winds getting ready to come through Waynesboro. I'd prepare for that. Tornado or not. Hybrid BDP, thanks for becoming an official sponsor. That's a huge deal. Thank you so much. And Ruth, thank you for adding to the Sippy Cup Fund. Let's see here. Simply Southern says, matching what I sent Vince on his channel after his damage. I appreciate the Y'all Squad so much. The Y'all Squad has immense power in numbers. Immense power in numbers. We have over 500 orders now on the website. Shop Ryan Hall, y'all. ShopRyanHall.com. Not y'all. There's no y'all in that one. ShopRyanHall.com. Oh, that's a good idea. We probably do need some baby clothes on there, right? I saw a lot of babies watching today. Nader tots. Oh, man. Thank you. Thanks for supplying the Sippy Cup Fund. Man, that's what we're going to have to start calling it, isn't it? We got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Greene, Hale, Marengo, Pickens, and Sumter County, Alabama. Alabama, you're new here today for these storms that are coming in. But these are packing a punch with very strong winds. If I'm in Huntsville to Coleman to Birmingham, all the way down to Thomasville and Jackson, Alabama, I'm bracing for impact for maybe a big storm especially down here on the southern side, Utah, Demopolis, Thomasville, Chatham. You guys are going to get hit pretty hard here by some strong winds, some damaging winds moving into Alabama. We are approaching 9 hours of coverage here on this very strong, severe thunderstorm outbreak today. This was not as bad as what we thought it was going to be. Amy, thank you so much for being an official sponsor. Man, that's 2. Thank you so much. Probably more than that. I know I probably missed some. But thank you for, seriously, thank you. We're going to do a members-only live stream hangout powwow here before too long. I think we might have a break coming. Simply Southern upgraded to an official sponsor. Thank you so much. Simply Southern, you're always here, by the way. I noticed that you're literally always here. You're always supporting, not only here, but also on Vince's stream. You're just, I don't know what we'd do without, you know, people like Simply Southern. Everybody saying thank you to Simply Southern. That's huge. All right, let's take a look at the Euro. Let's take a look at the Euro. When this big storm gets out of here, no foreseeable big severe weather outbreaks that I can see right now. No foreseeable big severe weather outbreaks that I can see right now. Let's go to 12Z. Next thing that we got to watch out for will be this on April 17th. About 5 days away, but still nothing crazy. Ooh, maybe a snowstorm up there in the New England area, Maine. Back there on April 20th. Wow. But other than that, things are looking all right. A little break would be very nice. A little break would be very nice. I have been sitting in this chair for what feels like to me every day, 12 hours a day, since December 10th or December 8th. This has been the most insane stretch of weather that I've seen in my life. I've never seen anything like it. And this might be the closer, at least for a little while. Obviously, it's still tornado season. It's still severe weather season. We'll be back. Don't you worry. We will be back here. But I would love nothing more than to have a week or two to, you know, kind of work on some of the back end stuff. Talking about, you know, logistics and getting stuff to people and being able to help people in a more efficient way. That's stuff that we can't really work on while the tornadoes are happening. You know, there has to be at least a little bit of time for no tornadoes to be happening before we can get that stuff in line. So that's what we're doing. Now, don't worry, I am going to have a new video. So today's Wednesday. I'll probably sleep in tomorrow and not do much. I probably won't do much like on the internet tomorrow. I'll be working, but I won't be doing anything on the internet. I don't think I'll have a live stream or a video tomorrow. Let me check out the weather for tomorrow, by the way. I know a lot of people on the East Coast are wondering if these storms are going to affect them. As far as I know, I don't think it's going to be anything too significant. But let's check out the 0Z. Let's check out the 0Z HRRR. Yeah, so if we come over here to the models, if you want to keep up with the date and time, it's always listed above my head. Our big squall line is going to die out real quickly before it gets to me. Thank goodness. I don't want to deal with that.
I feel like I've already dealt with it. I feel like I'm from Louisville. I feel like I'm from down there near Jackson, Mississippi after this storm. I've already been through these storms. I don't want to go through them again. But that boundary is going to spark off some new storms tomorrow around 3 p.m. up there in Pennsylvania, New York. I don't think that the tornado threat's going to be very high. The severe weather threat overall is not going to be very high. We don't have a lot of convective available potential energy out there. Additionally, the dew points is about all we do have. We got a lot of moisture transport, but still not that great. Upper 50s dew points. So you're going to see some isolated storms tomorrow up there in the northeast. And some of those could bring some hail and some isolated strong wind gusts. But for the most part, we're not looking at anything significant. Some more storms late tomorrow night in the Carolina or North Carolina and around Virginia Beach. And then we're going to have a real quick break period. So more than likely, I'm not going to have a video tomorrow. I'm not going to have a live stream tomorrow. But Friday, I will have a full video talking about the extended forecast for the entire United States. And then maybe Monday again. And then if it's possible, unless we have some other big storm system coming up, I'm going to try to take Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday off, and then come back to you Friday, spend some time with the family, get out of the house, get out of this room a little bit, fill my sippy cup up, get out, step outside of this room for a second, if it's possible. Now, if the models change tomorrow and there's another big storm coming, you guys know I'm going to be sitting my butt right back down here and dedicating myself to it. And that's what we're going to do from here on out. This is my life, the Y'all Squad. Okay, I'm going to be here for you during every storm that I can, as long as I'm physically able, as long as everything is fine, as long as you guys still want to be here, I will be here for you. As of right now, it does look like this severe weather event is winding down across the south and the southeast. All these storms in Kentucky are really dying off fast. We got a little bit of oomph left over there in eastern Tennessee towards Harriman and the Spring City. I don't know if these will actually make it to Chattanooga and maintain their severe weather strength. I think they're going to weaken quite a bit before they get to Chattanooga. Now, this part right here is probably still the most intense part of the storm. That'll last quite a bit. Thomasville, Monroeville, Chatham, Citronelle, all these places in Alabama, you're going to get a strong storm tonight. So just make sure you're ready for that. Have some way of getting weather warnings. Get you a NOAA weather radio. Now, you can get one from my website, shopryanhall.com, but that won't get to you until about a week from now. But maybe, listen, we got a week with no big severe storms coming. So maybe it's a good thing that everybody gets their NOAA weather radio today so that next time we all have our radios ready. So I do want to say once again a huge thank you to everybody who has supported us today. Not only did we reach 500,000 subscribers, which is a huge deal, we have, I haven't done the numbers yet, but I'm sure we have well over $18,000 in our Y'all Squad fund to help people out. So we'll also, during the downtime, we'll be looking at the Salado, Texas area and anybody that got impacted by severe weather today. And how we can help them. Once again, we're looking for official, real, donation things that we can do, and we will be looking into that as we go into the weekend. Okay, so thank you all so much for being here. I don't know what to say. I'm completely floored. I'm completely floored by your dedication to helping us and your support and everything. One more thing, I do want to make sure everybody knows that we have a Reddit now, reddit.com/r/Ryan Hall, y'all. Go over there. I think this is going to be a big part of our community going forward. We also have a Discord server. Mods are going to put that in the chat right now. I love that. Oh, man, I love that. We got to put that on the site. Okay, anyways, see, this is why Reddit's so awesome. But go follow our Reddit. Go follow our Discord server. Go look at, let's see here.
our website, shopryanhall.com, and then, of course, twitter.com/Ryan Hall y'all, or at Ryan Hall y'all. That is the place to be if you want to keep up with me. All right, here's a look at all the tornado warnings that we got today, and also all of the considerable and destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. So this was a very active day. This was an incredibly active day. Go ahead, Andy. This was an incredibly active severe weather event.
Ryan, the most concerning area in the new considerable severe thunderstorm warning issued, including Tuscaloosa, Alabama, is an area of tight rotation just north of Union, Alabama, and it's headed pretty much towards Tuscaloosa proper.
All right, we're going to check on that. We're going to check on that. If we're needed to stay on the air here, we will. Once again, we got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Tuscaloosa, which means that there's a lot of wind out there, a lot of straight line damaging winds coming into the area, and there is a tiny little bit of a rotation signal there. I'm not convinced that this is going to end up being a problem, but I've been wrong before, so we'll watch it here for a second. And if we're in Tuscaloosa, we're not under a tornado warning, but if we're wanting to be hyper weather aware, I would go ahead and seek shelter just in case, because those considerable severe thunderstorm warnings are pretty bad. Yeah, Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. Here's some more of those pictures from near Louisville today. Incredible storm went through the southeastern side of Louisville there. We tracked that live with the Radar Omega app. Once again, that is available in the description, iOS or Android. It's a one-time purchase. There are some features that you can get with a subscription, but you do not have to subscribe to use that app. I've heard that. I've heard some people saying that. It's not true. So once again, we're looking at this area of rotation here near Foster, south and west of Tuscaloosa. If the next frame here doesn't look any more significant, then I'll probably just call it a night. But I want you guys to understand that just because I end my stream, does not mean that the weather's done. You know what I mean? Sometimes I'll end my stream and there will be more tornadoes or more tornado warnings. If you are in the National Weather Service's tornado watch, stay weather aware. If you're in front of these storms, stay weather aware. And make sure you have some way of getting warnings tonight, even after I go off the air. Here's some of those pictures and videos from our Cameron Lindsay out there, Weatherman Cam. Got some damage out there on Highway 45 North in Brooksville, Mississippi, only a few minutes after the circulation passed over. Could have been a brief tornado right there in Brooksville, Mississippi. Thank you, Cameron, for sending in these pictures. I've retweeted that over there on Twitter at Ryan Hall. Y'all, thank you for becoming a high-risk member, y'all. Oh, by the way, I got to check the members. 2,352. I feel like that hasn't updated. I feel like it was that the last time I looked. Nevertheless, very thankful to have that number. Not complaining if that's accurate. I've heard nothing but push, push, push the whole time I'm talking. Okay, so I mean, that area of rotation there is still showing up, so west of Tuscaloosa, but it's not concerning enough to where I'm going to just wait on it to come through. If you're in Tuscaloosa, stay weather aware. Tune into your local news. Yeah, James Spann. James Spann's got you covered over there, and also the local National Weather Service. There are currently no tornado warnings anywhere in the United States. That may change as we go later on into the night. So please, please, please stay tuned to your weather services until tomorrow. Or until this event is over, until the watches are ended and everything like that. So I appreciate you, I really do, and I will see you very soon. Thank you for tuning in. Go follow me on Twitter. Join the Discord server. I'll be in there for a little while longer. And goodbye.
Mm-hmm.